What is up, everybody? We are here. Welcome to the debrief for 31 on 31 Pain and Suffering. You got me, you got the rest of Autopstream, and you got our special guest down here, T.O. Rudy. Had to make sure that we got this thing out within a month. We didn't drag ass on this one like we did the last 3 or 4. But welcome, everybody. Happy, what is it, Tuesday? Happy Tuesday. A couple days before Thanksgiving. Days don't matter anymore.
Tomorrow's drinking day for the college kids.
Yeah. There we go. So yes, guys, if you're joining us for the first time and you're not sure what exactly we're talking about, 31 on 31 is a video series we've been doing for the last number of years where every Halloween and sometimes usually at least once or twice in the earlier months of the year, we pick a theme, we pick a bunch of franchise films that add to 31, and then we rank them all together. And this past Halloween, we did Pain and Suffering as the theme, which had a bit of a double meaning. So you had Saw, Hellraiser, Wrong Turn, and Hostel. So all of us participated in this. I have the links for everybody's channels in the video description below. You can go and check out their videos and see how all 31 of them were ranked. And then what we do is after all those videos premiere, we average all the scores together and we come up with a group ranking. And we do a little live stream discussion, debate, debacle, just talking about all 31 movies. So that's what we're here to do today. And yes, exactly. That was almost the title. But yes, so that's what we're here to do today. How's everybody doing? I'll go around the horn. What's up, Charles?
Hi. It's good to see you again. After so long.
Yes, I know. It's been forever. 20, well, yeah,
Hasn't
20
even
hours.
Been 20 hours. I'm doing good. If you want to watch Cody and I spoil Thanksgiving, we did that last night.
Spoilers. There's spoilers in the video.
So
Brian,
Eli Roth mania.
I love the robe. You were walking in, and I thought for a second, I said either he just rolled out of bed or he's cosplaying as like the torture robe, the torture garment.
Yeah, it's because this little wench will only sleep on me if I'm wearing my robe. Yeah, she needs the fluffiness of it, but whatever. It's also if in case I fall asleep during this hangout, and then at least I'm wrapped up nice and cozy. So.
On that note, has the depression gone away?
I am off the tablets now, so that's a bonus.
First conversation I had was with CP after we debuted our videos. I was like, okay, what's the appropriate amount of time before I start talking to Brian about next year? We're a day, 2 days. Anyway,
I said in my and this wasn't just a pithy off the cuff comment, but I said in my 31 on 31 for this that this may very well be my last one. I meant that at the time. Now, Cody, I'm not going to spoil anything, but Cody has come at me with the suggestions for next year's, and other than a few movies on there I really detest and really don't want to see, it's actually looking like a pretty damn good 31 and 31. So I'm thinking retirement isn't maybe on the cards just yet. So.
I know how to butter up my Brian.
You act like all of us are like, oh man, every single one of these 31 are killer. I'm gonna have such a great time.
It's not that. It's not so much that. It's, I mean, and I imagine Sean would probably feel this as well because I don't think. So I went into this having literally barely seen anything that was on the other than the Saw films, and like half of a Hostel movie way back when. I'd literally seen. And the first Wrong Turn, I'd seen nothing. And so literally, and I wouldn't advise anyone do this ever for a 31 or 31. But
yeah, especially if you're on antidepressants. 31. Yes, I agree with you.
Especially if you're on antidepressants. So I had to watch, 11 Hellraisers, the 6 Wrong Turns that I hadn't seen. and those Hostel movies, all within the 2 months leading up to doing the video. And I wasn't in the right frame of mind starting that. Never mind getting to the end of it. So yeah, 11 Hellraiser movies back to back is just
redundant.
Well,
say
the nature of
be
the
gentle.
Hellraiser movies, that if you watch through all of them, the gestation period for a new Hellraiser movie happens. So a new one comes out by the time you finish rewatching all of them. So it never ends. You just keep rewatching it, and you're trapped in the Hellraiser torture box.
like my comment regarding you, Sean, is I imagine you hadn't seen them until doing this 31. Am I wrong in that?
Watched them last year.
Because they came out last year, I'd seen them. I hadn't seen them otherwise.
Okay.
That was
right.
And then just kind of by chance, well, not too much by chance, but in my fan mail, someone named Samneet sent me the Wrong Turn movies. And because I used my time wisely, I just, he hates me. So I watched it whenever every year the new one came out. I watched. He was sent it to me. So whenever the new one came out, I watched them for the first time then. And, well, that was delightful. That's a great set of films. So it was cool, this guy, because I got to show my kids, all of them, as we watched them as a family, because I'm a good parent.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it was 2020 and 2021 where there was just no new movies coming out. You know, it was kind of like a dark, depressing time in life. And so I was like, okay, I might as well knock out all these shit franchises that people have been asking me to watch forever. So I did Hellraiser, Wrong Turn, Leprechaun, all these like back to back to back. And the whole time back in my head, I was like, oh, these poor bastards have no idea what's coming at some point, because I'm doing all this homework and eventually it's going to come to fruition. Rudy, how you doing? Our new guy.
The new guy, yes. And thanks for having me. Again, I had a lot of fun doing this. For those that don't know, to initiate me, I had to stand outside Sean's house for 3 days with no food or water. And that's how it all began.
Yes.
But yeah, I'm doing great, man. I'm looking forward to this. This is going to be a good 6 hours, right? So I have 2 waters. And do we have bathroom breaks, or do you have like an intermission like in the old cinema days?
Yeah, we're gonna have to catch up with all these super chats, guys.
Yeah,
you got to be on topic, otherwise it's gonna get lost.
Please stay on topic, otherwise we're gonna have to probably relegate into the end. But
I would
this
like
one
to
deserves a little bit length.
Yeah, I would like to suggest maybe that any super chats that are done in this, us guys maybe record a video addressing them directly afterwards. I don't know. I'm
trying my best to produce, Ryan.
These super chats all get categorized into a category that says starred, so we will not lose them. We will not forget them. They're basically all archived off to just one click to the right. So I appreciate it if you guys want to send them in. By all means, really appreciate the support. I appreciate the enthusiasm, but yeah, we are going to keep them until the end because we have a ton of shit to talk about.
Yeah.
So that way, if people want to bail out, if they have to bail out at that point, we'll still get to them all, but we're not going to turn this into a 5-hour stream. Yeah. So yes, by all means. In fact, if while we're doing that, I'll put a little pinned thing in the comment. But let's see. I'll get us started and then I'll do all that. So yes, so welcome everybody. We're going to get started here with number 31. And this was no surprise to me because I knew even when I suggested this topic, this was probably going to be my 31. Despite how bad some of these movies are, this was the clear loser for me. 31 is Wrong Turn 5 Bloodlines. This is the one with Pinhead. My score was 31. Charles was 30. Brian 28. Sean was also 31. And Rudy at 30. So for me, as bad as some of these movies get, this one was bad compounded with just being unbearably mean-spirited and unbearably just nihilistic. Everything that you do not want to have in an experience was basically wrapped up into this. The production value took a gigantic nosedive, and you basically have like a corner of a city block that was built, and they just film it from 19 different angles, and that's your whole set. You've got Pinhead here, and you do nothing with him. You just put him in a jail cell and give him.
My boys are coming. On loop.
The whole movie.
Yeah, the whole movie is just him kind of saying, well, eventually they're going to get to you. And, you know, the kills aren't anything to write home about. At this point, the three hillbillies are cartoons where you got three fingers like that's his whole thing, the whole movie. And it's just very distasteful. You know, you leave off on a note where a girl who has already been through hell essentially is going to go through even more hell. And so I hated the movie, absolutely hated watching it. And yeah, that was my 31. So Charles will make you next, and then I will do this pinned comment.
So the other thing about Doug Bradley, who is the person who plays Pinhead in most of the Hellraisers, you find out real quick why they don't give him very many lines in those Hellraiser movies. And the thing that I noticed and made a note of in my video was his character completely contradicts himself in the beginning when he's yelling at them because they left stuff behind. He left one of them, they killed the bootleg Kill Bill girl who was jogging, and he's like, you never leave things behind. He was so concerned about fingerprints and leaving a trace. But then he gets arrested and he's arrogant as hell. Yeah, this is where I'm supposed to be. Man, you're in deep shit. And it's wait a minute. What happened to the guy who was so concerned about getting caught? What is this? And yeah, you show the 3-block set with a I don't know, Burning Man type festival thing, and it's packed. It's just packed, overflowing with people.
Mountain Man Festival.
Yeah, and then the second the sun goes down, it's you could hear a cricket fart in that town. Nobody's left. It's just pay some extras to just walk around. Oh man, it just, I don't know what the budget was, but it showed it, unless it was anything more than X. Yeah.
Uncle Sean, you also had this at 31.
Yeah, I really like this one. To take a list of terrible movies, put this one at 31. Yikes. Mm-hmm. I mean, everything you said, that it's just cruel, nihilistic, it's just repetitive. There's my boys, but nothing feels earned. It's the whole theme of all of this is we're watching the movie to watch people be tortured to death. So right from the get-go, we're sick people watching this, but this is the one where you're like, well, that was too mean. That was the one that was in poor taste. And it's because none of it, these hillbillies are the biggest idiots. They're also super clever and never can get caught. And it just, no matter what, they win. And there's a point in time where there's a girl pointing a gun at Pinhead, and he's like, I'll let you out. And she lets him out. And he walks right up to her. She doesn't pull the trigger. She pokes his eyes. He pokes her eyes out. And then he's like, we're going to rape you. She wanders off, and they happen to drive right up to her. It's gross. It's unearned. And it's not clever. It's not witty. It's just, what's the grossest, nastiest outcome?
Mm-hmm. It's not only that. There's the when, I don't know, is it Three Fingers or Claw, whatever the hell is it? When he's wearing the mask and he traps the girl who runs in a zigzag pattern, and he takes the mask off like it's some big reveal, and it's just we know who you are. She knows who you are. What's with the mask? What the fuck? You could have kind of done that better. This is the 5th one in the series. You're not really unless you're just fucking around. Why did you do that? That makes no sense to anything else in this movie. Apologies.
Brian or Rudy, anything to add, or pretty much covered all bases?
Well, for me, I thought it was going to be an extra special movie because, again, it started with the Mountain Man Festival, and they say it's supposed to be like Coachella and Burning Man. I'm like, oh, okay, this is going to be they're going to kill lots of people in the crowd. I'm thinking they're going to do something robust and fun and different, being that this is part 5. No, that's not what we got. Everyone what's his name down there with the hat? CP said. He said everybody disappeared.
You're the new guy, shithead.
Everybody disappeared. I'm like, oh, okay, that's underwhelming. But again, it's one of those movies it's just made to be cruel for the sake of being cruel. And the ending just left a bad taste in my mouth. It was unearned, like everybody else said. And I don't know. It just it didn't appeal to me. Like this guy was a serial killer, been living with them for 30 years, is what he said. That's never was set up or
They
brought up.
retconned it.
Yeah, they didn't bring that up at all in the previous 4 movies, so it feels like feels forced, and I don't know. I didn't enjoy it at all.
Yeah.
Well, that and like in part 2, the guy who drinks Pepto like I drink vanilla Coke at the gas station, he goes, you're the one going to need to take care of. Apparently,
Yeah.
he was the one that was raising them in part 2, and then
Well,
he
that
got
makes
killed.
sense. That okay.
Yeah, but then what? We're supposed to believe that?
It's Texas Chainsaw rules. Every movie,
Yeah.
there's a new
Okay.
branch of the family we've never heard of that
Friday the
suddenly is
13th
there.
math. That was 30 years you just witnessed.
The thing is, it's like in the first couple of movies, like as sick and twisted as these guys are, what they did wasn't done out of cruelty. It was done out of this necessity to
Hunches.
survive
Yeah.
in a backwards kind of. Whereas now we get to this 5th movie and they're going to the trouble of burying someone with their head poking out so that they can run over them with a lawnmower. And it's just
Which
like,
I think I can speak from experience. It's a wildly ineffective way to kill someone.
it really is.
Right.
Cody, you can speak to this too, right?
It's a lot
It's
of
like-
trouble.
Yeah.
Not only that, but there's going to be nothing left to eat. But like that's the reason these
The
guys
whole
kill.
bottom half.
It's just, they've
Yeah,
got to
do
dig
you
back
guys
out
not
of the
cook
ground.
pigs by burying them in a ground across the pond? That's how we do it here in Texas. So bury the body in the ground.
The whole thing is just everything in part 5 is everything that I hate about this genre of film.
Mhm.
Which is like if you can go through all this stuff and at least have a character at the end that gives them their comeuppance, and we don't get it, so it's just
Yeah.
what was it
Right.
for?
Like the
What
opposite.
was
Right.
it for?
Yeah.
Like Sean
This
said in
one
one of
is
his
the
videos.
worst example of that.
Yeah, like Sean said in one of his videos, choices don't matter. They're just characters just made to be killed, and that's all there is. So don't expect any sympathy, character arcs, or anything really to expose about them to care about
Nothing
them.
matters.
They're just victims. That's all.
But it's like the people who make the movie are asking you, the audience, to identify with who? The killers. No thanks.
Which I do. But I understand why maybe some other people don't as much.
Southerners.
Texans. Hey, point that shit west. Oh man. All right. Well, these next 3 we're probably going to burn through because they kind of bleed together. Number 30, we have Hellraiser, Hellseeker. I had it at 28. Sipo had it at 28. Brian at 29. Sean at 30. Rudy a little more forgiving at 25.
I am
And-
batting 100%.
Yeah,
Wow.
we have this was kind of that era of Hellraiser where they all had the same idea. It's let's follow a character who's kind of a shitty person doing a lot of shitty things, and then ooh, they're actually in limbo, and here's your Pinhead cameo. And so this is the one where you got the guy from the Allstate commercials, and he's going around trying to fuck everything that moves, basically. And then at the end, it's like, oh yeah, it's the husband of Kirsty Cotton, who we saw for
Right.
2.5
what
minutes
it's up.
in the beginning of this movie, and now it's a plot twist, and that's why we haven't seen her. For the movies that all bleed together here in the middle, the only thing that really made this one stand out was Kirsty Cotton coming back, but it was very disappointing that you have the returning character and you take her out of the majority of the movie for a plot twist, which is just weird. Like, I like the fact that she once again uses the Cenobites to her advantage and tricks them into doing her bidding, and she's a much darker character by the end of it. But you could have made a solid Hellraiser movie that was focused on her, and they just chose not to
Could've.
for whatever reason. So yeah, not too far west.
That's exactly why it's at the bottom for me. There's nothing memorable except she's in it, and she's horribly used. Like even she married this idiot. Even that hurts her character. Like
Mayhem.
Why is she with? Yeah, right. She marries May. Like, what are we doing here? It's the same twist as the previous 2 movies. So it's just like when you bring a character back and do something so dumb with them, that's when you start getting to the levels of like, you're making me angry at you for what you just did. So it was literally the return of the character, the thing that's the most interesting thing about it that also pushed it down.
Yeah.
Do anything interesting with her, and it goes up the list, but they didn't.
Agreed.
I have nothing to say, but I actually had a gag that I thought was quite unique and witty and funny, and the studio didn't ping me. Allstate did, because I had a clip of him driving saying I'm mayhem and I'm late for work, and then I cut to him doing the car crash or whatever, and I got a copyright from fucking Allstate, and I'm like, of all things,
Would you expect an insurance company not to take the extra penny?
I know, like, well, I'm helping you, jerks.
There you go. Brian?
What?
Brian doesn't even remember this one. He was throughout my entire description. He's like, "Oh yeah, that one."
Dean,
Literally, so like I'm watching the beginning of this, and when she dies in that car crash, I didn't even know who she was. Like,
Wow.
she was so memorable from the first two movies. I didn't even remember who she was in this one. So it wasn't like this big moment for me like anyone else. It's like, oh, legacy character. Oh no, she's died. What? No, I was just like, okay, so that random character's died. And then that random character comes back at the end and talks in a way that it's almost like she's meant to be bigger than she is. And then after I read up on it, after watching it, that's when I realized that's right. Yeah, absolute crap. Absolute crap.
That's awesome. Mr. Rudy.
I have very little notes on this one. Just this is what I have right here verbatim. This feels like a Jacob's Ladder ripoff. The acupuncturist is just like the chiropractor in Jacob's Ladder. And why did they not use Ashley Lawrence? Those are my notes, and that's all I got to say. I don't know if there's a backstory. Maybe they couldn't afford her. That's why they only
couldn't afford her.
I don't know. What we only got her for 2 days. What are we gonna do? So I don't know. So I don't know. That's a big disappointment because I think she's a fan favorite, of course. It's like
especially for Brian.
Especially for Brian. So it's like, why not utilize her more? Again, I don't know the backstory, but that's all I got to say about it.
Yeah, I don't know either.
So weird.
It is absolutely
bizarre waste.
Yeah.
Speaking of bizarre, coming in at number 29, we have Hellraiser Deader, the one that almost everybody that tries to binge this franchise doesn't even realize exists until they realize the numbers don't add up. So I had it at 25, CP at 26, Brian at 30, Sean at 29, Rudy at 29. Yeah, this is one
still
that's funny.
batting 100.
I don't know if it's a distribution thing, but this is the one that never comes in any of the DVD or Blu-ray sets. So when I first watched these movies, I didn't realize it existed until I was like, what is this Deader thing that's stuck between Hellworld? Where the hell was that at? And no matter what Blu-ray set you buy, it's not there.
Same year of release as Hellworld, too.
Yeah, yeah.
It's weird.
It is.
Based
weird.
off my in-depth research.
What?
Can you just
based
tell
on
me what film we're talking about?
Deader.
Hellraiser
The
Deader.
title doesn't help me see.
Oh,
The one where she's like the investigator.
Okay.
Where the cult is killing people and bringing people back to life, and then Pinhead shows up in the last 3 minutes.
Poor man's Flatliners.
Yeah, there you go.
Yes. Yeah.
You were saying you did some research, Sean?
Yes, on Wikipedia, and they shot it like right with Henry Cavill the movie too. Like, so why it's not in there seems weird. It's just like they both shot in Bulgaria at the same time or something like that. Super interesting stuff.
He was busy getting,
I know what you mean.
Things done on screen.
We'll get there in like 20 spaces, thanks to Brian. Anyway, but no. So Hellraiser Deader is, again, it's in that chunk in the middle where it's let's follow a random character through a bunch of dark places, and then Pinhead just shows up for reasons. The only reason that I put
the reporter woman.
Yes.
Right.
The only reason why I put this a couple notches above a few of the others like this is because I liked her character more than I liked the douchebag guys.
Yeah.
So it was a little easier, a little more palatable to watch the story when I didn't despise the person I was forced to spend 90 minutes with. That's all I got. Other than that, this is the easily the most forgettable of the franchise.
Yes, that was to me like utterly forgettable. I watched like all of them a year ago, and when I restarted it, I was like, I don't know what this is. Like, I watched it a year ago. I don't remember any of this. I was like, oh yeah, a movie that makes no mark whatsoever, Nothing about it stands out. It's just this thing.
The only thing I have with me morally is that all the other characters in all the other Hellraiser films are despicable people, right? This Kari War was a young girl who was abused by her father, and she killed him, right? Because he was attacking her, and that's why they punished her. And I remember thinking, maybe I fell asleep and didn't get to see the whole thing, but I thought that's a little excessive. I mean, it's kind of justified. Maybe she was protecting herself. I don't know. That's just maybe a gray area, but I don't know. I thought that her going to hell with Pinhead was a little too severe.
I don't even remember what happened at the end. I just remember her finding the cult, and all of a sudden a fucking blue cloud with lightning and Pinhead shows up, and I was like, there he is, and credits.
One of them's the relative of the toy maker from part 4. I remember that.
Ooh,
That's the thing I remember.
and Adam
Yeah,
Scott.
I just feel like you guys are messing with me right now. You could say any crap, and I don't remember any of this stuff.
She was the daughter from Thinner. Who
She was a co-host of Remote Control back in the MTV days.
was
I'll have
she?
to find a picture.
Yeah, with Colin Quinn.
Wow. Yeah, no, I'm smitten, and I was like,
Who,
yeah,
Carrie
I like what
Laura?
I'm looking at. Yeah,
She's all I remember her from is Hitcher 2, and she was just as terrible in that.
well,
Yeah.
no, she does garbage movies, but she's not hard on the eyes, which is what I was looking at.
I've watched this franchise twice, Brian, and I couldn't tell you any details about this movie, so you're fine.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, no,
yeah. This is the one where it's like, I forgot that one existed.
yeah. After 2, I'm like, is it this one or that one or this one?
Yeah, the subtitles are pointless at this point.
You get to the end of this one, don't you? And you no clue as to why anyone's doing any of the things that they're doing.
Well,
Yeah.
it's
That's
like
all of them.
it's like Sean said. It's a bootleg Flatliners. It really is.
Yeah.
Kind of liked Flatliners, though.
Well,
I did too.
I said bootleg. Dollar store.
Yes.
How much cheaper do you want me to get? a homeless man's
Bullshit
Flatliners.
Flatliners.
That's the one. Yeah.
All right, moving on to 28, and we have Hellraiser Revelations.
man.
26 for me, 31 for Charles, 23 for Brian, 27 for Sean, and also 31 for Rudy. So no love for this one.
Broke it, Sean.
What I will
so
say about
close.
this one, this
Man.
is the one, like every franchise that I do for the first time, there's always at least one that everybody's like, wait till you get to that one. There's always the popular vote for the worst one. And this is easily that one for Hellraiser, despite so many bad movies. And when I finally got to this one, I was shocked at how much I did not hate it. Production value wise, budget wise, it's an absolute shit bomb. Like it's the worst of the worst when it comes to this franchise. But story wise and style wise, this is the most Hellraiser feeling movie since like the first 2. They go back to the whole thing about somebody trying to, experience pain or whatever through the box, and then he gets sucked in and they pull his skin off, and then you have the little family house siege at the end, and it turns out the one guy is actually the evil guy, the guy that's wearing
Found
skin.
footage at the beginning.
Oh.
Okay.
There you go.
Walmart Pinhead. So yeah,
I'm gonna
it's
struggle, guys.
Brother and sister get to third base at one point in time. That was pretty neat.
yeah.
Yeah,
So
and,
it's not
There's a lot
good
more
movie.
incest in this 31 on 31 than I was comfortable with. Just
Yeah, I was gonna put
Heading
that
down
in
that
the
path.
title, but I figured YouTube would just demonetize everything at that point. Hard enough getting pain and suffering through this bullshit bot. But
Wait,
we'll see
how
what
much
kind of
are you
crowd.
comfortable with?
so yeah,
Soon as the stream's
Revelations.
over with, I'll have a great conversation with you about my comfort levels with incest.
There you go.
All right, now that's too far.
Yeah, the wrong
I'm
turn
with you
franchise
to a certain
primed him.
point.
So Revelations, not a good movie, but to me, on a narrative level, I thought that they did a lot more creative stuff than most of the other movies in the middle. So it's only known as being the one with the worst looking Pinhead. That's what everybody knows it as.
Yeah, and shot like I don't know. They're like they had no sort of money or anything, and like Sean brought up the found footage thing. I love when they switch and use like the POV shot. Yeah, super chats for the incest combo. They actually use that angle for like
an
the
OnlyFans for that shot.
Hey,
they use that angle for some of the like non-POV shots, and it's like, what this? We just saw it from this guy's
Yeah.
like camera, like,
Multiple angles edited together, like
Yeah.
stick to the gimmick.
Yeah, time doesn't exist. How they got there or how they got back, like no explanation. Just really strange nonsense. And I love how when the one kid is back and on the couch, everybody's like, "I'm just glad you're back." If what happened?
Dice coming in clutch as always.
There were 2 boys that went missing and 1 returned, and like everybody's like, "Oh, thank God you're back." And if I were the parents of the other one, I'd be like, "Yeah, but
what the hell?
there's no half off sale. We're missing one still."
Yeah, it's a movie that I think it'd be fun to like make fun of with some Hellraiser fans, but I just felt like it was people were a little too hard on it for as boring and bland as some of the other ones are.
Don't throw that H word on there. Then don't cut corners.
Any
Use
other
an
thoughts
IP.
on Revelations?
I will say
I really liked it too.
There's 2 things I liked: the animation of the box unsolving, all the money went there. The makeup,
All
the meat
$20
suit- yeah, on After Effects, right? The meat suits look pretty good. I like that. The one con is like the baby kill. Like I have a rule: don't mess with babies in movies, and the fact that they actually
I don't even
added it
remember
off
that.
screen. Yeah, this guy chokes a baby to death. I'm like, fuck this movie. I'm done.
Ooh,
No.
yeah, that would have taken it down a couple pegs for me if I'd remembered that. That's a rough one. That's my one emotional trigger that I have.
Same
Is
here.
if they just suggest it, I can get through it. But if they show anything, that can fuck up a movie for me pretty quick. Oh man, speaking of fucking up a movie, 27, Wrong Turn 6, Last Resort. I'm at
Whoops.
30. What the
What
fuck?
the hell?
Charles with 17.
My man Charles. Yes.
got
Brian's
2 words.
31.
2 words. Low
Sean at
maximum
26,
right
Rudy at
there.
27.
Can I bring mine up higher with CP? Can I switch? Or is it too late?
That's
CP
should be
Cinemax
top 10
stuff,
for me.
man. You get a lot of mileage out of that up there in New York.
Yeah, I'm so close to having that 100%, just a little off.
Mhm.
Mine's at 26 for this one.
Yeah, Wrong Turn 6, not nearly as hard to watch as Part 5, but at this point, it's quite literally a porno with some murder thrown in.
Which
That's
is why
okay.
it's
And incest.
so high.
It needed more Kari War, and it had none of that.
Boobies. It's got
Yeah.
boobies.
No,
This one,
no.
Boobies.
Quite. Somebody didn't watch my video. It felt like they were trying to transition away from the mountain man thing. Granted, yes, that thing that was in the middle of the ceramic pool, that certainly looks like it's
the sex altar.
Beth,
That was awesome.
I was going to say a birthing device, to be as polite as possible, maybe. There's that, but it's I don't know. I guess Sean, on the too much for you scale, Wrong Turn 6, is it enough incest or too much? Because they're like cousins.
Oh, good
They're
call.
not
Good
really-
question. Yeah, I was hoping we could talk about this. Yeah, I
This one was just
rethinking
enough.
about it.
Incest done
I
right.
wish I would have put this one at number 1 on my list, because this is like incest done right.
Good Lord, man. I am making nothing from this thing. Yeah, so Wrong Turn 6, this one competes with number 2 for leaning into the incest the most in this franchise. So two took it to the gratuitous way, to where it's like it's extreme for like laughs, and we'll get to that one. This one, they make it like I said, it's almost like a fetish porn, to where it's like, what if you had a hot cousin? And that's basically the movie. Where
If they ever do a kind of box set or re-release with this film on, then
Six
they
isn't in
need
it.
They need the poster quote. Sean Chandler, incest done right. On the cover. That would just be. Yeah.
Finally got pull quoted.
Yeah.
My day has come. I've made it as a critic.
Share that one on Twitter. That won't go anywhere. Oh
But-
God.
Why I had it so high? It's like yes, it's a little
Porn.
porny.
That's the only.
Well, listen,
reason. That's
the
reason.
the lawnmower scene I saw already in Solo. I can't tell you how many other things that have happened in a lot of these movies that I've already seen in French extremist movies, where it's like, yeah, all right, Irreversible is actually far worse than that. So like I'm completely desensitized to all this. So, yeah, it's like, you know, naked bodies, porn, whatever. But I like the fact that they were getting away from like the inbreds and all of that, the mountain man thing, and it felt like it was.
I agree.
It was
agree.
like a rotation where they didn't quite have enough, and then the remake was like, oh, this is how you do it. This is the best way to do it. Nobody's related, but people hold hands. So
We'll get there in a long, long while.
31. I forgot.
Any more thoughts on Wrong Turn 6?
Wrong
It
Turn
has
6.
a plot.
My
It
favorite
has a
kill.
plot and character
Yes.
arcs.
Yes.
None of which I
Suffocation
care
by
about.
orgasm. That was probably my favorite kill of the entire franchise. So I wanted to just make note of that.
The face
With
crotch
the pillow.
smother.
Yeah, and then the cruelest kill I think as well with the water hose enema. That's
Oh,
just
God,
messed
man.
up.
Ugh.
They were loving every minute of it too. They were like,
It's like, come on.
Yeah.
I just think of all of the films on this list, this was the worst shot. The images were so bland and so student filmy.
Yeah, more than Revelations.
Yeah.
There's like
it just-
no tone in that movie we just talked
No,
about.
there's none in this, man. It's so badly shot and so badly acted. That central performance by the main guy, like
The bad guy.
they put a little bit more effort into the plot, but I'm not interested at all. Like it's just when you've actually got a plot and you can't use it in such a way that gets me invested, gets me interested, gets me intrigued, then it's neither use nor ornament. Like with
That's
five,
the difference
it's-
between me and you. I was very interested in which of his relatives he was going to hook up with next.
it's like with five.
reboot my ass.
I put 5 slightly above this, and believe me, the distinction isn't great. But the reason I put 5 above this is because despite all the crap that was going on and the sick stuff that was going on, I wanted to see these guys get the comeuppance. And it's only because of those final moments that it goes for me completely. Whereas if somebody had really gone to town on all of those assholes at the end, it would have justified it. Whereas none of the stuff in this is justified to me because it's so dull. It's just I had to watch it over 3 nights because 20-minute sections, I was just falling asleep.
It was an interesting ride watching your review series because
Oh,
I
yeah.
walked into it and I was like, we're 3 movies in and he's still giving 3-star reviews. Brian's on some happy pills. And then we get the Wrong Turn 4 and I was like, oh, the bottle's empty now. There he is. There he is.
When I put my letterbox score in and I saw Brian gave one of them 3 stars and it wasn't the first one, I was like, Cody, what's going on?
Oh, Wrong Turn 4. We're going to stick with the trend here. Bloody Beginnings, number 26. 22 for me, 27 Charles, 27 Brian, 28 Sean, 21 Rudy.
They're all in the
And,
same patch for me, but they're
yeah,
slightly
this
different
is
orders.
the-
It's messing up my perfect score, guys.
You were on a roll there for a bit. This is the
fell off.
prequel one, if you can call it a prequel. It's a prequel for 3 minutes. And it takes place in the snow in an asylum. I thought that the asylum setting put it slightly above some of the others. I always say that, hospitals and asylums and stuff is a pretty creepy spot. I don't remember too much else about it. It's another Wrong Turn movie. It's the same set of tricks, but I think it was just the hospital setting that made a little more stand out for me.
So there's like 3 of them in a row directed by the same guy that he's just super duper into nihilism. And that's that nothing matters.
That's all
And characters make terrible choices, and there's no dramatic
Nothing.
release. It doesn't feel logical. It doesn't feel like because of this, that. It's not like, oh, that's interesting. It's just whatever. There's a scene in the movie where a guy's like, we should shoot them right now. They're bad. And the girls go, it would be wrong to do that. We shouldn't do that.
I hated that.
And then a few minutes later, they escape because the girls are stupid. And then the girls, who would not shoot the bad cannibal people, shoot the guy that didn't want to shoot them. So it's just like what's the nastiest, grossest outcome? It's that. And then it does like an epilogue at the end where it's like the one that was trying to get help, she was 5 seconds away from help and then froze to death. Yeah. And then the bad guys, of course, just get away and like, oh, they're escaping on a jet ski. No, they're not.
Yeah.
Just everything is just, let's have a gross, nasty finale. The setting's nice. But it's that same nihilism that I just find so off-putting in my torture movies.
They don't just shoot the guy either. They go to town on him with blades before taking the mask off. Like any idiot could have seen that guy was tied up. I think I absolutely nailed it. Spot on. The whole nihilism thing. It's this director, and I think the only reason his nihilism kind of works for part 3 is because he's got a bunch of evil asshole characters going up against the inbreds, so that works because you don't really care about any of them. So you're happy to see the carnage, and that's the only reason it works. The moment you start trying to put real people up against these guys without letting any of them get out of it alive, that's when it's just like no.
Yeah. What I remember about this movie is when I was first watching it to review it a couple years ago, I remember it was like maybe 15 minutes before my wife was going to get home. I popped it on. I'm sitting there in the living room by myself, and the first act of this movie, there's this whole orgy scene, and I'm just sitting there, and all of a sudden I hear the lock, and I was like, oh shit. And she walks in, and I'm like, it's a horror movie. I swear, please just wait. Somebody will die. So I remember that one. But yeah.
Yeah,
another wrong turn.
Yeah. To add to that, it's funny. Sean brought it up about the women not wanting to shoot somebody. You release Wrong Turn 4 in 2021, they would call that movie woke turn, because in that orgy you have a person of color who's a lesbian having sex with a white girl, and there's other sex happening in the same room. And then, of course, you have the snowflake stuff there, which is very woke.
Guns are bad.
I took issue with that scene. It had nothing to do with it being woke. I just find it abhorrent that two people supposedly in love with each other are quite happy to invite someone else into the session when they're going at it. For me, it doesn't endear me to those characters. It just makes me think they're degenerates who, quite frankly, have nothing.
Well,
is that worse for holding hands?
Hold on here.
That's a lot worse than holding hands. Hell,
I thought they were college students. I thought they were just in the college dorm. I thought they were trying to capture that college life. Is what I thought.
That was college.
I don't know.
What college did you go to? Man alive.
It bugged me that none of them were related to one another.
Yeah.
In the beginning, there's a moment where
the family,
where the doctor goes when he explains 3 fingers. He's like, he chewed 2 of his fingers off. We couldn't find the other 2. We assume that he swallowed them. Well, you knew that he chewed them off. Where do you think they went? It was such a stupid line.
And that's all the prequel that you get in this, was some 1 sentence explanation for why the fuck they have the name that they have. Like, you call him Sawtooth because his teeth are like saws. And then that's all we get. That's
director's like, wait, let's do one this way. Here, I got a line for you. Just read this.
And real quick, do all these movies take place in the same location? Because part 1 and 2, I think they established that there was just toxic with toxic waste. That's why they resorted to cannibalism. Now there's a sanitarium, and then became a health spa. In part 6, so it's just all like the same spot.
They're in America.
Thank you, Sean.
Until the 6th one, that one feels a little overseas, but Yeah. Okay. Moving
Don't do
on. Moving on. We've got number 25, Wrong Turn 3, Left 4 Dead. I had this at 19, CP at 29, Brian at
Oh,
26,
I'm way
Sean
off
at 22, and me at 17. See, I would have thought that I would have had that lower than most people, but nonetheless, this one is the most forgettable of the Wrong Turn movies for me. Not that all of them are pretty easy to remember certain details, but this is the one where I think you only have one of the villain characters in it. I remember it's prisoners versus prisoners and prison guards. I know that there's some attempted little twists at the end where they're trying to get the money, and there's betrayals and triple crosses. The only thing that really stood out to me about this one was it has my favorite kill in the franchise, which is that barbed wire cocoon thing where the guy gets wrapped up and the tow truck drives off, and then you get that horrendous CGI. The one dude gets split into half, and it's like the weirdest like little clip art thing. And yeah, that's all I got for this one.
Is this the one where the arrow goes through the hand
through the boob
of the guy in the boob? Yeah.
Yeah.
They started doing a thing in the beginning where it was like, hey, let's get naked and make out. And you're this, piece of water because that's
For
what
no
mountains.
reason.
Yeah. Like it was just so abnormal.
But
and
they're just doing what the 80s Jason movies did. I mean, these films all have that same formula, boobs, sex, and kills. That's all they're doing.
It was like they were set to a timer, like within 10 minutes. Hey, why don't we stop for a second?
There was zero foreplay going on there.
Yeah.
It was just
yeah, that's true.
It was like we're having a brew, and then all of a sudden, oh, it's that time.
Yeah, and she derobes in front of everybody, just like, what's up? Because she's like with her girlfriend or something like that. It's just bizarre. And shit, I had a comment about something that wasn't porny. Damn it. Somebody take it away. Damn it. I hate life.
I actually had this
one.
movie. I'm sorry, I just want to interject. I did have this movie at 27. I was copying off of a list that was prepared for me, so I thought that seemed a little odd that I had that so high. So hopefully that doesn't mess up the math. Maybe it's just a typo, but I did have this at 27, not at 19. I thought that was odd. I was like, I don't remember liking this at all. Anyway, continue, Brian. Sorry.
I just like, for me, this one has a different flavor to all the other Wrong Turn movies, is in that it feels more like an action movie. It's on a mediocre budget, but you do have like cars flipping over, a bus kind of getting blown out. You've got a lot of fight scenes in it where so it did feel like they were trying to go, you know what, the first one was the serious slasher horror film, the second one was the one that kind of took that to extremes, to almost silly but entertaining levels. This one, we're just going to do like an action film. And I appreciated that. Did they have the budget to pull off everything they wanted to do? No, not really. But it was entertaining once action was happening. It felt less nihilistic as a result of that, because it was more action orientated rather than just let's capture someone and kill them in a gruesome way, then capture someone else and kill them in a gruesome way, and then no one survives.
Yeah, the thing I wanted to say is actually about Wrong Turn 2. So remind me about the awkward hunter nature that happens in Wrong Turn 2.
There's one scene that I was looking forward to. I thought it had a lot of potential, is when the main cartel guy wants to face off with Three Fingers. And that's always my favorite scene in movie. And I put a clip, a montage in my review where I had like the Predators and Billy, everyone just kind of like, I want to fight. I was hoping it would be a decent fight, but it was completely one-sided. Just to kind of show some vulnerability, some weaknesses for Three Fingers, because they're so invulnerable, and they have a healing factor that kind of just disappeared around part 3 or 4. So I was kind of hoping to see that in a live action fight, like this guy's kicking his butt, but he's healing. So I don't know. There's wasted potential on one good fight scene that could have been memorable.
Wrong Turn 3. You brought it up with Predator.
Well, like the villain facing off with the predator, the killer. Like,
okay,
tired of running.
All right,
that whole scene.
Brian. You've been warned. I don't think I'm your punching bag anymore. Oh wait, he's a Zack Snyder He's got the Zack
Yes, we're
Snyder
brothers,
shield.
man.
Well,
Damn it.
hang on. Let's save
Yeah,
the impending bromance for number 24 because we've got Hellraiser
Oh,
Hellworld.
here we got. Here we got here.
What?
My scores for Hellraiser Hellworld and Wrong Turn 3 were apparently flopped. So I don't know if that messed up our math. We got our buddy John Connor that does a lot of these the math and the extra nerdy stuff for us. So I'm not going to fault him. He saves me a ton of time and work. But nonetheless, mine was 19. CP at 22, Brian at 15, Sean at 23, Rudy at 26. And this is the one that is the second most often answer that I see for worst Hellraiser next to Revelations. And the reason for that is because this probably next to Deader is in competition with that for the Hellraiser movies that have the least business calling themselves a Hellraiser movie. This is a schlocky 2000 slasher that has Pinhead in a couple of spots. But for some reason, I kind of liked it because that 2000s cheesy slasher tone was like a nice little change of pace for me. It wasn't all about torture and damnation and limbo. It was just like, oh, they're just going to get killed by Pinhead with a meat cleaver for reasons.
And Lance Hendrickson.
Yeah, I was getting there.
Yeah.
I tried to soften Brian up a little bit, be like, just get through the first 6 or 7 of them, and then you get a little Superman and a little Lance Henriksen. You'll be okay.
Only 15 hours more. You're almost there.
Yeah. So you get Henry Cavill, one of his earlier roles, and you get Lance Henriksen in here. I got a good bit of mileage out of them being here. An interesting little twist at the end where it's a dream sequence. They're all dying. They're all buried alive. So it's not a good Hellraiser movie, but I enjoyed it more than half of the more appropriate Hellraiser movies.
Right. Yeah, it's a terrible Hellraiser film, but as like a schlocky direct-to-video little horror film, it's surprisingly fun, largely because, like, what on earth are Lance Henriksen and Henry Cavill doing in this movie? Or, like, what's Lance doing in it? And luckily, Henry Cavill is in it. So it's just like some of those little details that elevate a movie that, it's just a little bit funner. It's a little sillier in a way that it's much more watchable and stands out more than, like a Deader.
Yeah, Henry Cavill, this is probably his Friday the 13th if we were talking about Kevin Bacon. Like,
very true.
Listen, I got to get work. It was my foot in the door. What do you want me to say?
And I loved it because, again, like Cody had mentioned, it's like, for me, it's like a time capsule of the early 2000s and the internet, and everybody just discovering the internet, what to do. How did they capture
horrible websites that
horrible
took an hour
websites?
to load?
How do they capture images of the box and Pinhead and put it on, JPEGs and put it on the internet? That doesn't matter. It's a fun game, It's just the thought of the idea that counts. And again, just the music and the feel of it. It was very early 2000s. And again, I think the nostalgic part of that kind of had me enjoy it more. But the twist, again, this was a great movie without the Hellraiser IP or, those characters used. It could have been a great thriller drama on its own. But I enjoyed it.
Rudy, it was the thing was they had the latest update of Java. That's why they were able to load it.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they were running it on a Pentium 2.
Brian, how
Oh.
did you feel about it? Oh, I didn't mean to cut you off. Sorry. There was
No,
a pause.
I have
was trying to
nothing.
do my
I have
hostly
nothing.
duties.
I literally have nothing. I'll go back to producer. Go ahead, go.
Well, you know me and my love for Lance Henriksen, but not even that was enough to save this film. I thought Cavill was surprisingly good in it. I don't mean surprising in the sense that it's not like he's not a good actor, but there's a lot of great actors that make the start in like horror movies, and you go back and you're like, that was a rough patch, wasn't it? And it's it's hard to see how they kind of evolved from that to whatever. But like you look at Cavill in this, and he's so easygoing in it, and so kind of like charming, despite the fact that he's kind of he's not necessarily a nice character. He's just out to get his rocks off.
He did shave his mustache for this, so there's that.
He did. So yeah, so that was encouraging to see the fact that you can see a hint of who he'd, that he was worthy of going on to have success beyond this. But it does kill me every time I see Lance Henriksen, someone of Henriksen's caliber, because he's a really great actor. And when I see him in stuff like this, I'm like, what the Fraggle Rock are Hollywood doing? Like, that they allow someone with this talent.
Yeah, he had a really checkered period there. It was like, why are you doing weird Alien versus Predator? And there's some movies here that you really are better than, but a paycheck.
But if you're not getting the offers, though, you got to take what you are getting offered. And it's just it boggles my mind that he's not getting offered things by bigger profile directors, because it's Lance friggin' Henriksen.
That's where a lot of us wish we had like the caliber of something like a Quentin Tarantino, where you come in and you're just like, I'm casting John Travolta, so get fucking right with it. And just like, Lance Henriksen is my lead. Just give me my movie.
Yeah.
It's one of those guys. You can give him a little monologue.
Yeah. One of the nicest guys ever, too.
Yeah, really great. And he just like he'll take the dialogue and make it sound more impressive than what it is.
Yeah,
just because he's got that.
You're watching Brian Lomax movie
presence.
talk.
The guy's awesome. Just but pisses me off that he's in this kind of crap, to be honest.
I hear you.
At least he's getting work. There's that. I mean,
Con circuit only lasts so long.
Yeah, that's the better end of the coin, I would assume.
Yeah. Moving on to 23, we finally reach our first Saw film. We have Saw 3D, the final chapter. It was 21 for me, 23 Charles, 25 Brian, 21 Sean, and 22 Rudy. This
isn't Saw 3, is it?
No, it's
Saw
7.
Very confusing.
It just always throws me when it's a Saw 3D.
The good old final chapter name too.
I hate when they throw 3D in the title, because it just makes it a bitch after it's out of theaters. Like, you got Texas Chainsaw 3D, and it's just like technically it's Texas Chainsaw is the name of the movie now, and so it's like, which one? So Saw 3D. I mean, this is a pretty popular pick for bottom of the barrel, unless you're crazy and think that Spiral is worse. But nonetheless, 23. It's watchable. Like, for the worst Saw movie, it's got its goofy charm to it. It's more quantity than quality when it comes to the traps and the kills. But I like Sean Patrick Flannery when he's not playing a demon, and you've got some interesting ideas to try to wrap up the series temporarily, where we're going to bring it full circle. We're going to bring back Carrie Elways, but for me, the way that they executed it was just like, as soon as he shows up, it's like, oh, that's the Apprentice. Okay.
Yeah.
And they don't bother to hide it at all. And his performance is so unsubtle. It's like, I'll buy your promotional DVD. And I'm like, oh, so he's like really fucking evil now. And so it's a dumb, fun, worst movie in the franchise for me. I don't hate it whatsoever.
Which is the one where John has the backwards
hat? This one.
Yeah, I put a side by
Hello,
side.
fellow kids.
Yeah, I put a side by side of him and the Steve Buscemi meme.
Yeah,
like so out of place.
Yeah, they do the same thing. They do the same thing with Chris Rock and Spiral. They just give him a fake little goattee and put his hat backwards. It's like, oh, it's the '90s now.
Oh right, yeah, that's not as blatant though. Just Tobin Bell just like stuck out, like the way he was just kind of like, I don't know.
Yeah, this is the tail end of the Hoffman movies, so it's the tail end of the era that I just don't care about.
I hate them with a passion, man. God.
Yeah, so I watched the Saw movies first because the movie came out a month before the list and everything. So put this one at the bottom. I was like, oh man, these Saw movies towards the end there got pretty rough and repetitive. Little did I know how bad horror sequels can get in these other franchises. Like, in like a retrospective, it's like, oh yeah, I mean Hoffman, he's pretty great. I actually like this Hoffman set of films after watching all those Wrong Turn sequels and generic Hellraiser sequels. I don't like the Hoffman set of films. It just got repetitious. I hated the way that the game and the mystery about, or the cat and mouse with Kaufman were totally detached. It just felt like such lazy storytelling.
How's he setting all this up while he's on the run?
Right.
Yeah.
Like he's kidnapping. Like what's going on here? This makes no sense. The Carrie Elwes stuff could have made sense if at the beginning of the movie you killed a wife, and then the cat and mouse is like Carrie and the clan trying to track him. Like, no, we're not going to do that. So it just felt like a total waste. But there's still like a charm in the Saw movies. There's like something about them that just feels like they still feel like Saw films. They still feel like you're wrapped up in kind of the, I don't know, allure of it all. Whereas with like Wrong Turn and Hellraiser, they're just detached, standalone stories, no consistency of lore, mythology, or anything.
I'll tell you the one thing that I hate about this movie, though, that I almost forgot to mention, is that after, what is it, 7 films at this point? After 7 films of wanting somebody to finally fall to the reverse bear trap, and Hoffman in the previous film was almost there, which would have been perfect, and he escapes. Who do they decide to do it to? The least deserving character in the entire franchise, as if that's supposed to be satisfying. It's like, oh, great, her jaw just got torn open. That's a good note to end on. And it makes Jigsaw seem like a dumbass, to where it's like he gives his secret, apprentice Prime. It's like, if she dies, then you're activated. It's like, wouldn't you have him like make sure she's not killed?
Always 2 there are. No more, no less.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, the Hoffman films I can't stand. The traps don't make any sense. I hate his lips. I hate the digital effects.
That's the real issue right there, the lips.
His lips.
That's now you finally put to words to what I was feeling, the lips.
It's so funny because he's around and it's like, how does anybody not look at this guy and think, oh, he's definitely evil?
Yeah, he looks sinister. And
I'm not the bad guy.
But the Saw films have always, again, no matter the budget of the story, the practical effects have always excelled. They've always looked great. And here they started getting lazy and added more digital to the kills, and it just kind of took away from it as well, because that's the authenticity of Saw. That's what we love. And they started looking too fake, and like, no.
Yeah, that opening scene, like, why would you open your movie with that CGI fest when like the 2 guys are like in the middle of some, like, how would you not notice that thing being set up, first of all?
Right.
This weird art display.
Don't look in the middle of downtown somewhere. Right?
It's so over the top and theatrical, and all while he's on the run. But he's got time to like,
oh wait, I have this.
Hey, can you guys be quiet while I set you up with the buzzsaw? Like,
CP, you missed an edit joke in there. You could have like spliced that in with Back to the Future, where he's like, "Don't touch that! It's a piece of weather equipment."
Thank God I have this
got a permit.
I have this permit here for this park to set up, so I'll do this real quick.
Oh man,
Woof.
Brian, Saw 3D. Your thoughts? It's our first Saw film on the list.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Jake Corento's in this, in that this is the one that is probably most gleefully nihilistic. And like him, I stopped watching the franchise after this. So every Saw film that came after this one, I only watched for this 31 and 31. I think is that like 3 movies? Is it?
Yeah. Jigsaw, Spiral, and Saw X.
Yeah. So those 3 I only watched because we were doing this. I wouldn't have even bothered going to see Saw X if we hadn't been doing this, because 7 basically just
8,
soured
9.
me to it. Yeah.
There's a comment in the chat by Joni. He says, if you look up the word punchable in the dictionary, you'll see a picture of Hoffman's lips.
All right. There it is. All right, moving on to number 22, we reach our first Hostel film on the list, and we have Hostel Part 3. Hey, I'm Aaron. How you doing? So I had it at 16, Sipo at 21, 24 for Brian, 13 for Sean, 28 for Rudy. Rudy was not a fan of this one. This is another one, like I was talking about with Hellraiser Revelations, where I walked into this expecting it to be terrible, because the first 2 films, we'll get to my thoughts on that, but it's not a franchise that is like a favorite of mine by any means. And when I know this is a direct-to-video sequel that had no involvement from Eli Roth, like, to me, that's all the writing on the wall that this is going to be a shit bomb.
The guy that directed it is like tight with Tarantino
Yeah,
and Eli
yeah.
Roth and like
Ah,
Yeah.
okay.
So
He did from Dusk
and
Till Dawn
Raimi.
too.
yeah,
and Raymond.
yeah,
Yeah, he-
another straight.
Yeah,
to
he was one of
DVD
the writers, I think,
masterpiece.
for Evil Dead
Evil
2,
Dead
if I'm not
2.
mistaken.
And he
So-
almost did when there was potentially going to be a Tarantino Halloween movie. Tarantino's like, maybe I'd write it. I don't think I'd direct it. He was the guy that was going to direct that theoretical Halloween film.
Whoa.
That never happened.
Where the hell was that at? But yeah, so I watched this. This was the last movie that I watched for this list. And I expected it to be bottom 5. And I was like, well, I mean, it's not amazing, but that was actually pretty damn good for what I would have expected from a straight-to-video Hostel movie. So they changed it from overseas in Slovakia to Vegas. There's some really nice setups in the movie, at least like 3 of them that were done well, where they use your expectations built from the first 2 movies to trick you. And I liked that. I think that I liked the characters okay. You know, I didn't hate any of them. And the only thing that really fell quite a bit in quality in this one was the kills. They had a lot more CGI, and they weren't anywhere near as visceral as what Eli Roth does. So if you're a Hostel fan that's coming for that, this one I can imagine is a big kick in the nuts for you. But story-wise, I thought that this was, you know, you could make an argument that this has the best story ambition of the 3, and I'd be like, I'll listen to you. You're making some good points. So yeah, I thought this one was fine. It was perfectly fine for a straight.
I mean, I guess I'd kind of fall. I'd never seen any of the Hostel movies before this ranking. Didn't know what to expect. I was like, oh, the third one, direct to video. What's this going to be? And I saw the guy that directed. I was like, the guy that directed like the From Dusk Till Dawn 2. Like, where are we going with this? And from the opening scene, I was like, this is just a little bit. This is more clever than I was expecting. You used my expectations against me. They expanded the lore. It turns into an action movie.
Yeah.
But I like action movies.
Yeah.
So I like, and so there's a lot of movies on this list that, well, like 2/3 of the movies on this list actively annoy me or do something that are like, come on. And I watched this one. I was like, I mean, it's not like good, but it doesn't do anything to irritate me.
Why is
Another
nobody
poster
related
car.
in this movie?
Like, this would have been top 5 if we had more incest.
I laughed out loud whenever you got to the third act, though, and you got the guy who plays Sunshine in Remember the Titans, and he's revealed to be like the big bad guy. And his best friend is sitting there. He's like, "Why would you do this? You're my best man." And he's like, "I'll do anything for pussy." And it's just like, that's an awesome motivation for all this nefarious shit that you're doing. That's hilarious. So yeah, I got entertainment value out of this one. I thought it was fine. Brian, I know you were not really a fan of the Hostel movies. Did you walk into this one expecting much lower than what you got, or was this?
I expected it to be much worse than it turned out. It's kind of on a par. The only thing really that makes it lower than the first 2 is that it doesn't do a right lot different to the. It's like wash, rinse, repeat. Let's do it again, but just in a different city, which is fine. Whatever. If you like the first 2 movies, then I would imagine you'd watch this and be pleasantly surprised by the fact that it doesn't deviate too greatly from those 2 movies. I just don't like those first 2 movies. So this is those 2 movies, but on a much lower budget with slightly less talent behind the camera. And I don't think that Eli Roth is that great of a talent to begin with. So to say that this is slightly less talent is a glowing indictment, I guess. But it's fine. It's fine. But whatever. Am I ever going to willingly stick this on again to watch? Hell no.
Rudy, I think you had it the lowest.
Yeah, with films like, for example, 1 and 2, you're walking in expecting a experience, but again, Hostel's known for its torture sequences, right? That's what the selling point is. And yeah, some people trying to get into a situation, trying to get out. And I will applaud that the ideas. Like, there's that one gambling box set where people were betting, 2 minutes before he starts begging that he has a family. Like, there's some great ideas within that. What tool is the executioner going to use? I like that. It's like Sean said, it didn't feel like a Hostel movie because it became an action movie at the end. Like, they're escaping like this facility at the very end. There's this huge explosion, a little over the top for a Hostel movie, but the kills is what disappointed me the most.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one guy who peels off his face, and
that was really it. that was
it.
only
And
good
then
kill.
he shows him the face, and his eyebrows disappeared. I'm like, what happened to his eyebrows?
Now that you mention that, it's 25 for me.
25
No
points
incest
off.
and no eyebrows. We got a problem.
I'm done. I'm done. And then the animated cockroaches. I'm like, nah, this is kind of weak for a hostile film. I guess if the kills had been more inventive, it would have been a little higher. But again, great concept, great location. I love the idea, but didn't feel like a hostile movie to me.
Yeah, that's the best way to put it, Rudy. It didn't feel like a Hostel movie to me. The thing about Hostel 1 and 2 is it plays into, I hate giving Eli Roth credit. It plays into.
We found that out last night.
Yeah,
Fucking this bullshit pie with crumbs on it. Hack.
store-bought pumpkin pie. Get the fuck out of here.
3 out of 5.
But he plays directly into how Americans feel about non-Americans and all these horror stories that well if you go to the Eastern Europe, you know you're going to get caught and sold in some underground dungeon. This does like shit that we've seen before, and it's a bit redundant, and it's not really hostile-ish unless Europeans feel like in Vegas people get sold like, they're that portion of Taken where people are bidding on whatever, and then it's
That's
like
a good
Running
movie.
Man. Because we've seen the gambling thing before. Like, yeah, Vegas, get it, we got it.
Yeah,
I do appreciate though the setting of it in like an American city, and rather than a European city, because trafficking goes on everywhere, and I think people do have this like misconception that it's as long as you stay away from European countries, then you're safe from trafficking. But it literally goes
everywhere.
on
Oh,
everywhere.
yeah.
Like if you do the research for it, it's just you'd be very, very surprised at how close you actually will be to somebody somewhere who's currently being trafficked, and it's scary. So
Brian, Epstein was he was so wrought with the guilt that he felt that he took his own life. That's how terribly he felt about it. I can't even keep a straight face.
Probably immediatly after watching our 21. Wrong Turn 2, Dead End. So 24 for me and Charles, 12 for Brian.
Whoa.
19 for Sean, and 20 for Rudy. I was shocked that Brian liked this one.
It should have been higher for me. Now that
Yeah.
I thought about it.
The only
Henry
thing that
Rollins, man.
Henry Rollins is the only thing that I
Rollins.
remember about this one, because I've seen it twice, and his character's cool by the end of it. He's one that you kind of root for. He's it's a B movie badass character. I remember getting a good laugh, maybe not even in a good way, in the scene where you got the inbred guy who's like checking out the chick
That's my favorite
sunbathing, and then the inbred sister, wife, lover, whatever she is, sees him, and she's like, ah! And she like cuts her up, wears her face, and then they do their,
That's true love,
Yeah.
man.
yeah.
That's true
Yeah.
love.
So it goes there. It goes there.
That's
But-
what I was going to bring up, was how the dude, like, if they're just hunting these people to eat, why was he getting off on watching? And I think he was taking care of business on his own there.
Yeah.
And his missus
Who wouldn't?
can appreciate that very much. But if they're hunting for meat, if they're just hunters, it changes things if they view them sexually, because then they can have some sort of either sympathy or empathy for somebody if they think they're attracted to them enough. So the hunter angle is one thing, but
Well,
if you're
if-
turned on by one,
If the hills have eyes have taught us anything, is that they can get dual use out of the women.
Wow.
You guys have given me a
Nice.
lot to think about. I didn't want to think about it, but you gave me a lot to think
dual
about.
use.
I didn't write this movie. Yeah.
I will add, I love the game in this movie.
Mhm.
That Apocalypse game. I was very intrigued with the rules and how they had like irradiated tags. I'm like, I'd watch this game if it was a real game, and Henry Rollins did a knockout job as a host. I would watch it.
they'd never get the insurance for that crap.
Fear Factor fucked it up for everybody.
Yeah.
Oh man, yeah. I don't. Brian, you had it at 12, so I know it's just because it doesn't detest you as much as the 13 below it. But sell me on it.
Well, there's not a right lot to sell. It's just I feel like the director of this, who I actually found on Letterboxd fairly recently afterwards, just
Sub for sub.
yeah, sub for sub. Yeah, I feel like he zones in on the ridiculousness of it. He looks at at part one and he goes, okay, this is pretty ridiculous. Let's go with that. So like right from that opening kill where the woman gets stabbed, so that tells you exactly what film you're in. And it's just and she's not, and you can tell just from the little bit you get of her, she's not a nice character. So you don't feel like absolutely heartbroken to see her. And it's not a Drew Barrymore moment, it's like, okay, yeah, she's cannon fodder. Oh, she's real. That was gnarly. That's some real kind of. So you know what kind of movie you're in for. But then they do manage to do a few little things in here that was quite surprising. Like they set up your final girl, and then they kill her, only to have someone else take her place. So then you're kind of left thinking, well, now I don't know if she's going to survive because we've already had the final girl get wasted. So that keeps you guessing. And then the fact that we get to the end and she does survive with one of the other guys, and they take out these guys. But again, like I said before, that satisfies me in the sense that it makes me feel like, okay, it was worth the journey. Seeing someone get out alive, seeing someone overcome the odds. But yeah, it was entertaining, And
I think it's the last film where people get away. After that, everybody is dead at the end of the film. But last happy ending, quote unquote.
Yeah, the big thing that comes to mind is that back in the day, I was in a band and we did covered Black Flag's Rise Above. Nice. I was the screamer. I was the Henry Rollins of the band. And then we had a couple other songs that kind of had a Rollins band vibe, at least in my mind. That's my big takeaway from Wrong Turn 2.
Didn't he take over Fear as well from Leaving? Wasn't he the lead singer for Fear for a while?
I am not knowledgeable on Henry
I think he
Rollins'
was.
music
I will
career
not be able to
whatsoever.
head down that path.
Okay.
I think of Henry Rollins. I think of the skinhead from Sons of Anarchy season 2. All right, moving on to number 20. We have Hellraiser Inferno. Big split on this one. We've got 29 from me,
Holy
25 for
guacamole.
Charles, Brian's at 14, Sean at 25, and Rudy at 6.
This
is
is like
one.
he's going to set a record here. Of the
Yes,
biggest-
I'm pretty sure.
This
full
Derrickson
spectrum.
Yes, absolutely. So,
This is Scott Derrickson one.
Yes.
yes.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so I'll bring it back up for CP. So we got a massive, gargantuan split here.
Yeah.
This is one that's always kind of a hot take for me because this is my least favorite of the Hellraiser movies. I think on a production standpoint, from a directing standpoint, Scott Derrickson does better than a lot of the other movies. It's kind of got like a Silent Hill flavor to it, which I imagine is one of the reasons why it's number 6 for Rudy. But I hate this main character. He's like the most despicable character you could think of for a lead. Like everything about him, you're like, this dude's evil, this dude's shitty. Like, why am I spending so much time with him? And this was the first movie to do the whole, we're going to follow the shitty person, and then we're going to tell you at the last 5 minutes he's actually in limbo, and this is his hell. And it was so on the nose and written on the wall that it was just not a well-executed twist whatsoever. Then you add in the whole thing about James Remar being there the whole movie, and then all of a sudden he just digitizes into Pinhead. I just didn't enjoy this one at all. The visuals of like the different Cenobites or whatever was interesting. That's really all I appreciated about it.
Which one was this? Was this the one with the auditor?
No, that's Judgment.
No.
This is the one with the cop that looks a lot like David Boreanaz, but it's not him. And he's
The guy from One Tree Hill.
there. You go.
Are you
and
kidding me? I don't know who that is.
Well,
What? You guys didn't watch One Tree Hill? What? This is outrageous.
if I can,
You guys are
Says the guy with the
uneducated
Twilight
Philistines.
shit.
Mr. WB over there is offended.
Why I had it at number 6, let me kind of explain real quick. Maybe I hadn't seen this film. If I saw it years ago, maybe I wouldn't have appreciated it, right? But again, I had never seen all the Hellraisers after part 3 since they've been out, right? So this was the first Hellraiser I'd seen. And yes, it was the following Hellraisers were carbon copies of this. But if anybody follows my channel, you know I love the movie Jacob's Ladder. I love Silent Hill, and I love psychological horror. This particular one, yes, it was a low budget movie, right? Low budget, and they could have done more with the sets and special effects and all that. But you had a character who wasn't the greatest guy in the world. But I love how this is the only Hellraiser movie. And if you look at the entire franchise, when it looks at torturing somebody, they're not torturing him physically; they're torturing his soul. And his emotions. They're showing him letting his wife and daughter down. They're showing him let himself down, his younger child, and your flesh is killing your spirit. That whole sequence, just from an emotional standpoint, I think it hits deeper than a physical torture. And it could have been done better, right, with the money and the direction. But again, it did it for me. And I go, oh, this is different. They're not just ripping his skin off and, doing whatever to him. They're actually torturing him from the inside out. And that it landed differently for me. That's why I go, this is pretty badass.
I'll piggyback on that in that the reason this was as high up as it was for me is because it felt like it is maybe even the only film in the Hellraiser franchise, quite frankly, that was made by someone who is clearly trying to at least get to grips with concepts of heaven and hell, of crime and punishment, of things of a spiritual nature beyond, let's do some gruesome stuff because that's what people think when they think hell. And obviously Scott Derrickson is, he's noted as kind of being a professed Christian and that. So he's clearly someone who is interested in dealing with that stuff, and he dealt with it, I thought, quite well in his last film, the Black Phone, was it? So he's very much someone who's got his mind on God and things of a spiritual nature. And when you're dealing with a film franchise like Hellraiser, that should be the one flipping horror franchise where, along with Exorcist maybe, where you get to grips with things of a spiritual nature. Now, does he do it well? That's another question to be answered. I don't think any of the sequels do a right lot that well, to be honest. But I still get the sense that he's trying. I still get the sense that there's some meat on its bones that's worth looking at. That had it had a higher budget, then he might have been able to do more with it. But yeah, I don't get any of that with any of the other sequels. It just feels like, where can we fit the schlock? Where can we stick Pinhead in? And that's it. Job done.
I can appreciate and agree with all of that. It was mostly just the main character that made this one rough for me to get through. Anybody have any more thoughts on Inferno?
Just that era where they don't feel like Hellraiser movies. They feel repurposed. Those Derrickson swears this one wasn't, but unlikable characters, the same twist ending, rinse and repeat.
Thank God they didn't use numbers, because that wouldn't make this easier at all.
Oh yeah. Now we have number 19, Saw 6. 15 for me, 20 for Charles, 19 for Brian, 20 for Sean, 23 for Rudy. I'm surprised that I had it the highest because I'm not the biggest fan of this one. This one's always puzzling.
Cody, tell me why you love Saw 6 so much.
This one's always puzzling for me because this is absolutely a fan favorite. This is without a doubt of the Hoffman era, the one that most Saw fans just really cheer on. And I've seen the movie multiple times. I don't see the movie that they see. The only thing about it that I could say is more enjoyable in regards to Hoffman is that I at least like that he is completely on the run in this one. You see him just he's having to take out a whole room of his peers, and it's a little more interesting to see him almost get his comeuppance and then not in the end. There's an interesting thing here in regards to commentary on the medical field. I think they do it better in Saw X, but you got the guy who denies people and he's going to be punished, which is just a weird narrative to start going down. The guy who's doing his job basically. There's some interesting kills here too. A big favorite is the shotgun carousel, but this is also in the era of Saw where the whole premise of Jigsaw's morality is just gone. It's just like if you're involved, you're just gonna die.
You're dead.
And there's so many traps like that in this movie where it's like, do you want to save this person or this person? They're both innocent, but fuck them. And it's
Was this the one with Rita in it?
no, that's 5.
It's the it's the one before.
So yeah, I mean, this one's fine. It's watchable, but I think I've always just been puzzled with it that people think this is so much better than the ones that surround it, and I'm just like, it's kind of more of the same for me.
Yeah, I've had so many that conversation since doing the Saw ranking with Saw X, and rewatched it trying to think, am I missing something here? Is this really like this hidden gem of Hoffman era? What? This message is irresponsible. Like, these freaking insurance agents deserve to die. Like, hey, it is like there are problems with the system, but if you play this out, like, what are you saying right now? And like this, a Saw movie, is this really an appropriate place to do like commentary on important issues of our time? Like, no, we're watch people be tortured to death. Come on. And like, oh, the shotgun roulette, it's an awesome trap. Like, if you want to throw out the rules of the whole thing, like if you just want to watch people get shot with a shotgun in the chest, sure, that's fun, but what are we doing?
I can actually answer you because Emily is she watches all of these like dead meat type things, like top 10 Saw traps, and like apparently the traps are really good in 6, and that's why it's got a fan base. And I asked her about it. I said, yeah, but what about the people? She's like, I haven't seen the movie. I've seen these 3 traps, and I'm like, how are we married?
This one wasn't one of my
Die Hard,
favorites,
be
but what I love about the Saw films is that it puts the audience in the movie. Like, what would you do? What decision would you make, or would you cut out your eye to get the key behind your eye socket? But
yeah,
there's that one scene where the insurance agent has a pick. What would you pick? This older lady with kids and children and a family, or a young man with no family? And it kind of like that's not a great question, but it's like, what would you do? How do you value life? Who is more important? And it kind of has those questions kind of come up in your head. So I did like that type of scenario he put this guy in, but the film itself, it wasn't one of my favorites.
His trap is very weird because like even if he plays by the rules, it's set up against him. You have one trap where the girl that he's saving's objective is to kill him.
Yeah.
Like if he dies there, what happens to the other people that are left in the trap? And then you get to the end too, and it's left to even if he did all the things he's supposed to do, he still dies because they have the family at the end. So yeah, it's just, I don't know. Like Jigsaw's morality and the rules have always been loose. There's no movie that does it perfectly, but the Hoffman era, it's just like gone. And to me, that's the element of Saw that I always liked the most, is when they stick the closest to that, and this one doesn't. So
like Spiral did it right.
It's the best of the Hoffman movies, but not by like this wide margin that it seems to be most people's opinion. So,
oh,
hey Sean,
I'm sorry, you had something to say. I was trying to be on top of things. And
incredible, great material of substance here. It's got Roderick in it, and as my kids are obsessed with Diary of a Wimpy Kids. I showed them this movie to try and prepare them to understand where Roderick came from and why he's so mean to Greg in those films. And my kids haven't stopped crying for the last 2 months.
Parent of the Year 2023, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey.
There we go. Moving on to number 18, we have Hellraiser Judgment, another massive split.
Woo!
So we got me at 23, Charles at 18, Brian 20, Sean 24, Rudy at 7. This one, I'll give it credit that they have some creativity in trying to create some more lore. You have the auditor, you have these different elements to hell and judgment and everything. That was creative. The fact that what is this, like the 10th Hellraiser film, and they just now introduce angels? That was an interesting thing where it's like, where's that been the whole time? But what stands out the most of this movie was how disgusting it is. I got a really strong stomach. I got a really strong stomach, and I remember when I was reviewing this movie, I almost threw up while filming because I was describing the whole like saliva transfer and everything, and I was just like, and that it takes a lot for me to get there. So yeah, this one's pretty gross, and unfortunately, behind all of the creative new stuff, it's just another 7 rip off where we got this detective who's clearly not a very good guy, and there's a killer out there that's has this thematic element to the kills, and it's him at the end, shocker. And it's like, Jesus, you can't, like, how many of those scripts were sitting around that just got shoved into the Hellraiser folder? So yeah, almost there, but too familiar to the other stuff for me to care too much about it. So Sean, we'll go with you because you were nodding your head in
nothing
agreement.
really much to add. Yeah, it's just the auditor stuff. It's a horror movie. You made me feel nauseous. You did something, found a new way to make me go, oh, without just skinning people alive or whatever. But yeah, when you get into the main story, it's just that same plot that we've done multiple times before in these direct-to-video sequels.
Yeah.
And which one is this? Is this 9, 10?
This is the last one before the remake.
Yeah.
So this is
how many of there are?
This is the second non-Dud Bradley Pinhead, but the much better looking one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Has anybody said anything about how like it took them this long to get to like elements of good
Angels?
and bad? Yeah.
I mentioned it. I didn't elaborate.
Well, I'm not going to elaborate because it's Hellraiser, but
Ha,
it was unique. It was
Mhm.
unique to see like how these decisions are made, and a little on the nose with the heavy white light. But yeah, it's an adopted script, and because there was a strike, I guarantee you we're getting another Hellraiser, a shoehorned Hellraiser movie because of the writer's strike. Watch, mark my words.
The reason I had it so high for me is that all these, especially Wrong Turn, you're watching all these films and it's the same thing. And, something different is added, like, part 6 where like they're adding some history. I get excited because, they're making an effort to do something different. With the Hellraiser films, yes, it was more or less the same beats. And this being the last one, I love the effort that they put in it. They added like a hierarchy. That you had somebody like an auditor, then the assessor, and then the surgeon. Like there's like these stages that you have to go through before you get judged. And I'm like, oh, that's different. That's different. Okay, I appreciate this. And they actually made a lot of effort in the costumes, the look and feel, and I guess the duties per stage. And then the angel element. I'm like, oh, this is kind of reminding me of Supernatural. How Supernatural had a few seasons, and then they introduced angels into the mix. I'm like, oh, that opens up a whole new like area of storyline and take. And I'm like, oh, this is different. Oh, they made effort. They had like what $100,000 for a budget, maybe $300K, and they did what they could and made a great film with great set pieces. So I'm like, oh, okay, that's why I appreciate it more, because the effort was there. I can see it in everything from the typewriters to the set, everything. Yes, the story was a little weak, but they actually made effort with the Hellraiser world. And I wish we would get more of this world. I think it would be a great show on, I don't know, whatever platform, whatever plus. But we're not going to get that.
My apologies, guys. I'm trying my best to highlight whoever's speaking. I'm trying to do producer roles here, but it just automatically goes to the one that spoke last. So if you see somebody just sitting not talking for a hot second, I'll get to it. I realize you're like, why is Sean highlighted when Rudy's talking? I know it's not my fault. It's not my fault.
You could just like slow zoom on Sean while he's talking.
Right?
No, just the cans. Just
there you go. Brian, give us your thoughts on this one.
Yeah, I
not many thoughts.
So I actually didn't.
What do you mean?
I kind of liked this one up until the angel stuff came into it.
Mm-hmm.
It felt see, this is my point, is like with Scott Derrickson, no matter what the faults are with his film, you still get the sense that it's made by someone who has an understanding of theological issues. Whereas with this one, it's like the way the angels interact with the demons. Like it just rings totally false to me in a world where supposedly the all-powerful God exists. These guys are talking like he's not able to listen into the conversation. That you know what I mean? It's like
Gotcha.
The whole thing's just like it
a
gets
little too
hokey.
fantastical with the.
It plays way.
You would
too
not be a
fast
fan
for
of
me.
Supernatural, sir.
No, well, I when Rudy mentioned it, I was a fan of Supernatural for the first 4 seasons. Loved it. It was kind of like it kind of took the mantle of the X-Files, I think, helped by the fact that it was made by most of the same people. But then once it gets into season 5 and all the angel stuff starts coming on, I watched it for a bit, but just all the theology in it is just so backwards and so like it just again, it's like it's what happens when people take ideas that they think are biblical and just run with it to make some fantasy thing, but actually forget to put the biblical elements in there, and it just leaves a bad taste in my mouth.
Oh, is that the one with Jacob from Lost playing Lucifer? The guys who drive okay.
Impala. Yep,
Sorry.
that's the one.
Sorry.
It's okay. Airbag.
Yeah.
All right, moving on to number 17, we've got Saw 4. 18 for me, 18 for basically all of us, except for Rudy at 19 and CP at 14.
I tried, guys. I tried.
Yeah. Saw 4, this one's the most boring of the franchise for me. This is the first one post Jigsaw's death. And I was a big fan of the first 3 when they first released. So I was on board with what was going on. And then whenever Saw 4 was coming down the pipe, I remember I was like, what's left? Like,
right?
He's dead. And I was so like not sold on continuing it that I never even saw it in theaters.
So naive, young Cody, not
I
realizing
know.
how much more Saw there was to be had.
I'm telling you, man.
20 years more.
Still going. And we got spin-offs. We're going to do all of it.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, I didn't see this for a while. And then when I finally saw it, it was like, it's all just building to the reveal of the next apprentice. That's the position of this movie, is just to get us from step A to step C. And I remember always just really laughing at the logic of this guy's game, where essentially it boils down to, you must be punished for doing your job. And
you're in too big of a hurry to save people.
Yeah.
As a cop.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah,
what?
Exactly. In order to win, you have to let them save themselves. And it's just, it was really dumb for me. You know, there's a couple decent traps. I thought there was some nice transitions in the movie.
Oh, yeah.
Transitions to scenes. But yeah, this is the birth of Hoffman. No, thank you. But if Saw 4 is the one that I can tell you the least about, because it's just not a very interesting main character, not an interesting game, and not an interesting twist.
It's not only that, it's also the hey, thank you, Cody. It's also the one where too many people look like each other. Like Hoffman and the FBI guy. Like, for the longest time, I'm like, wait, which one is which? And then the guy who has his mouth like,
did you not watch Gilmore Girls?
No, no.
Wow.
He's also in Little Big League. He's the pitcher who wants a better contract. He's got my last name too, I think. But yeah, Patterson.
P.
Yeah. But yeah, it just was confusing for me, and it took the guy to get his mouth sewn shut, where it's like, okay, all right, I know who that is now. But between the FBI agent and Hoffman, I was like, who am I rooting for?
I had the same issue.
I don't remember much about the plot. Who's going? Okay, I'll go. I don't remember much about the plot, but I will say, of all the films, this has probably the best, arguably the best practical effects with the autopsy scene in the beginning. It looks fantastic.
And a little bit of Jigsaw Wiener.
I didn't catch that. Good eye, Sean.
Well, that's what I was looking for the whole time. What were you guys looking for?
Go wide. Go wide.
That's all.
Brian?
That's it. That's all I had to say about it.
Yeah.
Any thoughts, Brian?
I struggle to figure out what happened in 4, 5, and 6. Those 3 movies for me just blend into one. It's like
Rita's in 5.
4 is the one where you
True.
got the C-level character from 2 and 3, who is the cop who is supposed to go to all these locations throughout town, but yet he can't call for help while he's commuting.
yeah, there's some traps in it, isn't there?
Couple.
There are some traps.
Yeah, one or two of them make a list.
Yeah, that's all I know. I know 4, 5, and 6 have some traps in it. That's it. I know one of them has some really nice directing in it that I appreciated, when it looks like it's done via a jump cut, but it's not. It's done via a set. The way they've designed the set, and it's, I think, does somebody get thrown through a mirror, and then it kind of jumps into like back in time, or
4 has a lot of
That'd be editing.
transitions where they move the camera and it transitions to another scene. So it's probably that one.
Yeah, well, there's a really great. It's really well directed. Like, I remember looking at behind the scenes, and that shot, when I saw it in the film, I thought it was some kind of jump. You know, when like what Edgar Wright does, where he pans the camera
It's
so
good
fast.
pre-pro. Yeah.
Yeah, he pans the camera so fast, but then he comes in on another set, panning the camera, and then you blend them together in the edit, so you don't notice the cut. Well, that's not done here. He does it by literally, it's all done in camera, so it looks like that's what's happened, but it's not. So I appreciated that. So I thought that was pretty well directed. But other than that, I don't remember jack about 4, 5, and 6.
Yeah, I didn't notice that. I was too busy trying to figure out who was who. Damn it.
That's why you should have watched Gilmore Girls. It would have resolved everything. That's the reason to watch Gilmore Girls.
Luke
I've
versus
done so
Hoffman.
many times.
I've been forced to watch it with my wife, and I zone out like somebody put football on. I'm like,
Gilmore Girls?
yes.
I
number
introduced
15.
my wife to Gilmore Girls. She introduced me to 24. That's the type of marriage we have.
That's why you're
I
still
think
together.
you win in that trade-off, if I'm being honest.
Number 15, we got Hellraiser 4 Bloodline, the one in space. 17 for me, 16 for Charles and Brian, 17 for Sean, 15 for Rudy. We were pretty close on that one.
Yeah.
Not a whole lot of
That's
disagreement
impressive.
there. I actually saw this in theaters when I was a kid.
Really?
What?
I saw this
This
in
was in
theaters. When I was a kid. Yeah, my
6
dad,
years old? What?
Hey, my dad was this is how my dad explains it. He's like, I was a single parent. If I'm gonna go, you gotta go. So
Same.
I saw a lot of movies where, like, from Dusk Till Dawn, where he's like, oh shit, he's like trying to cover my eyes. And so yeah, I saw this in theaters.
Everything makes
and
more sense now.
It was at least a decade until I saw another Hellraiser movie. So that tells you how enthralled I was with it, that I was motivated to watch others.
16,
Someone-
Cody, 16.
Yeah, you have
You skipped
made
16
a
is what the
terrible
chat's saying.
mistake.
Did I miss? I did miss 16. Okay, forget it. We'll go back.
Let's start over.
Let's rewind.
16,
Number 16,
I got it right.
We have Saw 5. 20 for me, 19 for Charles,
Rita.
11 for Brian, 16 for Sean, 18 for Rudy. This
Which
one
one
is
was this one?
Is this
With
one with
Rita.
Rita in it?
Rita's
This is the one
in
with
it.
Rita in it, right?
Rita's
Yes.
in it.
And
Yeah,
Simon
Rita.
Whistler, too.
Yes,
And Milo from
and
24.
Megan Good.
He's Simon Whistler. He's got like 6,000 YouTube channels. He's awesome.
There you go. So Saw 5, this one often competes with 3D for my least favorite. This is my least favorite of the Hoffman movies. It's basically Strom versus Hoffman. Good detective versus bad detective. And then you have this completely separate thing going on with the game that is like, there's no tethers whatsoever to the two stories. And you've got these characters that have to go through these multiple rooms. And the game is they're supposed to work together, but they of course don't. And when they get to the end, they really get punished for it.
It's a prehistoric escape room, except there are many escape rooms.
Yes. And so what I like about the game is that the cast of characters that they have us following, I like following that cast. Everything else about this is kind of a bore for me. Like I said, I don't like Hoffman, so I don't care to follow him. I don't care to watch a movie where he wins in the end, and that's the big twist. And
And
there's
it doesn't
so many
feel earned.
there's so many
Like-
conveniences with it, where it's like he has to walk into the room and press the play button on the tape, but he can't listen to the full tape because he's going to press pause at the right moment. I know he will, and then he's going to throw me into this glass bin for revenge, and then and there's like 97,000 things that could have went wrong. Like there's even a part where he's got the gun on him, and it's like, if you just pulled the trigger, your plan is fucked. And so
So the character that's ingenuitive figures things out. He dies because Hoffman is a prophet that can just see the future. Like,
That's why
But-
That's why he's the underling. That's why he inherited the throne.
yeah.
messed up.
So I would rather rewatch 3D than to rewatch this one, but this one's just a little bit, like, by a sliver, slightly better than 3D, but still not my favorite Saw.
It's
Yeah,
funny.
this one's elevated just because of the Rita, the Milo.
Yes.
I like the cast. That's it.
Yes.
I had just like 3 or 4 days before I watched this saw a movie called Circle, which is essentially the same premise. 100 people are in a circle and
Yeah,
they have to
that's a good
whatever. Rita is in that, and she's very evil. She's not very nice, and one person gets to live, so people are like, oh, let all the old people die first, and Rita's like, but that's my husband. And well, I'm talking about Circle. We're forget it, never mind. It was just funny. I'm like, why do they typecast this woman? sorry I went off on one.
Any other thoughts on 5?
Yeah, I don't care.
Who's Rita and Milo? I'm like looking at the cast, and I'm like, I
Rita
don't
is
see any
from
Rita
Dexter.
or Milo.
Dexter's wife in the first 4 seasons.
I've never seen Dexter.
Yeah,
Never
she
mind.
was,
Rambo, Punisher, Warzone, and then
Oh,
she was
yeah.
in Buffy the Vampire Slayer and Angel.
Oh, okay.
and in
Julie.
Circle.
Yeah.
Yeah,
She's
she
in a
was
ton of stuff for a while there.
Okay.
she was the one who had like the bangs. Look, it was clear she was wearing a wig, brunette, in that movie.
Yeah.
Milo is a minor character on 24. It's like a deep cut.
Okay. Yes.
No
Oh, that
reason,
one.
like-
Okay.
24 is, or excuse me, Rita from Dexter. That's a pretty major one if you've seen Dexter. Milo, it's like a side character.
Milo
Way
is
side
great.
I hear I
He's
hear people say
great,
They love
but-
Dexter, but they say it ends horribly, so don't watch it. Is what I.
It ends horribly twice.
Well, well, if you watch till the end of season 4 and stop there,
Yeah,
Yeah.
you get a great finale.
yeah.
Kind of like Game of Thrones.
I like season 5 too, but yeah, just end it. Watch through season 4, and you'll be like, "This is the best ever." What are you guys talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, and just leave
Yeah.
it alone.
And
Okay.
then
I'm
go
the
to bed.
weird
Walk away.
one. I'm,
Go to
I'm
bed.
the
Let it
weird
go.
one. I
Let-
would tell
walk
you
away.
to watch. I would tell you to watch through the end of season 7 and just consider that your ending.
I have a
Choose
question.
your own adventure.
They're not.
innit?
It dwindles, but yeah, they're 6 and 7. They're not. They don't anger me too much. Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, the finale. Yikes.
Twice.
Finales. Yikes.
All right.
8 was a clusterfuck. At least New Blood, it kind of felt like there was a chance, and then they said,
That angers me even more. At least
know.
8 sets you up where you're like, this whole fucking thing sucks, but you get the New Blood and you're like, there's hope. Nope.
Yeah.
Anyway, this isn't a Dexter discussion, so
I
let's
know.
move
I was
on.
trying to move on, but CP's like, ooh, Dexter, I know
yeah,
things.
Yeah.
Rudy asked us about Dexter. We had to talk about it.
Yeah.
Maybe
fault.
he can. Maybe he can watch 4 seasons and just stop.
Let's move on. What's next?
A hotel?
Cody? Next.
Number 15, Hellraiser Bloodline. This is the one in space. We got me at 17, Charles at 16, and Brian. We got me at Sean Chandler at 17 and Rudy at 15. So I actually saw this in theaters. No. Yeah. So this is the thing. This is a movie with 3 distinct acts. You have one that's in old times, like back in the 1700s. That's my favorite act of the movie. I think that the aesthetic of it is very creepy. You got a young Adam Scott in there.
How
The
old is
chick-
he, by the way?
I don't know, like 19. But the chick that they bring in, who's like the new heir apparent, I think is pretty creepy. The middle chapter is fine. That was present day at the time. And then the third chapter is when they're in the future in space. Now, for a slasher sequel that goes to space, this is one of the less egregious ones. It doesn't feel like they've embarrassed themselves to go to space. It makes sense within the narrative, but it is a movie that gets less interesting as it goes along for me. A couple of cool kills, a couple of cool creature designs, but it's okay. It's fine. For a Hellraiser movie, it's watchable.
Yeah. And even though these are kind of cheap, like when they were going back in time, even just for the ancient France thing, I was like, what kind of budget is there on this? Because everything looks really good. Like the set design's actually really kind of good, except for like the
Space.
sugar.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a little Jason X-y in space, but
Awesome.
they wasted all of their money on old school France, where everybody speaks English.
Anything to add to Hellraiser 4?
I mean, if you just read the description of what it is, like it's an Alan Smithy movie, which the director was like, this thing sucks. Take my name off of it. And it's Hellraiser in space. If you go in with those expectations and then you watch the movie, it's like, well, this isn't bad at all. Like, compared to how bad this thing should be, it's like, there's actually some merit to this. It's definitely not a good movie, but like, like it fleshes out the lore a little bit, fills some gaps, and as dumb as going to space is, it's not nearly as dumb as it should be.
Yeah.
Right. It
What a
makes
great
sense why
compliment.
it was in space. Like, okay. Yeah, all right, I get it.
Yeah, to be alive and walking out of that theater as Cody did and be like, it's a shame this series is going to end this way. Well, you know, it was a nice, valiant effort, but, you know, that probably does it for this Hellraiser series.
Saw and Hellraiser both.
Yeah.
We're just like, well, that's it for that.
So we thought.
They end at
right?
4.
Yeah, exactly. Brian, did you have any thoughts on that one, or are we still in the blurred together stage?
Space.
Space. Okay. Number 14, we've got Jigsaw. So I was correct. Charles at 10, Brian at 5, Sean at 15, Rudy at 24. Another massive
Another
split.
wide.
I'm telling you,
Hello,
Rudy's like,
Bring in the noise, baby.
the hell with your opinions.
Right.
So
Shine
Jigsaw,
that trophy.
I would say Jigsaw is safely the most safe and generic of the
Yes.
Saw movies.
Yeah.
But it doesn't have the lows of some of the Hoffman movies while not having the highs of some of the others. So it's always been firmly planted in the middle for me. I think that it's one of the better directed ones. That was the biggest thing I was hyped for, was this was directed by the Spearig brothers. And I was like, ooh, what are they going to do with it? Apparently not too much. But the biggest disappointment with this one was that, you know, we had wrapped up Saw's done. And then all of a sudden they start teasing this new movie. Jigsaw's face is all over the place. The whole marketing campaign is like the return of Jigsaw. And then what do you get? You get the twist from Saw 2, but done much less interesting, where it's a time displacement and Jigsaw shows up for one scene. And there's yet another secret apprentice who, as of right now, until they develop him further, is the least interesting and least memorable of any of the apprentices, which is a pretty low bar as is. So I think this one is just fine. People that have this as far below Saw 5, Saw 3D, I don't quite understand that. To me, this is easily a middle of the road Saw movie.
It's the safe. It is the Force Awakens of the Saw franchise, a very soft reboot / prequel. And when you get to the third act, you're like, I have questions, but okay, whatever.
I liked this one because, one, I thought it was directed better. I think that it wasn't quite as gory as previous ones. I didn't feel like the Spearig brothers were as interested in that stuff as they were of just making a streamlined movie. And I think what it does well is it distills everything that works about the Saw franchise down into one movie. So you don't get anything that's necessarily original within this world.
Right.
But what you do get is something that maybe someone who's seen like the first one or the first two can come to it years after, vague memories of what Saw was about, watch this, and it's relatively self-contained enough that you don't get bogged down in all the ridiculous minutiae that makes 4, 5, and 6 feel like one movie. It's just stands on its own. It's pretty compact. The characters in it, for the most part, there's some in there that you kind of root for, where you don't want to see them get screwed over. And I just think, yeah, it's just that, really. It's like none of these are flipping Citizen Kane of horror. They have a very kind of simplistic concept at the heart of them, and I feel like the Spearwood Brothers go, well, that's the concept. Let's distill it down to that. Let's keep it simple. Let's just make a Saw movie, but without all the BS. So
Yeah.
That's kind of the take for me. The Hoffman stuff got so convoluted, just so like, what are we doing? And I don't like Hoffman, and the story and the Hoffman stuff were detached, and so then this is just like this little standalone thing. It's nothing new, but it's not as annoying as this stuff. So right there in the middle, it's kind of like what Mr. Liacci was saying.
Yes.
And the reason I had it so low is like, again, this film is what the first Saw film in over 7 years from the last, right? So it's kind of like a reboot, or they're launching it again to capture a new audience, a new fan base. And it was nothing original. It was really nothing new. And the digital kills is what really turns me off. One of the first kills is like a headshot. I feel this guy, he's got a phone, I recall, and it just looked too fake, and I already disconnected from it. And again, what it should have done is what Spiral did for me, is excite me about the traps again, excite me about the lore and the consequences of, people just with ill character. So that's just my take on it. It was just the same thing, but very weak and non-memorable characters. I don't remember one trap in that movie.
Yeah.
There was that motorcycle thing that looked like a tornado. That was kind of bad.
I don't even remember that.
Although if it was a prequel, it's kind of like,
I don't know. I like the trap where they're all with the helmets on and the chains
with lasers.
Where the chains are pulling them in, and because that to me I like the tension that you get from.
No pun intended.
I like the tension that you get from knowing or visualizing what's going to happen if that trap succeeds in doing its job, more than I like actually seeing it happen. So yeah, so a scene like that works really well for me, because that slow kind of pull towards getting your head kind of torn off and demolished is
Yeah. the like, I know what you're saying, Brian. The problem with a lot of horror fans is there's too much, like, I need to see gore. And it would be nice to not be shown and just let your mind do, like, oh, what would I do in this situation? And, just let yourself imagine things. It's what horror used to be, or, non-slashers. But yeah, Saw is built on gore. But yeah, I understand what you're saying. And there is something to, just imagining, well, all right, like I call it like a doggy bag movie. Like, what would I do if I were in this situation? Would I be able to, tolerate this pain to survive, and so on and so forth? And then I just turn the TV off and say, never mind, I'm just going to bed.
The one that kills me, and again, it's easy to Monday morning quarterback a situation like that, but the one where they have the 3 different syringes, and it's like one of them is acid, one of them is blank saline solution, the other one is the anti-venom. And what do we do? And I'm like, can you not just pour the fucking, like, do a drop of the acid on your shoe, like, then just do the other 2? And so that one always kills me, that she panics and then just gets killed for being stupid. But,
everybody take a third of each. We should be okay.
Exactly. Oh man. All right, moving on to 13. We've got Hellbound, Hellraiser 2, 13 for me, 9 for Charles, 21 for Brian. That was a big split. Sean at 9 and Rudy at 10. So Hellbound, Hellraiser 2 is a weird one. For Hellraiser fans, it seems to be between the first 2. And the people that prefer the first one don't understand the people that prefer the second one, and vice versa. So Hellbound is a lot more fantastical. They dive into the dimension of the Hell Cenobite world or whatever. It's a lot more like it's just a lot weirder. That's the word that I always use to describe this one. It's weird. I like the fact that Kirsty Cotton comes back. I like that she's kind of the protector in this one. When you have her take the skin of Julia, and Julia coming back as the villain was pretty nice. But everything surrounding the Doctor that becomes like the new big bad Cenobite, I've always hated, because the first thing that he does is take out Pinhead and everybody else in 2 seconds. And to me, that's like that's just egregious. Like, I know we're 2 movies in, and obviously it took you 11 movies to realize that we're all here for Pinhead. But when you have the big standout character, the poster child of your franchise, and you make him look like a bitch, that is not a good element for me. So this one's fine. It's just a little weird, and I hate that they do that to Pinhead.
Yeah, I like exploring a bit more of the world where they were coming from. But yeah, I'm kind of flustered.
If not for that end, I would like this one more than the first one because of the fantastical, the weird, the otherworldly, and then it's like stupid choice of like, this guy? Really?
It's not quite as bad as Freddy's Dead, but it is one of the worst Nightmare on Elm Street films.
Why did you say that, Brian? I've been kicking people all night in the chat, you jerk.
What happened?
We have trolls who know what things to say, and I've just been like, yeah, no patience, bye.
Oh, okay. I haven't been paying attention to that.
No, it felt like a Nightmare on Elm Street film to me. I didn't like, based on what we got. Yeah, based on what we got with the first film, which was so low key, all pretty much set within this house. And then we go from that to these like wild, overblown kind of otherworld, like Dream Warrior kind of. It was, to me, was just not in keeping with what we got in the first film. It was so like, you know how they always say in a sequel you got to go bigger. Well, they took that and they really meant it with this one.
Exactly.
It just made it feel like it was a Nightmare on Elm Street film rather than a Hellraiser film.
Well, the film ran out of money. I interviewed Barbie Wilde at a Comic-Con a few years back, and she was on set. She said for like 3 days. She didn't even meet half the cast because they shot her like separately. Like the original person who was supposed to be the female Cenobite, she dropped out, so they got her just for fill-ins. But she said the ending was supposed to be this huge climactic world that they just ran out of money and funds, and that's why it looks so cheap. But I like the how each hell is like personalized with the person. You saw like Uncle Frank's hell and what he went through. I like that idea, and if they had a more of time and more story to kind of elaborate on that, I think that's very interesting. And I'm hoping with the reboot, a sequel is made and we get a chance to finally see that realized.
Hopefully.
And Brian's in his right now, so.
Talking about that movie.
So, guys, starting off at 31, we've got Wrong.
No.
Moving on to number 12, we have Hostel Part 2. So me at 11, Charles at 5, Brian at 22, Sean at 7, and Rudy at 16. That's another pretty big split on this one. So this one's a weird one for me. So I'll talk more on the first Hostel when we get to it, but there is about a half of this movie that I think is easily better than the first one. And then there's half of this movie that I don't appreciate as much as the first one. So my mind is always kind of in turmoil over where I land. So Hostel Part 2, I like the ambition of the storytelling in here compared to the first one, where we're diving more into the elite hunting group. We follow 2 people who are prospective entries into this, and we kind of get both perspectives. I like how they expand on the whole process of how these people are brought in, and you know the guy at the desk is scanning their what did you do? The guy at the desk is scanning their passports, and a little bit more of the lore and the rules of how this place works. And I think that the last 10 minutes or so make a pretty big impact and are certainly the most memorable part of this entire trilogy. When you get to the kills, because we have swapped now over to female victims, I think it's much harder to watch. And not that the first one's enjoyable by any means, but it's even harder to get any enjoyment out of this one because of that direction. They try to amplify the scale of the kills, but I was desensitized at that point, so I did not have the impact that the kills in the first one had on me. So I do like this as a sequel. I think that most people consider this the best of the trilogy, and I understand why. For me, I still prefer the first one a little bit.
Yeah, I like the inner turmoil of like there's a little bit there where you think that one of the dudes that has one bought for him, that he's actually like, I actually think this girl likes me for who I am. I'm not sure I want to do this. And yeah, it was nice to have a little conflict in that guy for a bit. And then like just something switches in his head and he's like, you know what? I'm going to be the worst human being in existence. And it was a nice little bit there in the middle where it was like, oh, this is a nice little touch to something that I thought was overboard. I mean, the woman who, like, we talked about it yesterday, Cody, about people, certain rich people, when you have enough of or too much of anything, you get bored. And that's what like the woman who is in the bathtub with the scythe.
Yeah.
I was like, I can imagine somebody with just like dumb money. That is like a kink of theirs, like just laying down in a bathtub and bathing in somebody else's blood.
Well, you know why she
like,
did that, right? In olden times, people used to bathe in young women's blood because the blood would restore skin, like it made you youthful. That's what people actually did that back then.
Oh,
I'm serious. Like,
all right, so it's higher for me now.
yeah,
It's a one.
Torture. For me, I admitted.
Sorry. Go ahead.
You fucked up too.
No, like I admitted in the 31 and 31 video, I actually stopped it after the scythe torture. I don't know what it is, guys. I'm going to be honest. Like maybe I'm getting older. Like I can't ride like rides at Six Flags anymore because I get really sick. But when it comes to like torture scenes, I have a threshold now, and that one with the scythe is brutal to watch. The acting's great. It looks fantastic.
Rudy, are you
the
in
sound
a
mix on the scythe on the
theater
skin
relationship?
Am I what?
I'm sorry.
Yes, as a matter of fact, I am. Do you have a problem with that? No, but it's done so well that I don't know. It just disturbed me, and I'd actually stop watching it, man. I don't know. It's done that well for me.
Yeah, it was too far for me. It just dipped into that whole nihilism. Now, my problem with it and with the first one is that because I have done a lot of research into the human trafficking. I've done campaigning for it. I was met with quite a lot of pushback on some issues that I never thought I would have got pushback on, bizarrely. Just around the ignorance that people have surrounding human trafficking. So this film came out around the time that I was caught up in all that. So to see this thing happening where you got something which for me is a very real world issue, and yet it's being displayed on screen for entertainment purposes. Like I've never been able to weigh up that dichotomy of being someone who knows that this is sick, and yet I want to watch this for entertainment. I don't know what the entertainment is there. So, like, for that one in particular, this was a character that you don't want to see this being done to. You don't want to see that being done to anyone, but just taking essentially the weakest of the herd and then putting her through this ringer. And I like Rudy, by that point I was just like, no, like what? Who is this for? Who is this for? Like, what are you projecting onto me? That you filmmakers that have made this, what are you projecting onto me as the audience member? What are you expecting emotionally from me in this?
Americans are afraid of Europe. And this is the type of shit
It's
we're
spooky.
afraid of.
I think it started with American Werewolf in London. So yeah.
Yeah, until a British airport gives me no guff when I go in there, I'm going to stand by any of this nonsense.
That's a good call.
I don't like it. I don't like, you can, again, Taken You know,
That's a good one.
it is a good one. I can get on board with Taken because the
Watchmen the
violence,
Revenge.
yeah, the violence that is committed is being committed against the people who, quite frankly, deserve it. You know, and it's just, yeah, I don't understand the whole let's see it from the perspective of the killers. No, thank you.
I'll tell you what, I don't want to jump ahead to Hostel, but when me and my dad saw the first one, like every single victim scene where people are being tortured, it's like it was hard to watch, and like you're like, oh, and you have a threshold, and then every time it, like in the last act, wherever it was that violence being put on one of the people that are part of the club, it's like, and like no looking away, no emotion whatsoever. So yeah, it's, I hear you.
CP, I'm sorry. I think you hit something that why I didn't like part 3 of Hostel, because Hostel 1 and 2 is Americans going overseas. And you're right. I think some of us do have that innate fear of going abroad because you're away from home, kind of like the Thing. You're away from what you feel comfortable with. You're isolated.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's the element that was missing in part 3 for me. That now that you mentioned that. So yeah.
Thank you.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, they tried to fool you with that vaguely Eastern European couple in the hotel room, and it's like, yeah, it's still Vegas. Nice try.
I'm curious if Europeans are scared to travel to America.
I hope so.
Yeah, we all, every one of us has a rifle in our pocket.
There's a
Especially
funny
Texas.
story actually about so one of my favorite bands, James, they did in the early 90s, when they kind of hit it big in America with the song Laid, they had to go over and like do a press tour, and one of the band members, Larry Gott, when he first landed, he was kind of accosted in the airport by some armed guards who literally like put a gun in his face and stuff because they wanted to search him, and like it was a misunderstanding or something. He didn't have what they were expecting to find on him. So he gets out of the airport. They drive to wherever it is they're going. He goes to this convenience store, and the convenience store gets robbed, and he gets a gun put in his face. So he literally said to the bandmates, I'm off, you're on your own. So he got straight back on the plane and came home. And the rest of the band had to do the press tour in America as a result. So that's, yeah, I think that is a fear.
Wow.
It's like, in America, you're going to get a gun put in your face every moment.
That's why I suffer every time I go to an airport in the UK, because when I first was detained for 9 hours, they said, how do you feel about the current state of your home country? And I'm like, it's actually kind of scary, to be honest with you. And she goes, do you think the United States has a future? And I said, not really, because we're not fixing anything. And that answer, that honest answer, cost me, because she took that to mean he's squatting here. He's never going to leave. And when I got home, Las Vegas shooting. So
speaking of Hostel 2,
right? Let's go back to incest.
I like the part. Well, I'm not incest. That's disgusting. The part where the lady grabs the scissors and puts the guy's Mr. Happy in the scissors. I thought that was a real fun way to end the movie. That's what was my takeaway from that. But what I liked about it is it does something shocking that you go, really? They're actually doing this in the movie? And then at the same time, it has a clever ending of how she rich persons him.
Money.
And,
right.
It ties into like the different ways people respond to all of this. Some people in their chat are talking about the kind of the psychology of why people do kind of this crazy and the thought process to it. And that like, this is a first time watch for me. It was the last one I watched before I did my ranking. I had no clue what to expect. I didn't know what the Hostel movies were before I watched them. And I thought the second one, it ended really clever. So, and it was like, that was actually shocking what she did with those scissors and that guy's dangling participle. So they went for it. So you're in my top 10.
Why do torture porn movies feel necessary to put hot springs in their movies? Because that was a running theme that I noticed. I was like, another hot spring scene? What the? Am I still watching the other movie?
teasing them with bliss and peace and paradise right before the wiener slicing. So we've got,
There's your next 31 on 31 wiener
there you go.
slicing
Yeah,
movie.
31 on 31.
Incest and wieners.
Death.
That's what I like in my movies.
Yeah.
Why can't I see jigsaws? Number 11, we have Saw 3. We got me and Charles at 12, Brian at 13, Sean at 8, and Rudy at 14. Another pretty close one. The first 3 Saw movies I think are all pretty solid. This one's got an interesting game where you got a guy whose his forgiveness is tested the entire time, where he's people that were involved with his child's hit and run. I think that it was interesting to see Amanda full force villain in this one, because the twist at the end of the last one was that she's involved. This one, she's, full on evil. Some of the traps are very memorable. So the little Venus, or the little the angel wings one, and the rack is my number 1 trap in the entire franchise. Is like the most, please don't put me in that one. Give me any of the others. So I like this one. I think it's solid. And if they had ended here, obviously they did not, but if they had ended here, I think it was a solid enough end to a trilogy of stories that they wrapped up for the most part pretty cleanly. But then we got 17 more.
Should have ended it there.
But yeah, it started going away from, the rules of the game playing. Now it was, I need surgery, so you're going to work on me because I need surgery. You didn't do anything wrong.
Didn't you jaywalk once? Fuck you. Put that collar on.
You're a doctor. You take too much money, so this is your game. Hurry up. I'm dying.
Any more thoughts on 3?
I mean, I think the game is the most memorable. Like Jeff's journey is the one that easily kind of sticks in my mind. Most consistent games that you're like, or traps that you're like, oh, freezing the lady, and then
the pig trap.
All of them are pretty memorable, and you remember him because he just brings a certain gravitas. So that's the big thing on this one for me.
I think. Go ahead, Rudy. I'm sorry. Go.
Well, 3. Jeff. I think he's the only one that stands out because again, like Brian and all of us said, they all tend to like blend together. And I can't remember 4 through 6, but again, 3, yes, I remember Jeff, and I remember like, you got 60 seconds to make, and he's crying for 30, and it's like, hurry up and just go and lock the damn thing. So, but again, you understand from a movie standpoint why he's conflicted, because again, any parent I think would be the same way. But for whatever reason, his journey, whether it's the performance, the writing, or the traps, it works for me, and I remember this of all.
Yeah, the one thing, like the 2 things that you associate with the Saw movies are the traps and twist ending. And this was like, for me at least, for a while, this was the last one where it was like, ooh, that was a nice twist. That Amanda was being tested the whole time.
Yes.
Points for that. Nice job.
And anytime they're together, like Amanda and Jigsaw, I love that dynamic.
Yeah,
I absolutely love it.
It was interesting seeing her in another movie that we oddly haven't spoken about yet.
We'll get there. Brian, anything to add?
Yeah.
No? Coming in at number 10, Hellraiser 3, Hell on Earth. So I was correct. We got Charles at 13, Brian also correct, Sean at 14, Rudy at 11. Another pretty close one. To me, this is the only somewhat fun Hellraiser. This is the one where they kind of had fun with it. They go a little bit slasher angle. They have a little bit of Carrie in there, and then you get like all the different Cenobite designs with like the CD shooter, and it's got like a heavy metal soundtrack to it. So for as lowbrow as it is, I at least have fun with this one. And I think it's funny that the dude is like bringing chicks down to his basement and having his way with them and forcing Pinhead to watch from the tower. And all he sees is his head. He's like, ah.
The artwork, yeah.
So I like this one. If I'm in the mood for a Hellraiser movie that I just want to like have a dumb fun time, this is the only one that's going to fill that.
Yeah, you could tell this was made around the same time that Mortal Kombat movie came out. It just had that vibe to it.
I saw this in the theaters, and there's a scene where Pinhead just goes to hell in the club, right? He's just killing everybody, and then the doors close, and you see the blood pool from underneath. People left the theater. They were so disturbed. People left.
Wow.
I'll never forget that. But yeah, it is the most comedic. You know, that's a wrap. You know, these stupid bullshit lines. But I enjoyed it. I mean, it's I prefer the other ones that we haven't discussed, of course, but this one it is very 90s, and again, it's a different tone compared to the original two.
Mm.
You got Motorhead singing that song they wrote with Ozzy Osbourne in the credits, so that stands out. I don't know. It feels to me like the one that was so close to being the movie I wanted it to be, with also like really obvious, like, that's too dumb. Come on now. That's too stupid. CD Head Man, come on now. There's just a lot of those things where it was just like Pinhead on Earth tearing dudes up. Yes. CD Head Man, no.
Well, then Chatterbox, it's like, hi, Capcom, we have some lawyers that would like to speak to you.
I think CD Headman is a fairly recent Cenobite, because we saw how Doug Bradley's character got turned into a Cenobite. Back, was it in 2, I think?
Yeah.
So I reckon this one is like literally an early night. He's the new kid on the block. I think he's the new Cenobite of the team, and they've made him to kind of fit in with the 90s. So I've got no trouble with the shooting the CDs out the head. I think for whatever reason, this guy must have been like a prick in real life and had something to do with music going on. So they turned him into a Cenobite that shot CDs out of his head.
Not music, Brian. They were actually the CD-ROM software for Hellworld.
Right. Yeah.
There we go.
Okay.
It all makes sense now.
So,
yeah. Ties together. Wow.
Yeah. But no, the biggest plus for me was Dax from Star Trek Deep Space Nine.
Yeah. Old man. Yeah.
It's so sad. I feel so bad for Brian that the only thing that he's latching onto, he's like, oh, somebody from Star Trek. Thank God I can get through this one.
I found her.
It was her 60th birthday 2 days ago.
No way, she's 60.
60 years old now.
I found her a far more engaging presence and memorable presence than the chick from the first 2 that I clearly didn't remember.
Terry Farrell?
Propped up in the...
Yeah, Terry Farrell.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right, moving on to number 9, we have the OG Hostel. It was number 4 for me, 6 for Charles, 17 for Brian, 11 for Sean, 12 for Rudy. So this is not a movie that I care to rewatch very often. I've only seen it, I think, 3 times. But it's always stuck with me because of the experience I had when I first watched it. Like, this was the gnarliest, most shocking thing I had ever seen in my life when this came out. That seems silly nowadays. Like, I know I was talking with Sean when he first watched it, and he was like, really? This one? Because when you watch it after 10 Saw movies, Game of Thrones, a lot of these things where violence has just gone so far nowadays that we're much more desensitized to it. When I was 14 or 15 and saw this, I walked out of the theater feeling physically ill. And so that it's just stuck with me for that, where it's just like, yep, you accomplished that goal. It does prey very well on that fear of being a fish out of water, which is not like a full-blown fear for me, but it's definitely a discomfort and anxiety, if you will, where it's like, if I'm in a situation where I am so far away from my comfort zone, I don't know who to turn to, I don't know where to go, I don't know who to trust. That's what this is preying on the most for me, and so I think it's very effective in that. If it had better written characters and better written dialogue and didn't go quite as far with the violence, I would appreciate it much more as something that I would watch more often. But for what Eli Roth was trying to do, he succeeded on me.
Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, I know. For me, I watched it first time right before shooting my video.
This year?
And this year, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I didn't really even know what to expect, so put it in the first 30 minutes, I literally messaged Cody like, I think I put the wrong movie in. This is like the porn parody of it. Like, what is this? Everywhere these guys go, girls just take their shirts off. And then it like hard pivots to like it's all like European clubs, and then instantly we're like in a grimy bathroom and someone's being drilled to death or whatever. And I think that what's missing in the other 2 Hostels is they're not as grimy. And like you just feel like, oh, you're gonna get an infection while you're being tortured to death. this is not a clean environment for this. It's so gross, and then has that survival aspect to it. But like I just thought it was really effective once it gets going. Of like this, suddenly you think you're in paradise, and suddenly you're in a nightmare.
It's so hilarious when you watch too, where Paxton is being led, and they're like the art show. They're at the art show, and it's like, yeah, it's beyond the rubble-filled building and the wet dripping sewer halls. It's down. It's across the hall to the left, and it's like fucking
with
idiot.
no walls.
Yeah.
The tone of the front clerk at the hostel like really kind of bothered me. Yeah, we have rooms. Like I don't know what it was. I don't know if that was direction or his choice or that's the way he speaks. But like he just had this weird. We have sexy girls. Yeah. I don't know how.
That young Manu Ginobili guy.
Yeah, the guy with the guy with the glasses at the front desk. It was just like, why are you speaking like that? Like you sound like you're trying to do sarcasm.
What I remember about Hostel is that I think it started, and I could be wrong, but there was a period, late 90s and early 2000s, where there are a series of films that came out that you have to go see in the theater. It's disturbing. People are leaving. I think it started with Rob Zombie's House of a Thousand Corpses. We know it's not that disturbing, but the hype and people talking it up, you have to see for yourself. That was like, ooh, like, should we go or should we not? Then there was Hannibal. Everyone talked about the brain
Ray
scene. And then there's, of course, Saw, and then this one. And I think it was intriguing. Like, hey, I hear it's grotesque. It's disturbing. Let's go check it out. It had that about it. It really wasn't about the story. It was about how they were pushing the limits on gore. And that's what I remember.
Name this big on the poster.
Yes.
Which Tarantino breaks the rules, right? And I think that's what had more of an intrigue and allure to it, is that, it was like an event. And I think people don't remember that about Hostel. It being kind of like the first of its kind, but it's a decent movie, and I think it's the best of the three, in my opinion.
Brian, I assume same thoughts as Hostel Part 2, pretty much reiterated.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll be merciful on you. Number 8, we got Spiral from the Book of Saw. I was correct again. We got Sipo at 15, Brian at 6, Sean at 10, Rudy at 9. This one I like much more than Jigsaw as a reboot because it tries to do something different, at least. I would have been fine if they had done a Spiral 2. I think that the kind of going back to the much closer to 7 tone from the first Saw, I think that the twist that they have on the Jigsaw angle of having it be about police brutality was a commentary on current times enough without being heavy-handed or like agenda. I think that a lot of the traps are very memorable in this one. And I have a good time with this one. If I'm in the mood for Saw, this is one that I can rewatch quite a bit and get what I want out of it. The biggest fault that it has is that the ending reveals are incredibly predictable to an insulting degree. And that just kind of takes the wind out of your sails when it's a mystery like this. And I love Chris Rock as a comedian. I think that when he's playing Chris Rock as a detective and he's kind of riffing on things and doing stand-up bits, I think it works. But when he's trying to be the hard-boiled angry detective, I think that he falls on his face pretty bad with his performance. So yeah, that's my thoughts on Spiral. Brian, we'll go to you so we can keep you awake.
That is not Brian.
Spiral.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Twist. I saw coming a mile off. Could tell straight away who. When the moment someone dies in a horror movie and you don't see it, they're the killer.
Yeah. It was so obvious that it pissed me off. I was like, really, guys? We've this is the 4th kill where you've cut to showing us the trap and we're just not going to see this one.
Yeah, it's like you want me to take your word for it that this guy's dead. You're telling me that they're not going to get some mileage out of showing us the gory details of this guy dying. No, he's the killer. So from that point on, it was just like, yeah, okay, let's just get there. But other than that, I can't say that any of the Saw movies have been written like in such a way that, they're not 7 as much as they try and emulate 7
and Training Day there for a little bit.
Yeah, they're really not. So I'll forgive the blatantly obvious twist and just say that actually, no, this was an entertaining film. It was worth seeing Chris Rock trying to do something that you wouldn't expect to see him in.
Mm-hmm.
And again, it's just that thing of taking what works in the Saw movies, doing that for 90 minutes, streamlining it, trying to at least put a bit more character work in there. And yeah, it worked for me. Not, again, didn't blow me away. None of the films on this 31 and 31 blew me away. It's like
What? Wrong turns, 5?
Like literally the highest score I gave for any film on this list was a 3.5 out of 5.
Likewise.
So that pretty much tells you where we're at with most of the films here. So
We're not trying to spit up your ass and tell you it's raining, Brian. We know where we are. But yeah, Chris Rock going off script to do like his B material about Forrest Gump, to like do Tarantino-esque character building with people he eventually is just undercover with. It doesn't work there because, he's not building a rapport with them. He's, they're going to get arrested in seconds. So like, I don't know. It's a cute story. It's definitely something where he was like, listen, I have this thing I want to do. I can't do it anywhere else about Forrest Gump. So I'm going to just here, give me 2 minutes of film to screw around with. But, yeah, it's fine. I feel like they wasted Samuel L. Jackson in this, unless, they couldn't, maybe his schedule was
they
tight.
just needed him for the trailer to say, "You want to play games, motherfucker?" And it was like, there he is.
Yeah.
That's what you got your check for.
I mean, I don't know how old Samuel L. Jackson and Chris Rock are, but I would assume
50s and 60s, I believe.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think they're pretty
Jackson's
close.
early 70s.
Oh,
and
really?
Rock
Wow.
is almost 60.
Yeah. Father, well, I have questions about how that came to be, but no, it's fine. It's fine, and yeah, we're almost done.
Jackson is 74. Mr. Rock is 58.
All right, 16. Okay.
Will Smith assaulted a senior citizen.
Yep. It's messed up.
Wow.
Any more thoughts on Spiral?
It's the return to kind of what I thought the first Saw kind of had, which was that 7 light. Getting back to that police investigation, the killer having more thematic elements to it, the tongue, and
Right.
like it felt like there was that connection there, not just like, what's a nasty way to kill somebody?
Yeah.
And so I got back to that, and it was something new, different. I appreciated what they were doing with it. And I'm actively confused by the people like, this is the worst one. I don't understand.
Yeah, I don't understand that either.
The traps aren't good, Sean. These movies are all about traps, and the traps weren't. You should
The
know.
tongue. That was great.
Come on, you should know about making lists. None of these
I do.
traps can definitely make a top 10. So that's why this movie sucks.
I love making lists.
I'll just say, like, after watching the previous Saw films, watching Spiral, I'm like, this feels like Saw.
Yeah.
The traps make sense. And again, I don't want to repeat what Sean said, but more or less that's it. The traps, the consequences of your corruption. This guy was a liar. Like you got to cut out your tongue. Like, oh, that makes sense. You're given a chance to live, but you have to do something horrible to your body.
Yep.
And it brought that back. So the essence of Saw, I felt it, and that's why I enjoyed it so much.
Yes.
Although a running theme in these movies that I have not addressed yet is that the people that choose the time limit that these guys have are assholes. It's like, you've got to pull out your lower intestine and take an inch of it out. You have 90 seconds.
Like, what? 10 minutes, please, something.
Oh, man.
It's like Die Hard 3 with the 2 jugs. Right? You have to put your intestines, 5 pounds worth of your intestines in one jug.
Give me that fucking part over. Number 7, we got the OG wrong Wrong Turn. It was 9 for me, 3 for Charles, 3 for Brian, 4 for Sean, 13 for Rudy. Wrong Turn for me, solid 2000s ripoff of Texas Chainsaw. It's fine. I think that the rest of the franchise is what kind of hurts my ongoing reception of it. But I saw it when it was released, thought it was entertaining. I like the cast. It's solid. If you want a 2000s little gore fest, I think it's pretty solid. So there you go. Not too many elaborate thoughts on it.
It had stakes. Oh, go ahead, Brian, please. Thank you.
It had.
I came to Wrong Turn the first time around kind of when I was dying off a little bit from horror. And I think I gave it a 1-star kind of, it was a 1-star film for so many years. And like doing this 31 and 31 was the first time I went back and watched it. And I was so surprised by the fact that I even liked it. It was just like, all right, is it a classic? No, but man, I'd watch it again over any Texas Chainsaw film. Just again, it's that you've got a woman, central character, who turns the tables, shows ingenuity, but is still willing. They're still willing to show that she is scaredless. It's like these days. I feel like she'd be badass and like really kind of. If you want to say, oh, what would the woke version of this film be? She'd have no flaws. She wouldn't show fear. She'd be the one who tells the guys to kind of get their stuff together and she'd have the plan. And no, it's like she has a genuine reaction to the horror that is going on around her, which is to burst into tears, which I think any sane person would, before getting her stuff together and thinking, all right, if I don't do something, I'm dead. Simple as. And that's what spurs her on. And so I just, it was good. I liked the characters. Very rarely in a slasher film do you actually like the characters. Like even the couple that so Emmanuel Sharikius currently plays Lana Lang in Superman and Lois.
And Jeremy's sister.
Yeah, and Jeremy's sister. I liked them.
Yeah.
Like any couple in a horror movie usually tends to be one of them's obnoxious and you're kind of like, why are these two a couple?
Well,
and
they die off right in the beginning, the ones that are annoying.
Yeah.
But this one, none of them are annoying. And they'll if someone makes a sacrifice, other people survive because of it. It's not just like this. Then they sacrificed themselves and everybody still died.
Yeah.
Wrong Turn 5. But choices actually matter. If you jump out of a tree and hurt yourself, it's hard to run. Yeah. And so it actually plays into it. You feel like they thought through the different scenarios. Being ingenuitive helps. Your friend sacrificing themselves helps. And then it helps to have enjoyable actors in these parts, whether another Dexter alumni in here, peak Eliza Dushku right after she was Faith on Buffy, just solid actors that had careers after this, that are just the sorts of people that would be in this, but do a better job at it than normal people in these types of roles. It's just, so I'd never seen this one before a couple years ago, once again, when some neat sent me the whole set of films. So I watched this one. I was like, this is a real pleasant surprise. It was like, yeah, why didn't I watch this 20 years ago? And then I watched the rest of the movies in the franchise, and
that's why
I felt like I lost a piece of my soul that I can never get back. But this first one, if you're smart, you can survive. If you make wise, you can. I really dug the first one.
Yeah, it was a funny tidbit about the cast in this one. So we were talking about the likable cast. You get to the couple that are killed off first, the ones with the piercings and stuff. The guy is Kevin Zegers, who is the little boy from Air Bud, and then the girl is Lindy Booth, who was in this Disney Channel. this Disney Channel show called The Famous Jet Jackson, and I had not seen them since those things. So you get these like Disney family movie alum that come in, and the first thing they're talking about is like, "Come on, we're gonna have sex here, and they're gonna catch us." And I was like, "Well, they're breaking through that that Disney image pretty fucking quick."
Yeah,
All
I
right.
like the fact that it had stakes. Basically what Brian and Sean said. When Jeremy Sisto, like they're like telling him, "Come on," I think they stole the truck or whatever, and they're trying to just hightail it out of there. And Jeremy Sisto's not exactly as fast as he should be, and he's running down, and then he just starts running slower, and you're like, "What's going on?" And I actually felt bad, like, "Oh, I'm watching a horror movie, a slasher type movie, and I genuinely feel terrible that and like it just keeps happening. Like he's still trying with an arrow through his chest. He's still trying to get down, and it's just if a horror movie can do that, that's quite impressive. And I wanted them to live, very unlike other horror movies.
I think that's partly what maybe turned me off the film the first time around, is the fact that that I did actually like the characters, and then we're just seeing them die. And for whatever reason, that left a bad taste in my mouth. But after having so many years of seeing like slasher flicks where you don't give a toss about them, revisiting this, I kind of had a different take on it. It's like, actually, no, that is right. It is right that we should care about these people. It's right that we shouldn't want to see these people get taken out. So it's right that you feel this way when that happens. So so I like that a horror movie can get you in touch with an emotion you should be feeling when someone dies.
And they do that with the dude from Dexter crashes into them, and they don't really know him that well, and they still kind of bond. It's really
And it doesn't feel overcooked.
Yes.
Like people get into a car accident and they're frustrated, but no one acts like a movie character when that happens. Like, what kind of freaking idiot? Like, it never does anything wild or crazy. It feels like real humans, as if the writers have spent time in reality.
Yeah. It's like the any moment now they're going to exchange insurance details.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
But
he's like,
in the
you're right, because you damaged my car pretty good back there. There was one line where it was cute. It was a little joke.
It's funny because I think like this is probably the most tame, and it's revisiting it. What was Wrong Turn truly supposed to be, the original or what it became? I don't know, but this one is like, again, the kills are really not all that memorable. Again, I know the characters are actually, you're right, Sean, sacrifices, equal people getting a chance to escape and all that. It is just when you go from one extreme to this, it's like,
right.
It's totally a different film compared to what it became, the franchise. So it's like, what is the Wrong Turn? What is it? If you were to describe it, is it the 2 through 6 or is it 1? Well, I don't know. So it's a departure. I don't know what it's to call it.
I know my big issue with the first one, the lack of incest amongst the people in the car accident.
And premarital sex.
It's like what Brian said. This isn't a departure, Rudy. That they departed with the sequel.
Yeah, like
seeing somebody react to something happening to their friend instead of showing us every little bit of what happens to their friend. I mean, they go into their fridge and you see more than enough to get as much information as you need about these people, and then they witness their friend getting chopped up, and they're trying to be quiet. It's showing reactions and having actors that can pull it off is quite pleasant and a pleasant surprise.
There's even some little directorial flourishes. There's like the shot where someone's being tortured to death, and the way they show it is they zoom in on a keyhole and they show an eye.
Yeah.
And on the eye, you see the reflection of stuff happening. Just like nice little touches in there. Like, I was really surprised by this film, especially probably because I'd heard about the rest of them. And then the first was like, this is totally my thing.
Yeah, without incest, but
I mean, of course, missing incest. But
Maybe we'll get the director's Snyder cut at some point.
yeah, someday.
All right, moving on to number 6, we have the Hellraiser remake. I had it at 6, CP at 11, Brian at 9, Sean at 5, Rudy's numero uno.
Mhm.
So this was a really nice surprise because Sean and I saw this at the Fantastic Fest last year. This was the last secret screening. They usually do 2 of them where you walk in, don't know what the hell you're going to see. And so this was it was really cool because we were among a small group of people in the world that actually saw this in the big screen.
Yeah.
And for me, all I really needed from a new Hellraiser is like, can we please just focus on the Cenobites? Can we actually put the stars of the show in front and focus on them and not have them be this weird guest star in their own franchise? And that's what this did. It made the Cenobites and the Lament configuration and the looming threat of the Cenobites' arrival the whole point. And so that's what I really got out of this one, why I liked it. You know, they could have done better making the main characters a little bit more likable. I think that was the only kind of flaw in it. But and I was surprised how reserved they were with the gore for a Hellraiser movie. But it's very well directed. I think that the practical effects on the gore and especially the Cenobite designs was pretty awesome. So I'm with Rudy. I desperately want them to make more movies.
So
off
put
of
it
this.
at 1, motherfucker. If you're with them, put it at 1.
I'm with-ish. But I'm gonna be pissed if they don't follow this up because I think that it was a damn good way to reboot it.
Yeah, I feel this one again. Why I had it number 1 is that it does what a remake should do. Is like, you know, you respect the previous material, what's been built, but add to it and make it better.
Yeah.
And just finding out that the Lament configuration, there's like stages to it, different configurations to it, but you understand it as from an audience point of view. You understand why a person's doing this and what the outcome will be. And I love CP touched on this earlier, how when people have money, they just forget to feel things. And this one billionaire wanted to feel, so they attached this device that pulled on his nerve endings. I thought that was pretty damn cool.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, that's fucking ironic. That's like monkey's paw sort of wishing. But I love the transitions from the existing world to the hell world. That one van sequence I thought was very innovative.
Yeah.
Instead of just having like lights come in through like the walls like we had in the previous film. So it was an original take, inventive new takes. And again, with the Cenobite, with Pinhead being a female, I know people often complain about gender swapping, but this one, I didn't feel it. It wasn't good or bad, but it felt right. This actress felt like Pinhead in the role that she was serving. So I felt no positive or negative with it. It was just a natural performance for me, and it felt great. And I hope they remake this, man.
Rudy.
It ended on the cliffhanger.
Continue it.
It ended on the cliffhanger, and I'm hoping they rebuilt to this because I want to see that world more with what they built.
Yeah.
Disney owns Hulu, and Hulu made the remake. Therefore, woke.
Pinhead is a Disney princess.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Woke
Disney
swap.
Princess Key. That's the one right there.
Disney Princess's Hellraiser. That'd be awesome. I'm down for that.
The big thing for me
You're
on
the
this
Pixar
one,
Hellraiser.
this is the first time it felt like there was a consistent lore.
right.
Whereas like even the first 3, what exactly we're trying to do, how does this exactly work, how does it build with the different configurations and the different everything you're trying to do. And this one, finally it felt like I understand how all the pieces fit together, and there's a clear plot to it. Like the first 2 have a great atmosphere, but the plot is like, bring me dead bodies, Cenobite battle, credits. And this one felt like there's more intrigue, more plots, the mythology's fleshed out. So that's for me why this is the best Hellraiser film.
Yep.
Yeah, I didn't rewatch it. I'd already seen it earlier in the year, and I was far. I can't click on myself. I'm sorry. Oh wait, yeah.
There you go. There we
you
go.
did it. Thank you. I was just. I know it. I know how I felt about it. I went off of notes in my Letterboxd review, and perhaps it would be top 10 for me, but I just kind of trusted my instinct, and yeah, I like some of the stronger Wrong Turn movies. I like the first 2 Hostel movies, and I like what I mentioned, Saw, Hostel, and the 2 Wrong Turns that I have above it. So it could have been close, but I was just going on my own notes. But it's my 3rd favorite Hellraiser. It may swap. I don't know. Depends on what people tell me.
Gotcha. Brian. I was actually expecting you to like this more than you did compared to the other movies.
Look, at the risk of people coming at me, I did think there was a little bit of wokeness in this film. Not in the areas that people say. Like, it doesn't bother me that Pinhead is female. That's neither here nor there. It's just like it's a horror creation. As long as they make her look, as long as they make her look scary as anything, then job done. But there were a few moments in there where I just feel like, all right, that just feels like that was there by committee, not because.
Baby.
Go ahead. I had to.
Well, it's like the moment when they're breaking into the safe, and this big butch guy has been going at it for goodness now so long that he's now knackered, and then she just gives it one whack, and it opens. It's like, all right, okay, she's the strong female. It's not like something that completely derails the film, and it's like, it's a nag, I guess. It's one of those nags where nowadays every film we watch has to have little things in here and there where you look at them and you feel like, I feel like that was put there by committee. We've got these few tick boxes. As long as we get them in there, that's great. And it's just, again, it's just the world we now live in. So it's just, when it comes up, it kind of makes me roll my eyes. But for me, the main problem with this film is it was too long. It was like, what was it, 2 hours, 2 hours 10, something? It was just like, for this kind of movie, that's too long. I don't need a horror movie of this kind to be super epic. Am
I remembering incorrectly? Because I know the scene you're talking about, Brian, but didn't he set up her to steal it? Like, she was supposed to find it and steal it. That's why he had her open it, or acted like he couldn't open it. I recall that was the whole plan.
Yeah, the plan was to get it in her hands, but he didn't need to. He could have still got the safe open and had her. She could have still walked away with that thing without. It's like he could have looked at that and gone, "Oh, I don't know what that is. Sod it. Let's go. There's no money here." And then she could have been like, "Oh, no, actually, let's keep this. Why is it in a safe?" It's a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. And those other stuff as well. You got the two kind of straight people who are like proper messed up junkies, and the people who are like proper, who have the sense, who have the reason, who have the the good kind of moral center and all that. They're the gay couple. So it's just, again, like I say, it's not a big deal. It's not like something where it destroys the film for me. I put this pretty high up on the list. It's well shot. It's well acted. All that stuff. I just feel like a lot of the things that are in it are there by committee, not because one sole writer thought, yes, this I feel like this is the proper thing, part of the story. It's like, all right, whatever. That's the world we live in. We deal with it. We watch the film and we get past it. But I'm sure I'll be called all manner of phobic kind of names as a result of having those views. But
Agora.
Let's not stop that train just yet, because number 5 is Woke Turn.
Oh, man.
We got number 7 for me, 4 for Charles, number 1 for Brian, 12 for Sean, and 5 for Rudy. So this was a movie that I didn't really know what to expect from it. At this point, I was like, whatever, like wrong turn movies. I had just watched and reviewed the first 6. I'm like, what? They can't really. They would have to really try to make something worse than what I just experienced those last 2 movies. So I watched this one, and what was the pleasant surprise with this was that the first act or so, it kind of felt like, okay, we're just kind of doing the same thing again. Like, these characters aren't really all that interesting. This main chick's kind of annoying, and then you get into, when you actually get to the community, suddenly the movie pulls the fucking curtain up, and it's like, here's actually what's going on. And from that moment on, I was totally bought in on this, to where it challenges how people look at other communities that they're not familiar with, and jumping to assumptions, and the difference of ideologies. And then you have the whole thing where it gets violent, but it never really gets gratuitous. It's effective, but it's not like for a shock value. And then you have the whole third act where the main chick, who is kind of annoying and a dispensable main character, actually becomes kind of a badass, and you really invest yourself in her. The only real major gripe I've ever had with this movie was that, to me, it felt very dumb to when they shift focus over to Matthew Modine's character, who is the main character's father, and he's searching for her because she's been missing with her boyfriend for a while. I felt like they should not have told you how long it's been. Like, they tell you so many months later or a year later or whatever when they go to him, where if it got to the scene where he finally finds this community and the boyfriend's like fully bearded out and she's indoctrinated in and she's the wife, like, that would have been a nice little extra twist there of like, oh shit, this isn't like a couple of weeks later, this is like a year later. And for whatever reason, the movie chose not to do that. But this is my favorite of the Wrong Turn movies. I think it's got the most to say. I think it's the most interesting. And yeah, I mean, I won't get into all the woke turn stuff because it's going to be a running joke that I'm sure CP will get back into. But when we first watched this and did a live stream, that was the big narrative, was this was woke turn because there was a gay couple that held hands for 5 seconds.
They held hands.
I'll piggyback on that.
There you go.
While somebody's just commented, Brian points out Hellraiser wokeness, then has woke turn as number one. Yeah, the difference here is that the use of particular elements in this film that would be considered woke are used for a purpose. Like, I'll freely admit, when the gay couple rocks up in the film, I rolled my eyes. Not because they're a gay couple. Got nothing against gay couples. What I do have something against is filmmaking by committee rather than having an artist voice be the sole voice of a movie. So yeah, gay couple shows up and like, all right, there's the tick box. Boom.
Well, it's a 1-2 punch, which is kind of what surprises you, because you have one couple that's a gay couple, the other couple is an interracial couple.
Yeah.
And I think where you're heading is that they set that up so that they walk into this town and think, oh fuck.
Wrong turn 4.
Yeah. So it's literally like, so I roll my eyes, all right, okay, they're gonna tick boxes, boom, and then boom. No, actually, we're going to use that. We've deliberately chosen these because we're not just doing it because we're ticking the box. There's your gay couple. There's your mixed race couple. No, that's actually part of everything that's going on here, because we need that element in order to show the reaction to them by the people in the town versus the reaction they have to the backwoods people, because what they're experiencing from these townsfolk. And how they're feeling like oppressed or outcast or whatever. They essentially do the same thing with these backwoods folk, because they simply don't understand the world they've walked into. And it's like what feels normal in any given culture, you take into any other culture and it instantly becomes abnormal. And that's the whole thing about what the film is saying. It's that we get so much today on like social media, is because we have instant news by people who are on the scene, who aren't journalists. They're just everyday people shooting stuff on the phone, and boom, it goes out, goes viral, and everyone has an opinion. It's like you look at now that everything that's going on in Israel and Palestine, so many people have opinions about it, but they're not part of that culture. They've never even been to Israel. They've got no clue what it's like to live in Palestine, and yet they've all got these opinions, and they're doing it from the basis of their Western, rich, kind of privileged culture in which they've not had to live. So, and that's what the film's all about. It's just like you can't take your Western principles, your Western cultural ideological views into another culture and then judge that culture by your standards, because they're not your culture. And I just thought, thematically, this film blows any other film on this list out the water, because it is actually pretty rich in many of the things it's saying and how relevant it is. So yeah, I really enjoyed it. It was really surprising. The fact that the first Wrong Turn movie and its remake are are the two films that I come away from this 31 kind of thinking most about. Is mind-blowing to me as the man who put all of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre films.
Here's my bottom 8.
Yeah.
I will say that again, seeing all these films for the first time, I said this in my video that it felt like Zack Snyder came in and took something campy and brought something grounded and realistic into this genre. And I love the tone. I love how the hillbilly thing was totally removed, and now they're just mountain people. You know, maybe hillbilly is a bad term. I don't know. Maybe it's something that's frowned upon, but I like how it's grounded in reality, so to speak. And I love the how there's like a law, there's consequences. They have a court system within this world. It just felt very grounded and real to me, and they like took the content seriously, in my opinion. And that's why I have it as my number one. My number one in the entire Wrong Turn franchise. Now, as far as woke, I'll be the first person to say, I didn't like that. I don't want to call it a radar, but I didn't feel that at any point in this movie. It just felt natural to me. There's those films like Disney's notorious for this, where they kind of shove it in your face. When filmmakers and writers make it organic and natural, you don't feel it. And it's like Cody and CP can attest to this. They'll say they think it's woke, and like, what? I didn't even see that. I didn't even feel that at one point in the movie, but then they caught me up to what people were saying. But this one, it felt natural to me. And again, the culture clash, I think that's a natural thing with most horror movies. You go back to American Werewolf in London, where they're in that bar, what is that on the wall? And everyone kind of freaks out. I mean, that's a natural thing for people outside, the fish out of water thing. They're in a different culture, so they may do something to offend the locals, but that's kind of like a standard in these types of films. So again, it felt natural to me is what I'm trying to say.
I was the person with this movie the lowest on my list.
No.
I don't have much to say. I thought it was well done. I just wasn't as into it. It wasn't. It was like, it was. The big thing in my mind is that it was woke, and so therefore I couldn't put it in my top 10. I thought it was great, but it's woke. So, I just the specific vibe to it of like the cult people and everything. I got what they were going for. It was well done. When it came to rewatch these movies, I wasn't like, man, I get to rewatch that one. So just nothing. I have nothing much to add. I thought what they were going for, they pulled it off. I'm not as into what they were going for.
Yeah, I would argue that Wrong Turn 4 would have been ticking more boxes with a lesbian mixed race couple.
No, because they're doing it
but
for
that's before the
titillation,
conversation.
Yeah,
that's good.
lesbian.
That's actually true.
Right. I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah,
that's an interesting observation on how it's there as a it's literally for the point of superficially showing something.
Yeah. Look at how hot this is, huh? Yeah. Hard-ons aren't woke.
Fair observation. Astute observation there, CP.
Awesome. Moving on to number 4, we have the OG Hellraiser. It was my number 2. Charles and Brian had it at 8. Number 6 for Sean, and number 3 for Rudy. So for Hellraiser being a quote-unquote horror classic, it's never really been a classic for me. It's not one of my favorites. This is my number 1 of the Hellraiser franchise. Very close with the remake. The reason why it's my number 1 is just because I think I appreciate what they were able to do back at this time and some of the original ideas and Clive Barker's creativity just a little bit more, but it would not take much at all for them to make a Hellraiser movie that I like more than the original. I like the whole practical effects with Frank and his resurrection and the skinless suit and the Cenobite designs. Even though we only get a little sample size of them in this movie, this is the only movie where that feels appropriate because that's just the way that the story was written and the way the novel that they're adapting. Kirsty, pretty good character, but it's just the subject matter of Hellraiser is not something that works its way into my rotation. So this is never going to be on the Mount Rushmore with some of my favorite Nightmare on Elm Streets, Halloweens, any of the other classics. So it's a movie that it's like I respect it as much as I enjoy it.
Yeah, if you try to put yourself in the mind frame of when it came out, like if you try to like just mentally, all right, I'm in 1987 or whatever. It's just Freddy, Jason, Michael Myers, and then you have this Hellraiser thing. Like, oh, this is a really different type of horror movie right here.
I was too busy watching Critters.
So it's a breath of fresh air. That's for
Whenever
sure.
I first watched this, and by watched it I mean watched like 30 minutes of it, then stopped. It was that exactly that I went into it like Pinhead. Yeah, what is this like? Freddy like Jason was like, this is not like Freddy. We're like in like a wooden floor, and there's a meat guy on the. Oh,
A meat
what
guy.
is it? It's like- I didn't watch it again until a year ago when the new one came out or was about to come out, and I was finally watched. It's like, okay, I this is kind of interesting and different. And also, what's fascinating to me is watching this for the first time, parallel to watching all the movies for last year's 31 on 31, and I was doing all the behind the scenes. How all these Friday the 13th movies were like an arrow in the face, was like, too hot. This is intense. We need to trim this back. This can't be rated R. And then freaking meat guy comes out of the floor. The whole movie's like people being ripped to shreds and skinned guy, and that somehow got a rated R. But like these Friday the 13th movies were struggling. That was my takeaway. That's
certain
my
distributors
thoughts.
worked their way around. Paramount was a big deal. What was this, Kuroko that first did it? And if you were Canon Productions, it didn't matter. You're like, yeah, all right, don't rate it then. I don't care.
I recall when this movie came out, because this was 87, 88 or something like that.
Yeah, it's one of those two. Yeah.
Satanic Panic was big, and I remember in my school, which was a public school here, there was like PTA meetings where they're saying keep your kids away from Hellraiser, and another one, the Serpent of the Rainbow, because they were just dealing with voodoo or like something that you can call upon spells and demons, and they were also talking about don't do Dungeons and Dragons. So I remember this film being like, of course, you tell someone don't watch that movie. What are they going to do? They're going to want to see it because they're curious about it. They're intrigued, right? It's forbidden. And I remember it having that stigma of, again, these are demons, quote unquote, that you were seeking a pleasure and you're calling upon them. So it had that lore of like, it's risky. Don't watch this film. But to me, it'll always have that feel when I watch it. That nostalgic feeling of like this was forbidden. I wouldn't put it on the Mount Rushmore as you mentioned yet.
Go away.
But it's up there. I mean, I think the Frank sequences, as far as practical effects, would be up there with the Thing. As far
How
as
much
the
do you want
greatest,
for it?
I'm bringing it to you, Brian. I'm bringing
that's
it.
some of the best effects ever.
Sorry, Rudy.
That's
Sorry,
okay.
but I had to.
Y'all did a Critters ranking with the Munchies in there?
Well,
in that rankings?
I had a gag where I mixed Critters and Saw.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
And my cold open was that I was being punished for, giving Critters so much shit, and I never got to film it because I forgot I need another camera person for me to be on.
Not only that, but we compared notes, and I was like, "Oh, that's my opening." we all went the same direction with it.
I was going to do a Saw opening, but I couldn't find that tape player. I went to like 4
Dude,
thrift
$10
stores,
eBay,
and
$10.
Traders Village. I couldn't find it. I could not. So I went with the Hellraiser opening instead.
I can remember for years, because I didn't see Hellraiser until I was a teenager, but for years as a kid, whenever Hellraiser would get brought up, my parents would always say, "Oh yeah, we watched this when she was pregnant with you and she threw up." So that was the only thing I knew about Hellraiser, was like, this must be intense for my whole childhood. Brian, you're the last person to give thoughts.
Critters is better.
Kill rights.
Okay, moving on. Number 3, we've got Saw 2. So this was number 3 for me, 7 for Charles, 4 for Brian, 2 for Sean, and 8 for Rudy. So before what ended up being my number 1 came along, this was always the best Saw to me. To me, this took everything that they did in the first film, made it bigger, made it better. I liked that they expanded the way that the traps were. I think they were a bit more memorable. The whole house and the expanded cast and the scale of the trap in the game was much better. I also liked the whole lesson that Donnie Wahlberg was being taught, and what the eventual twist was. To me, this was even more surprising and effective than the first film. So for the longest time, this was my favorite Saw movie.
He's in a safe place.
Same.
Same.
This is where they
Yeah.
started to. I mean, well, we're in the top 10 here. It's you know, these are the okay movies of the crop. They started feeling like they were going away from the original premise because you had inmates who had a reason to steal the cop's son, Donnie Wahlberg's son, and it just didn't feel like it was part of the structure that they set or John set up in the first Saw. But I mean, other than that, it is what it is. It's just that needle kill. Oh,
Yeah. I remember walking away from this one and thinking, wow, I understood Jigsaw more as a villain because, again, it taught me that if you just followed his rules like Donnie Wahlberg should have done, his son would have just been right there next to him. So I'm like, oh, okay, I'm getting the lore now. Again, I get his world. You just do what he says and you'll live. So that's what I appreciate with this film. And again, it just took, like everybody said, it just took the stakes of just adding more people to this game. And again, each puzzle, everything just made sense. So corruption is punished.
As Mr. Leach said, this was my favorite Saw film until fairly recently. No spoilers. But I just felt like finally, it's the second movie. Jigsaw's front and center. Like,
I've waited
the first
12
movie-
months for this.
This is outrageous. But he's the star of the franchise, and this is the one where you spend time with him, you unpack his thinking. You have another clever twist. The game is much more elaborate. It's still very low budget, but the first one is so low budget that it's so restricted that you can't see a lot of it. Even the structure is designed around shooting schedules. And so the second one feels like, finally, we can play this out. We get to spend the time with our Mr. the Jigsaw. So I liked that.
Yeah, and we didn't have Carrie Elways, who had forgotten how to act by this point.
You have
It's
to
not
know
that
to
he'd
forget.
forgotten. It's not that he'd forgotten. It's just that he wasn't in a comedy, and he can only do the comedy performance.
There's
Dude,
a
I'm
clip. I don't
telling
know.
you, the only movie I have ever seen that guy in where he didn't feel so wrong was Liar Liar. I've just
Oh yeah.
Oh, wow.
Princess
for whatever
Bride.
reason, every
The
movie
Claw.
I've never seen Princess Bride, so that is usually the
Oh,
one that people
get
throw out at me.
on that.
Interesting.
It's dude, do you know my
Inconceivable.
taste? Do you know my taste? I don't imagine Princess Bride's going to be my thing, but
I
nonetheless,
don't know.
nonetheless,
I don't
Carrie
know what that word
Elways,
means.
which we'll move on to this before I start ranting on Carrie Elways. Number 2, we have the original Saw. This was number 5 for me. Charles is number 1, Brian 7, Sean 3, Rudy 4, and Saw. I remember when it came out. You know, this was something that I saw the trailer for, and I was like, that looks interesting. Didn't see it in theaters. Eventually, bought the DVD at Walmart because it was like $9 or something, and took it home and I watched it by myself, and I was like, this is crazy. This is really unique. Like, it felt like 7, but the different elements that they brought to it, it was like, dude, this is really cool. Are people talking about this? You know, I wasn't on the internet at the time, so thought maybe I was the only one watching Saw. I wasn't, apparently. And so I liked the creativity with the games, having a killer that was having this morality game with people. The cast was interesting for the most part. You know, it's a student film that's elevated by the talents of the people involved, with Lee Winnell as the writer or co-writer, and then James Wan as the director. And those two have both went on to be, you know, superstars in as directors and everything. So Saw is one of those movies that has a legacy for a reason. However, I don't feel like it's aged so well for me, because once you have that initial luster of, oh my God, he was laying there the whole time, once that's gone, to me, the flaws of the movie show more every time that I watch it, to where predominantly just the acting performance of Lee Winnell, who is, I don't blame him, he's a student who is doing this, and then Carrie Elways, who damn near destroys this movie for me, especially in the third act where he's supposed to act emotional. It's just, that guy does not know subtlety and hams it up so hard that every time I watch it, I'm like, oh, you're killing this. And so
I have a clip somewhere of Emily mocking him, and it was when she was doing voiceover for me, and I have to find it because it's hysterical. She's like, I'm gonna go help. I promise.
Yeah.
and she does it really good.
Yeah, it's that. I mean, anytime he shows up in a movie, like when he showed up in Black Christmas 2019, I was
Ugh.
like, well, no hiding the fact that he's the villain. And it's just
What spoilers? What?
Not
I was
I'm just-
excited for that one.
that is one of those actors. I don't have anything against the guy,
No,
but he is one of those actors that when I see him pop up in a movie, I'm instantly just like, oh. Anybody else?
Especially when you look at some of those wrong turn movies that
Yeah.
were direct to video, and you go, "This movie was made for under $1 million," and
Yeah.
some of those are reported to have been made for like $4 million. And you just look at, they've got actual actors in this, whether Mr. Elwes did a great job or not, but these are actual people you know and you recognize.
well, Danny Glover is too old for this shit too.
But like convincing effects, they pulled it off and they went, we have this much money, and they made the movie that was really incredible for that as first time filmmakers too. And then you watch some of these wrong turn movies for $4 million and it's like Wrong Turn 2 starts off and they throw a rubber leg on the ground covered with blood, and you're like, what? It's a rubber leg for $4 million. What is this? Like, it's when you watch a movie like this, it just makes you realize just how much a talented filmmaker, difference that they make of just making everything count. And even on the behind the scenes stuff, they're talking about, like, we didn't film everything we meant to film. That's why we even did some of the creative editing choices. That's just because that's what we had to do to put those scenes in the movie.
You'd have to shoot more to do stuff like that, though, because they like sped up, like spinning around and shit. You need extra footage and never mind. Go ahead.
But it's, I mean, there's certain things that they did, like like to cover what we were doing, we will put someone different in it, or it's like Lee Winnell's hand and it's supposed to be a woman, and there's like all this stuff that, like, the reason it's weird and these voiceovers and the images, so much of it came from the restrictions sparked creativity. Like Mr. Leach said, I don't think that this is actually a horror classic. I think it kicked off something great. It showed the talent. There's a lot of amazing things here. I don't think it's like an incredible movie or anything like that, but its restrictions are shown, but it's incredible what they were able to do.
Yeah, I have a bit of a nostalgia extra point or a half that I add to this because I experienced this with a packed house the opening night. And when Zepp, shout out, Ben from Lost, who's Zepp.
Yep.
You think he's the bad guy? Those are the rules. And
Do you really? Did anybody really think he was Jigsaw?
well, until that moment, we were led to believe it was him.
Yeah.
And then Carrie Elways is chewing all the scenery. Oh, you son of a bitch! I'm gonna get you.
The only edit that I forgot to do in my 31 that I kicked myself in my ass whenever I had it scheduled, and I was like, shit, I forgot to put that in, was I was going to take that clip where he's like, I'll fucking kill you, and he grabs the gun, he's like, click, click, I'll fucking kill you. I was going to make a joke that was Brian when I announced what that theme was. Like, you fucking... And I forgot. It was so perfect.
But when you see that Zepp has one of these bad boys, and then Lee Winnell starts playing it, and you find out that he also is playing a game, and out of focus dead guy on the ground starts coming up. The entire theater like went into hysterics. It was just like, whoa,
That's cool. Yeah.
well, this is it's a shared experience that kind of made it a weird memory for me.
So I watched
I saw
Saw
the
for the
twist
first
coming.
time.
Go ahead, Brian.
So when I watched this, I watched this with a friend at the cinema when it first came out, and about halfway through the film, I leaned over to him and I just said, "That dead guy in the middle of the floor is going to get up at some point. He's the killer," and it happened. And it's just, and that's not because I'm hyper super intelligent. It's because I'd gotten so used to your thriller and your horror film having the twist ending, and because it was aping Seven so much, it was like, okay, the killer's got to be really like on the edge of being like kind of super committed to whatever he's doing, and he's got to be like super clever and all this. And we've got to have a twist ending, because don't forget this. We're coming off the back of like just a couple of years after Sixth Sense, and once we had Sixth Sense, every flipping thriller that was out was twist ending. So I went into Saw, and as it's going on, I'm thinking, I wasn't even thinking, to be honest. It just felt natural. It's like your intuition just tells you that dead guy that no one's mentioning, that's in the middle of the floor, is going to get up at some point, and I bet it's the killer, because there's no one else in this room. There's no, and it's just so, and yeah, it never felt as original or as groundbreaking or as shocking to me as it seemed to other people. And I think it's just because, for whatever reason, on that particular day, my intuition was just working and kicked in. And beyond that, I do feel like there's a lot of style over substance. I think, Sean, you're right. You take a talented director, and he is a talented director, but I do think he's also guilty oftentimes of having a lot of style over substance. He does know how to take very little and do something really flashy with it. The way he moves the camera, this, that, and the other. But unlike someone like, say, David Fincher, who moves the camera in a very purposeful manner because he wants you to see a very specific thing in the shot at that particular time, I feel like here what we get is let's just be as flashy as possible, and it'll distract people from the fact that there's actually very little going on here with regards to story and character. So it's still a good film. It's still got to factor in the fact that, yeah, this was made on an absolute shoestring, and it looks a hell of a lot better than, as you say, movies that cost $4 million.
Yeah.
So I appreciate it on that level. From the filmmaking side of things, I appreciate it, but it's not a film that I've ever really loved or seen the, 9 sequels later kind of potential from.
That Charlie Clouser score is like it really helps. We were talking about this about Thanksgiving, that the music is just so not there. That score and everything coming to a swell with the reveal that Brian saw coming. It really helped. And again, how I feel about Halloween Kills can never match what everybody else has seen. And the same thing for Saw and Avengers Infinity War. I have fatigue with comic book movies, but when everybody just started turning to dust, and Spider-Man, Mr. Stark, I don't feel too good. I welted up. I was like, superheroes actually dying in this movie. This is I didn't expect this. So if I have a shared experience, it just has some extra something in there for me. Yeah, it's a watered down 7. It's a ripoff, of course it is. But it, like you said, why can't Eli Roth make a good Thanksgiving movie with $15 million while these guys were tying shoestrings together?
Gave it 3 out of 5. Change your rating. You hate the movie.
If I can add real quick, I think we're all forgetting. I remember when this film came out, what separated this movie from everybody is that this guy wasn't a killer. He put you in a situation you had to make a choice. So he technically wasn't your traditional slasher. And I remember that being new, and every one of us talking about that. So I think as far as an innovation and approach, this stands out because, again,
that to me just reminds me of the Bill Burr commentary on abortion, when he's like, yeah, but that was my cake. If you hadn't just taken it out and thrown it on the floor, it would be a cake right now. It's like, yeah, if you hadn't put them in those traps.
I know, right now. But he didn't really kill anybody. He just kind of put him in a situation, right?
It's not innovative.
It's different.
It's redundant because in 7, the woman who was for vanity, she had a phone to call 911 or pills to overdose. So she chose to die rather than be ugly. So it's a little derivative.
Right. And it is a watered down 7, but I think that's what everybody had spoken about at the time. And I just saw this again with my son, who's 17, and he loved it. He's like, what? When he rose from the, he didn't see it coming at all. And I'm just like, I love watching movies with my kids who've never seen a film because I get to re-experience that first time. And he's like, what? So the shock value is still there, and he loved it, man.
So many twist endings just kind of become pop culture knowledge.
Yeah.
So I saw this movie for the first time back when Jigsaw came out. And the ending had kind of become part of the pop culture, so it wasn't. I don't think it was overtly spoiled, but it was just like I knew enough that, like, Tobin Bell, and that, like, there was just enough that it was kind of like, okay, neat. This music's nice though. This music is hitting the spot. I hope they use this at the end every single time.
Every single ending. Number 1. Wow, what a shock. Wow. Saw X. My number 1, Sean's number 1, and everybody else's number 2. Look, it's been a while. This might be the biggest surprise that I've had since being on YouTube, because I was absolutely a naysayer on this one. I was another Saw. Oh yeah, we're not going to follow Spiral. We got to go back to the well and have Tobin Bell show up for the 90th time and do nothing. So I just didn't care. Even the trailer where it's like, oh, he's the main character. I was like, yeah, but who cares? Yeah. It's another Saw movie. Like I was fully convinced that there was going to be nothing interesting about this one. I figured at best it was going to be decent. And it ended up, just like with Hellraiser, ended up being the last secret screening at Fantastic Fest, a whopping 24 hours before I could have seen it publicly. And we saw this one, and it felt like everybody else had the tone that I had, because if you've never been to this festival, like, the secret screenings get packed out, they get sold out. So I'm in a full theater full of people. And then the host walks out, and then all of a sudden the screen starts to go, and it shows the little Billy doll, and like a third of my theater immediately left to go see if there was something else available.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
But when you go to those festivals, people are there for the things that they can't see publicly in 24 hours, and so there was just not really a lot of excitement. And of the options that we had that were the rumors, this was the one that I cared least about seeing. And then you watch the movie. And I walk out, and I was like, son of a bitch, was that the best Saw movie? How did they do that? And I was shocked, and then I was so excited to be able to talk about it, because I love to be wrong. I love to be the guy that's saying, this ain't going to be worth shit, and then I have to eat my words and get everybody else so excited for it. So what I loved about this one was that finally, just like with Hellraiser, finally you figured out what we're here for. We're here to see Jigsaw. Jigsaw's finally the main character. He's the protagonist of this story. And you pit him against a situation and a group of people where so easily you get us to sympathize with a murderer. And you get us to go, oh, they're worse. They need to die. I'm rooting for Jigsaw. Which is something that Don't Breathe 2 tried to do and didn't do so well. So you have this. You have really good traps for the most part.
There it is. There it is.
Just in time.
Yahtzee.
Almost made it.
Almost
Another
made it
5
to the
minutes,
end.
you would have made it.
Yeah.
But really good traps. A nice self-aware humor that I was not expecting, to where, like what Rudy was just talking about, where Jigsaw is not a killer, and that's always kind of been the premise, even though the sticking to that has always been very wishy-washy, even from the first film. This one, when they say that, it's played for laughs, to where they're like, yeah, we don't kill anybody, and people are like, are you out of your fucking mind? Like, they're saying what the audience is saying, and it's like, finally you acknowledge that he's full of shit. And like even humorous moments where he's gets this second lease on life, or so he thinks, and he's this sad old man, and now all of a sudden he's got this new breath of life, and it's sunshine and rainbows, and they're playing nice music, and then they pan down, or they put the camera down, and he's drawing the next trap. And so even the thing at the beginning where he sees the guy pickpocketing the guy who's catatonic on the hospital bed, and then you see the famous eye trap, and then it's all like a Envision, and he goes, good choice when he leaves. Yeah. Like, I loved all of that. So again, like, I gave it 4 out of 5. This is not like an instant.
What do you do for a living? I'm a bit of a life coach. I help people
Yeah.
make better choices.
Yeah, exactly. And so, like, I just, this is a 4 out of 5 movie for me. This wasn't like an instant classic. It's only number 1 because it's this list of movies.
Yeah.
But for what I want out of a Saw film, it was like, finally, you got it. And when I saw the critic scores and the box office reflect that, I was like, okay, you cracked the code. Now let's see what more you can do with this. The only real flaw in the
They're
movie,
stuck.
the only real flaw in the movie is that with the way that they end it, not giving the main villain her comeuppance and just leaving it, it's going to survive very much based off of how they follow this up. If they shit the bed with the next one and they don't follow that up in a good way, that's going to reflect negatively on this one. Hopefully they follow through with it. But
we've got another 10 films lined up. Yeah, so
they got at least 2 for sure. It's going to depend on how long Tobin Bell lives. That's really going to be the only thing that's going to stop it. But yeah, for somebody who they convince you and sell you so much as this despicable villain who's a nice foil for Jigsaw, she gets away very easily. That's the only real flaw with it, but they can easily make that go away with how they follow it up. But yeah, easily my favorite Saw film. I was shocked.
Yeah, and to see on top of what you were saying, Cody, there's the moment where they're on like this counterweight thing, and Jigsaw actually does sacrifice of his own to save a kid that I don't know how much he assumed was going to happen, but like he was putting himself through agony to make sure that they didn't kill that kid, and that was really neat. Again, it's like it's really hard to root for this guy, but he's doing the right thing.
Right.
I think.
They
the
find
thing
a
is,
way to, like,
it
find
shows
an
that
emotion that shouldn't be there. Like, this is like this heroic moment in a Saw film. And you're like, I don't know why this works, but you pulled this off.
But it shows he's willing to put his money where his mouth is. Like he puts people in these traps and says you've got a choice, and we're all sat there going, "That's no choice at all. That's just death. You're killing these people." But then when he's finally in one of those traps, he's like, he is willing to make the choice that is necessary to do the right thing.
Right.
And that's what kind of enforces the idea in all the previous movies that what he's doing has some kind of twisted value in that, okay, they do have a choice, and he's not just someone who's kind of soapbox preaching. He's willing to go through that same choice himself. So yeah.
This film actually gives me a lot of hope because, everybody's already said, it took them this long to get it right. I also kind of feel like, with the Wrong Turn franchise with the remake did it right with that new one, and also the Hellraiser film. So I'm hoping this trend continues where they revisit old IPs, maybe Nightmare, maybe Jason, and just come up with a different approach like these films did. I think it'd be amazing. But for us to all root for a villain in a film, I mean, think about that. That's pretty unique to get an audience to root for the bad guy.
Well,
what I like too is that I was the naysayer. So when they showed the little image of Amanda being in this, I was like, who cares? Like, that doesn't excite me either. But what I liked about this was they give you this. I wasn't necessarily asking this question or asking for this to be explored, but they give you this really nice little middle chapter of their relationship between what happens in Saw 2 and what happens in Saw 3, to where now, because of what happens with this villain and her killing the girl that she identified with and who won her game, it sets up these little building blocks for her and John's relationship to start to have those fractures. And it left me in a point where I want more from that, and I want more context for that. When before this movie came out, I was like, okay, she just goes evil by 3, who cares? But yeah, I liked how they did that too. Any more thoughts?
Yeah.
They did it.
Yay!
I wish I had like a confetti effect. Woo!
Nice.
We did it.
Pretty. Yeah, we did it too. Yeah, pretty wild that the 10th movie, and everyone's like, yeah, that's it right there.
Yeah.
Finally figured out your franchise that's 20 years old.
It's funny because they
Well
had
done.
they had no press like as late as I think May, and I was like, hey Cody, stupid question. What happens if this gets pushed are we doing 30 or what? And it turns out it was the best thing out of all of them. It's hysterical.
No.
Yeah, everybody was you were concerned, and then I think like a week later they pushed it forward a couple of weeks, and I was like, "Well, there's your answer. Now you got more time to film." Yeah, so that's it, guys. Saw X ended up being our number one, and again, not very much of a split on that one. So really quickly, I'll blaze through these because I know Brian is on fumes. We got a couple of stats here from our good buddy John Connor. He always likes to get really deep into some of these numbers. For our biggest split, number 4 was Hellraiser Judgment, split of 17 between Sean and Rudy. Hostel Part 2 was a split of 17 between CP and Brian. Jigsaw was a split of 19 between Brian and Rudy, and then the biggest one was Hellraiser Inferno, which is a split of 23 between me and Rudy. The smallest split, Wrong Turn 5, we only had a split of 3 between us. Hellraiser Bloodline was 2, and Saw X was 1. The movie savior, which is somebody that if you removed them from the ranking, these movies would be significantly in a different place. CP, Wrong Turn Last Resort would have been 3 spots lower without him. Brian, Hellraiser 3 and Spiral would have been 3 places lower without him. And then Rudy, Inferno, Hellraiser Judgment, and Hellraiser 3 would have been 4 places.
All the Hellraisers.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Then we have our movie slasher, which is the movies would have been a lot higher without this person. So I took down Wrong Turn 3 spots. Sean took down Wrong Turn 2011 3 spots.
I'm sorry.
Brian
woke.
took down
That's the
Hostel
problem.
2 and Hellraiser 2 3 spots, and then Rudy took Jigsaw 4 places, Wrong Turn 3, Hostel 3, and Wrong Turn 3 places.
Is this good? Did I win something?
You win
And
something.
look,
You're about to
something
win
out.
something.
It pains me to say that I do not have any kind of a fancy production for
Yeah.
this because unfortunately I had cleaned out a lot of my hard drive about a month ago, and all of the fancy Lomax Award graphics and awards ceremony stuff that I had got wiped, and I did not have enough time to redo it. But
Yeah.
for the first time ever, the Lomax Award does not go to the Lomax. It goes to our new guy, Mr. Rudy. So
Thank you.
Better first
Thank you.
impression, Rudy.
Thank you.
Seriously,
So,
the first time that the Lomax has got.
yes,
someone
sir.
else?
Yes, sir.
Since we've been officially doing it, the action one, I think I would have been in.
Yes, you would have. Absolutely, without a question.
Demonstrate.
But yeah, since we've been doing it,
Without
yeah,
a question.
yes, without a question. Absolutely. We were all on the same page, and you're like, fucking saxophones 29. Oh, man. So, yeah, guys, that is it. That is our 31 on 31. Now, I do have some super chats that I need to get to. So, Brian, I'm sure you want to tap out before that, buddy, before I go through all 27 super chats, or are you,
Yeah,
you
good night,
sticking?
guys.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Anything you want to promote?
So I'm it's coming to the end of the year, so I'm literally just trying to whittle through as many of my patron requests as I can.
One of you patrons request Breaking Bad. Damn it!
I've told you. You review Dead Man's Shoes. I'll review the first
watched-
season of Breaking Bad.
I watched Critters for you. Go ahead.
Cody, shut up, or we won't get next year's thing.
You're welcome. So first up is going to be Shutter Island. Somebody's requested Shutter Island. I watched that the other night, so I've recorded a review. And I'm also dipping my toe back into the Hammer kind of movies. I've got a friend who's let me borrow a load of Hammer movies. So where have you gone, Cody? Where have you gone? So the Christopher Lee, Peter Cushing, Dracula stuff, I'm going to be doing reviews on that. So, yeah. That's it.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you suffering through and showing up like a champ. You seemed less angry here than you were when we revisited Freddie, Michael, and Jason. So, anyway, yeah. So
Next year's should be good. Next year's should be good.
Next year should be good. I had to give Brian a break. I couldn't hit him with a 1-2 punch.
We should do a
So,
Zack Snyder one for Brian.
Holy fuck. I think I retire.
Zack Snyder, you say?
Look, I think we need to do, like, in the middle of the year, I think we need to do like another director's one, and I think Zack Snyder should be on there.
Yes.
We can rank all
I'm
31
game.
of his cuts.
He's got
But okay, yeah, we'll let you go, Brian. I know you're going into the wee hours of the morning here, so I appreciate you sticking through. We love you, and yeah, we're not going to announce it anytime soon, guys. But we already have ideas pretty all but stamped out, depending on how the movie releases play out over the next year.
We'll see you soon, Brian.
Yeah, baby. Yeah.
There we go.
Okay. Good night, folks.
Good night.
Oh, the doggy made a dog noise.
Does everybody else want to stay for the super chats, or does anybody else need to bail out?
What time?
We'll see how long I make it.
Okay.
I just got to go make a bio break. I'll be right back. Just take me off, whatever.
What about
Okay. Go ahead.
Biodome? That's on
You
the
shall
list.
return. All right, so we have going all the way back to the beginning of the
Missed it earlier
stream.
when this
We've got
passed over. No,
What?
I don't think we've shown what happened to my tower until
Oh.
now. That just this, you guys can't really see, but like there's just a mess everywhere of cans, and I
See,
really wanted
you
to
make
share
me
that with
feel
everyone.
a lot better about myself because I have 3 here, and I'm like, God, I'm a hoarder.
this is poison.
Yeah.
I also got these stacks of
Nice.
cup of noodles.
Noodle. Oh God,
Just on the floor behind me.
he's just been in that room doing Marvel stuff for the last 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Just, like, bring me more noodles and Dr. Pepper.
The difference
Very,
is he's
very close to
productive.
reality.
All right, so the Disney nerd way back at the first one said hello, Sean, Cody, Brian, Willis, Greedy, and new guy.
New guy.
Who's using
Yes, he's doing a bile break, what he said. Tommy Lee Jones, so glad I finished my 100 horror movie marathon in time to watch this debrief. Didn't want to miss it. How you lads doing? Hope you're well. Love the debriefs a lot. Keep up the great work you all do to entertain us. It is greatly appreciated. Appreciate that, sir. We're just dropping like flies. All right, we've got Joshua Nelson. Jason, Freddie, and Michael aren't looking so bad now, eh, Brian? I'm sure in retrospect he would have preferred I do that for a third time. Rudy's back.
I'm back. Where did CP go?
All right. Indisposed for the moment.
Okay.
Just wanted to say that I'm watching with my 2 dash hounds, Molly and Max are watching the debrief with me for Brian. Hey, there we go. Had extra. Critical Fangirl, Young Adult Fantasy, Dystopia 31 on 31.
That's
Possible.
Veronica.
Oh, okay.
From,
Okay. Yeah, Veronica.
Fantastic
Yeah, we've
Fest.
met her twice at the Fantastic Fest. If you're still watching, hi, Veronica. Young Adult Fantasy, Dystopia 31 on 31. I don't know. I'm not too familiar with what films would fit under that.
Yeah, I was thinking
we
the same
did.
thing.
She sent me a DM, so I can, since we haven't continued the conversation, I can send you there was a full list of breakdown of everything.
Oh man. Okay. Cool. Yeah, we did fantasy last year, and that took a lot out of me. So it might have to be a couple of years before we dip back into that. Michael LaRose, love these videos and all you guys. Thank you guys for making my shifts and drives much better over the years. Waiting for my put a shirt on comment. Put a shirt on, sir. But yes, I appreciate it. I'm glad we can make the
Look at those
work
abs.
life. It's Photoshop, damn it. It's not real. Johnny Caution, so hyped. I also started my movie review journey, and y'all are my biggest inspiration. So thank you. No doubt this debrief will be fun. Again, much love. Thank you. Ethan, Cody, what was your favorite horror game of the year? Resident Evil 4 by a country mile and a half. I mean, you could have a 5-star game come out. I'm still going to pick that one. I'm a Resident Evil 4 fanatic. So that one, it's going to end up being my #1 game of the year, most likely.
Resident Evil horror. Nothing.
What the hell? I'm clicking it and you're clicking remove, and then I click it and then you click it.
Welcome to my world, bitch.
There we go. The last, Rudy, I'll throw that to you. So have you played a lot of horror games this year? What's your favorite so far?
Resident Evil 4.
Yeah.
I'm playing the separate ways right now, and I'm not done with it yet, but I'm loving every second of it.
Good journey, son.
Yeah. Which of these 4 franchises would you guys want to try and survive? Big fan of y'all's channels. Which of these 4 would I want to try and survive?
Oh, hey.
I would assume Wrong Turn would be the easiest because I would never go in the fucking woods in the first
Yeah,
place.
yeah. I don't leave
I would
home.
be like, oh, there's no signs down there. I'm not turning right.
Yeah,
I go with Wrong Turn 6.
good for you, Rudy. Thank you.
The movie would be 8 minutes long.
I would have had your. I would have had your
what
back.
with me? Okay. Uncle Sean, which of these franchises would you want to try and survive?
Well, which version of Wrong Turn am I getting dropped into? The first one, Wrong Turn 6 with the nihilism, or 5 with the nihilism, 6 with the incest, the rebooted. Which mythology do I have to deal with on each of these? This is a tough question.
I'll take Hostel. I've been to Denmark. Bring it. Nobody wants to pay.
I'm not
for
walking
my
down
ass.
that dripping wet hallway, bitch. You can leave. So this is the big one that a lot of people kept asking about throughout the stream.
Yes.
No Sam and Scream 7. So you'll have to forgive me because this all dropped right before we were going live. So I only got to kind of dive into it for a second. I don't know if things have developed or there's probably going to be a lot of misinformation and changing information as this develops. But essentially, Melissa Barrera, who plays Sam, the lead character in Scream 5 and 6, has been let go from Scream 7 because of controversial comments, is what they're saying it. You look into it a little further. She had made some posts about the whole Palestine thing and was essentially calling for ceasefire, saying this needs to stop. It's genocide. There are some things that I saw where I guess the studio Spyglass is trying to say that she made anti-Semitic remarks, but everybody, literally everybody who is all over this is saying we can't find where this is anywhere. What are you talking about? Accusing her of essentially saying like that because Hollywood is ran by a lot of Jewish people. This is why, I'm going to be, I don't know what she said exactly, but it was some kind of a derogatory comment about the people who are in charge of Hollywood. And that's what they're saying is the reason why they let her go. Again, things are going to develop. This is only hours old. It seems like a bit of a smear campaign, and I would not be surprised, especially after all the shit they got in Scream 6 for dispensing Nev Campbell. I would not be surprised if you start to see other cast members from Scream 7 say that they're not going to be in the movie if she's out.
Right.
I want to put it on record that when like Brian brought up, I was having fun when I was saying things like woke turn and things like that. And, Brian, I just needle him. I really don't want to talk politics on stuff like this. It's just punching his little trigger buttons. But please don't misunderstand me saying any sort of political stuff as me wanting to get into any sort of discussion. Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah. Did you guys know anything further than what I just talked about? I don't know.
I kind of what you said is the vibe that I got of she was fired for anti-Semitism, but I haven't seen that message. I haven't seen what the actual quote was. And so that's where there's a lot of like, what's going on here? Like, if she said something, let us see it. But when you're just generically saying that, like, what is this? This is very unusual the way this is kind of played out because no one was talking about this until like there wasn't like murmurs. Normally there's backlash over a person said something controversial, then the studio overreacts. This one, no one was talking about her and this, and then she's fired, and everyone's like, "What did she say? Like what? What? Huh?"
They literally have recordings of Christian Bale just cursing out the photography, and they're like, "Yeah, we're still releasing this movie. We're good."
Yeah.
Well, that's where a lot of people are starting to get into it too, to where, I mean, again, we haven't seen what this horrible thing that she supposedly said is to begin with, but Hollywood is very pick and choose with who gets fired and who sticks around. I mean, we just had the whole Ezra Miller thing. You have, I love Mel Gibson as a director and as an actor, but Mel Gibson's often the one that people throw out as he's still working. And you have a bunch of other people that just, it's like the kiss of death if they do something, but other people get forgiven for it. And so it's a very messy situation. Again, we'll probably find out more, but a lot of people are saying they're boycotting the movie now. They've lost all interest. Even if they go back on it, should she stand her ground and say no, to hell with you and your franchise for doing this to me?
Yeah, Hollywood's
it in
getting
a
really weird. Like with Kevin Hart and the Oscars, and he was like, "No, I don't want to do it now. Fuck you."
Yeah.
Like Hollywood's a little full of themselves. They really need to start looking inward and stop being so fucking high and mighty about themselves.
On TikTok, everything kind of goes viral there, and that's how I found out about it. And everybody was saying they're going to boycott, Scream 7 because of this decision. And people, again, I don't know much about it, but they're saying that the anti-Semitic quote was her just saying ceasefire. That was it. That's what they're saying. Of course, I'm sure we'll get more details, but yeah, I mean, I don't see anything with her statements being, it could be worthy of her getting fired like that. I mean, I don't want to get too deep into that, but it's a shame that I love the franchise. I've seen them all again with my kid, and I love 6 and 7. 5 and 6, and the additions with her. So I think it's an overreaction, and it just kind of speaks to the climate nowadays. I mean, people can't express an opinion without being ruined.
Yeah, news can't breathe 15 minutes anymore. Now it's just like that woman who got canceled who she said something on a flight, and by the time she landed, her career was done. I forgot what the hell it was, but she flew to Africa or something. She said something about her skin color, and that was it.
Yeah.
Roseanne?
Best of luck. No, it was some like
joking.
I don't know, upper middle class woman who flew to Africa and said, I won't get sick because of my skin color. And I was just like, oh.
Let me ask you guys this. So let's assume that things don't change. She's officially out. Her character's done. How do they do Scream 7 without her? Because I love Jenna Ortega, but she is not the character that has gotten the development. It's Sam. Sam is the one with the arc. Sam is the one with the development of her relationship with Billy Loomis and everything. Like, how do you do a Scream 7 without her? And maybe not even without Nev Campbell. I don't even know how Nev Campbell feels about rejoining the franchise, whether they give her the money or not.
Cody, we brought it up yesterday. They heard us. Crisscross. Thanksgiving, Scream 7.
Yeah.
Massachusetts is pretty close to New York.
For Dempsey.
Jack Dempsey's still alive, so let him go in. We got
You
it.
think maybe recasting?
No, just have like a hybrid, a multiverse.
Doesn't seem like people like to recast nowadays. They just kill characters off. They don't really do the recasting thing much anymore.
Yeah, and then you get Saw X problems, and you're like, oh shit, we made the greatest thing ever. Now we're stuck. Or like Dexter. We're gonna make a mistake again. Oh, that was the highest grossing season ever. Well, now what?
Sean, I know you're the biggest Scream fan I know. What's your thoughts on how you continue without her character?
So on the one hand, part of the advantage of the Scream franchise is that Ghostface is
Anybody.
part of the world of it. Anyone can be Ghostface. They've made stab movies, so you can just go off. You don't have to have it be tied to the original set of characters. We've already moved beyond that, and you can move beyond it again. But if you're at a point in time where you're heading in a direction, that's what we wanted to do, and you fire your lead actress, it feels like you just scrapped your movie, and you're just making a movie to make a movie. Which Chris Landon, maybe that even helps him. Like, all right, Radio Silence did their 2 movies. Now, what would you do? Where would you start over? Where would you take all of this? Maybe that's a good thing, and everything doesn't have to be built off of what came right beforehand. You remove those the expectations that it's always about these same people in the same city. You take that off, and you can do all kinds of stuff with this franchise.
True.
But also it just feels like we're still in the same day of like, really? You fired someone? I need to see why before I'm even comfortable with anything.
Yeah.
Like, I just need to know more, because I'm just like, what is going on here? I'm just tired of the Twitter cancel stuff.
How about we do another Hunger Games type movie, but with only actors that have been canceled, and like whoever acts the best in the movie gets their career back. I don't know. I'm an asshole. Don't mind me.
Yeah, I don't know. It's gonna be an interesting thing. It's a shame because I really like the Scream franchise a lot, and Scream 6 right off the gate, it was announced, and then all the talk was just about the controversy with Nev Campbell being there. And now we got Scream 7. We got a very interesting director who has taken over it, and now the whole narrative of the movie is going to be about this and how it changes or doesn't change. So I guess we'll see.
And I'm sure the studio heads probably had other ideas to branch off and do, like Sean said, there's so many people like mimicking Ghostface, like we saw in the beginning. Anybody can be him. They probably had another idea that they wanted to explore. They're looking for the first reason to get her out of the out of the conversation or out of the story and go another route. So I'm pretty sure there's a plan behind this decision. It does sound impulsive, but I'm pretty sure they have something to back it up.
Yeah.
Because bottom line is money.
We will see.
Yeah, what did they offer? They offered 25 million to Sydney.
I don't know what they offered her.
Oh,
but I know-
somebody said she was worth 25 million. I'm like, the movie isn't worth 25. Hold on a second. But yeah, okay, never mind.
Yep. So we'll see. Someone said 31 on 31, Sweet Home Alabama. I guess at the back roads, wrong turn. Maybe I might be missing the joke. Maybe that was
the Reese
pertaining.
Witherspoon movie.
There you go. Joshua Nelson, next year's theme should be schlock horror featuring Sleepaway Camp, Puppet Master, Children of the Corn, Leprechaun, or Silent Night, Deadly Night. I don't even have the strength for that. I'm sorry. I would love to do Sleepaway Camp at some point. Puppet Master's a hard no. Children of the Corn. Let's put it this way. I watched the remake. It was like maybe the third Children of the Corn movie I've ever seen that came out earlier this year. I thought it was dreadful. And then I watched the rest of them, and I was like, "Oh, that's a top 3 Children of the Corn movie." Leprechaun's pretty rough, but
that's the only franchise I set out to rank, and I went, no.
Yeah,
Leprechaun.
And Silent Night, Deadly Night. I actually planned on doing a review series last December because I bought the little pack that they had that came out with all the sequels. I got through Silent Night, Deadly Night 2, and I was like, I'm out. I can't review these. How do you review the second movie? There's not even a movie there. So yeah, I like the creativity though. I like the fact that you guys like to throw out ideas and stuff. That's fun. Jason Rodriguez, y'all rock. Any ideas when the next 31 on 31 will be? Most likely next year will be the same thing that we did this year. We'll have one obviously on Halloween. We'll always have one on Halloween, but we'll do one more probably in May. I think the years of us doing more than 2 are behind us. We started to blow through a lot of the theme potential, and also with
the lockdown helped.
Well, yes, but as also as busy and me and the gentleman above me get, it becomes taxing to do these.
This
you
year
got to watch,
really,
especially if it's a list of
really
movies
tough.
you already have experience with, and you got to, watch 31 new movies.
Yeah, that's usually the issue. Like this, I was unfamiliar with at least half of these, and yeah, as much as I say I'm not going to save them all until October. I'm not going to save them all until October. I saved all of them until October. And watching the entire Hellraiser franchise while having a pinched nerve that needs to be operated on, that was torture.
It does feel like that would add to the experience. Of
man,
really feeling it.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, you got nothing. Whatever. Oh, your skin's gone.
Aaron, we got what's up, Cody? Just got out of seeing Thanksgiving. There was a good ass jump scare that made my legs kick out. I enjoyed it. I'm glad you enjoyed it. David Neighbor, awesome stream as always, guys. Thank you, sir. Wrong Turn 2 was the funniest review you've ever done, Cody. Well, I appreciate that. I had to go the comedic route when I was reviewing those movies. I had nothing else that I could do. I was like, I just had to roast it and just show the comedy chops. Jonah Fremont, the female lead of Jigsaw, was the most deserving victim in the entire series. Yeah, certainly up there. Certainly up there for sure. Meadow, Cody and Sean, can you bring Adam Does Movies on a live stream? It's common courtesy to bring on a smaller channel like his. You guys have great chemistry. Well, I agree. I like Adam a lot. We do have really good chemistry. I don't know. Maybe it's a language barrier, so I won't get too testy about it. Saying it's common courtesy kind of feels like we're being lectured a bit.
Yeah, what is that? That's what I was confused with. What do you mean by common courtesy?
I would say that I'm very good about showing love to smaller channels. So yeah, I like Adam a lot. I've been on his channel twice, and whenever I have something that makes sense to bring Adam on, I would love to have him on. I don't do too many live streams nowadays, and so when I have a topic that makes sense to bring Adam on, I would love to have him on.
Smaller channel, he's got 72,000.
Oh, does he?
Yes. What the hell? What the hell are we?
Sorry. Rudy and I combined
Jack Squad is what we
aren't even half of that. So you and your
I've made a career hanging on to smaller channels.
Yeah, I mean, to defend Cody and Sean has they both have put entries into my little bullshit 1999 series. They both guested on my show business show, which doesn't even get 1,000 views. They could be spending that time, I don't know, just watching. Well, if you're Sean, something where brother and sisters do things, but that they spend time, hanging out and doing me a favor, bringing whatever audience wants to follow them over. Same thing with Rudy. I don't think the common courtesy thing. I think you're misjudging both Cody and Sean. And Cody was just on my channel last night talking about Thanksgiving in a spoiler chat. I'm sort of offended, especially considering he has 72,000 subscribers. But he was on Dice's channel last week to help Dice. I think it's a mischaracterization. I apologize, guys, but the stuff that they do for smaller channels, and when I say smaller channels, I mean people under 20,000, 10,000 subscribers, and Dice, just because of, I don't know if it was because of Cody guesting on their channel, Dice is now AdSense applicable. Easy for you to say. I'm not comfortable with the way that was worded, and I guess I'll shut up before I get more people to hate me.
Keep going. Defend me, bitch.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
not the spies,
I-
is what you're
Yeah.
saying. It's,
Yeah, I don't want to overanalyze a statement where I don't know what the person meant, but like it's not a common courtesy to have smaller channels onto it, because it's like literally our job. Like my reputation is tied to it. And it's not that like I would have Adam on my channel. I would if I bring back my live stream. I'd absolutely have Adam on there. But you have to think about it. It's not like I do a courtesy for someone. It's a matter of like a professionalism of why someone could be on your channel. Like no one is entitled to be on anyone else's platform.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
and the approach that I take is like I don't see, it's kind of like never mind. I don't know. I was going to head a different direction, but I couldn't think of the words. I like working with people and collabing with people and being friends with people that I like their personality. I like what they have to
like-minded.
say.
Yeah.
I never really see subscriber count. If I did, I would have bailed on half of these fuckers. But
Right.
anyway,
Yeah, that's me.
It's kind of like my. Sometimes I do or not live streams. Do stuff with my buddy Andy, who's very new to you, like doesn't do much on YouTube, and started because I had him on my channel. I had him on my channel because I know he has a personality,
Yes.
and he has more knowledge on certain subjects than I have, so he can share his knowledge while having a personality. And it's that it doesn't matter that he had 0 subscribers. He had something to offer of value.
Yeah.
And that's the way we kind of think about these things. Who is beneficial to our audience?
Right.
And
also
Adam would
what-
absolutely be that.
and also what ways that you can actually benefit each other, because a lot of people, I think they wrongly assume that, well, if Cody or Sean shows up in a live stream, I'll get 1,000 subscribers or whatever.
Right.
And it just doesn't work that way. Like it's actually disadvantageous to you if there's that big of a gap and there's no
Right.
no merit to it aside from just, I like your channel and I see a big number. But I always go out of my way to try to help up and comers, smaller channels, whatever, as much as I can, either bringing them in for a collab or collaborating on their channel or giving them advice or, helping promote them, retweeting something, sharing one of their videos. I do that all the time. And I've been pretty outspoken of even bigger channels than me that only promote each other. They only promote people on their level. And I very much do not like that. Do not do that. Like I always go back to this tweet, and I wish I could think of the channel that said it to give better context, but it was a channel that had like 10 million subscribers, and they were doing like a Twitter Q&A or something, or they retweeted. Somebody asked, what's a YouTube channel that you think is incredibly underrated? And they said Dead Meat. And I was like, the guy with
Like
7
10 million
million subscribers, like that's no hate on Dead Meat whatsoever, but it was just the not a good answer to that question. And so I very much try to be the opposite of that. When I like to promote and people ask me what channels, I'll throw out Haunted Hippie, I'll throw out Sledgehammer Horror, I'll throw out, you know, channels that are up and coming and smaller, because people that are at, you know, me promoting Sean doesn't help Sean. Sean can help himself at this point, and so, and vice versa.
I do my best to.
Well,
yes,
and
Sean deserves it.
Sean does deserve it, indeed. To kind of piggyback what you're talking about, Cody, the way that having either of you on it's not advantageous, because if you're not bringing your A game and you have a much bigger brought audience onto your channel, you're not really at your A game, you just waste an opportunity to have extra eyes you wouldn't normally have on your channel, which is why last year I felt like such garbage for Halloween, because I couldn't do A, I was late, and B, I screwed the pooch, and it's like you got to make the best of your opportunities, and I felt terrible, and I do need to apologize to you guys, because it looks bad on you guys recommending channels like myself, and my sound is off, and so on and so forth.
I just make fun of you in the next one. It's all good. Step into my office.
I will add, I'm considering, I was watching I love documentaries, right? Especially on YouTubers. I've seen a few that are done right. And I saw one with Boogie 82 something.
Oh,
one of the godfathers of YouTube.
Oh, that's depressing. That
it is. And I saw it, and it just kind of reminded me that, you know, success to those who receive it is few and far between. But when people get success and wealth, they say money makes you, can bring happiness. I don't believe that. I believe it gives you options, and it gives you an opportunity to showcase your true character.
Yep.
And when you see people who get success, you know, on them, like, what do you have? You have Sean up there in church and speaking engagements and doing all these things and spreading goodwill. So that's a testament of his character, in, you know, this position, and this platform has amplified that voice. And same with Cody. So you see the true character of a person when they get that success, and that documentary just showed what the true person really was. So again, I think it just comes down to character as well. I mean, I've met everybody except for UCP in person, and you're all good people. You're all wonderful people, and that, to me, that's what matters. And we can text, we can BS, and we respect each other, and I love that.
He thinks I respect him.
I respect your ass. I love you, man.
I love you.
Moving on to Ivan. Hey, gentlemen, y'all are awesome. Hellraiser 2 best on the list. Debate it with your mothers. Also, Inferno sorely underrated. Have a good night, peeps. Well,
I'm
Rudy
not
would
gonna
agree
do
with
that.
half of that. Brooke popped in. Hey, all. Cody,
Brooke.
when doing your horror icon ranking, did you leave the collector out purposely? I had the collector on there.
Well, that's a great movie.
Brooke, how about you just watch the content? How about that?
Are you fast forwarding or forget to add him? It's easy to forget with so many. I genuinely did forget a couple. Like, as much as I make fun of the comments for having gone through the effort of putting so many on there was things like Victor Crowley that somebody called out where I was like, yeah, I could have put him on there so that I could throw him on the bottom. Either way, where would you rank him? I had him next to top. I love the collector. I forget what I called it, but if it was S tier and A tier, I had him in A tier. But yeah, I had him on there. I definitely did. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how to. I did. You're making me doubt myself. Jonah Fremont, more disgusting scene, the one from Hellraiser Judgment or the pig scene from Saw 3? Well, the one from Hellraiser Judgment almost made me throw up describing it, so I'm gonna have to go with that one.
Just talking about it.
Yeah.
Baby.
Judgment. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
I was trying to describe it and reiterate it in my review where I was like, yeah, and then they chew up the paper and then he vomits it into this thing and then the chick does it and she spits it and I was like, oh, nope.
If I was going to spend more time with you in March, I was going to bring one of my Who Would Like That videos and see how far you could make it through. But I knew you had kids, so I was like, I don't want to chance it. And
what you and CP do when he came to Georgia? Oh, we watched Irreversible.
Yeah, I didn't want to scar any, like, just in case. I was like, nah, you know what? Let me just forget it. It's just a joke.
Who did the Hellraiser song better, Ozzy or Lemmy? I actually prefer Lemmy's version, and I'm not a massive Motorhead fan, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the hard part. Is I'm somebody where vocals is very important. So you have some of the gods out there like Lemmy, Dave Mustaine. I have a hard time really getting into their music because I don't think they're very good singers. They're great frontmen, but not very good singers. But I actually prefer Lemmy's version.
Yeah. I often get into discussions about how Black Sabbath just was not a true band until Ronnie James Dio joined that band. And I try to tell as many teenagers as possible if I could.
That makes sense.
Don't allow them in my house if they don't know.
Don't allow them.
You'll understand that joke when you see Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. They're
I'm
very
seeing it
modern.
tomorrow. Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, sorry, Rudy. Sorry.
Spoilers.
Sort of.
One major issue I have with the OG Wrong Turn that I haven't heard anybody else say, why do the hillbillies kidnap the last girl when they were killing everybody else on site? Seems contrived in my opinion.
Sure.
You're not wrong.
Who was the last girl?
Eliza Dushku. I was going to say
Girl
because
from
she's
True
fine,
Lies.
but they also decapitated Emmanuel Sharik, so that goes out the window.
The girl from True Lies.
Also,
Yeah.
a bunch of other stuff. Jay and Silent Bob.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was smitten for her too.
Oh, yeah. Good to see the band together.
True Lies
She's
is
in
getting a
season-
4K release. I got to
She's
get
in
that.
season
is.
4 of
About
Banshee
time.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Finally. That and Aliens.
And the Abyss, which is
Not a
also
fan.
getting released
Yeah,
in.
Vice.
How dare you? How
Not a
dare you? How
fan.
do I boot you from your stream?
Wait, what?
Cannot.
What was the
The
last
Abyss.
one?
The Abyss. The Abyss.
The Abyss, True
Ooh.
Lies, Aliens, and then another version of Avatar that I guess has all the cuts.
Oh, James Cameron been doing some work then, it looks like.
Mhm.
Yeah.
About time, sir.
Oh,
Disney's like,
indeed.
listen, we need to make money.
Mm.
I mean, they skipped the entire Blu-ray era.
Yeah.
We haven't seen it since DVD.
Mm.
Clayton, the Wrong Turn movies were almost as hard to watch for me as the Critter films. Almost. Critters is better than Wrong Turn.
Yeah.
I'll give Brian a bone on that one. Henry, Danny Glover is one of the best parts of the original Saw. He should have stayed alive and been in at least one of the sequels. He was good. He was good.
Yeah, nobody thinks about the next movie when they make movies with budgets like that.
Like, oh fuck, we killed him in 3. What now? Jonah Fremont, in my opinion, Game Over, complimented by the score by Nine Inch Nails. Charlie Clouser is the best closing shot in horror.
Yep. Charlie Clouser's got a channel. You could watch him in his process of how he gets in the mindset. He's got a YouTube channel if you really want to get into how he does stuff like that. Yes.
I appreciate all of you guys' torturous rankings. Keep on rocking. Yeah, I'm not going to make it a thing where I'm going to try to just go worse and worse. This was the one to get the bottom of the barrel out of the way and have fun with it, hopefully. But Brian didn't have fun with it. Joshua Nelson, best and worst 31 on 31 so far. This is the worst by a landslide. Yeah, I know. This is your best and worst.
Werewolves and vampires was really tough for me.
Bad?
It wasn't a matter of just as the
Workload.
to do it.
Work.
It wasn't the workload of it. It's really easy to put on 5 Wrong Turn movies in a day because they're all 90 minutes. They're all just stupid,
Right.
And you're not having to adapt to a new thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're ranking categorically similar things, and it was just the so many different things, even different countries, different decades, not franchises. That one was really tough for me.
Understandable. That as far as workload, by a landslide, the hardest for me was the fantasy one, because there was the most first time watches in that I've ever had in a 31. I had never seen a Harry Potter movie.
That was
outside
the
of the first
Vampires
one.
and Werewolves for me.
Yeah, I had never seen anything but the first Harry Potter. I had never seen anything but the first Lord of the Rings. I saw none of the Chronicles of Narnia movies. And so all of that was a first time watch. And I listened to you assholes that told me to watch the extended editions first.
Yeah.
So every movie was 4 hours long.
I did not tell you to do that.
No,
That
everybody's
was-
like,
that
that's
sounds
all
like
you
a
gotta watch
Lomax
those.
move.
You gotta watch those. And I'm like,
No, if you're like a Tolkien obsessive, then you would have already watched these movies 20 years ago. The
Yes.
idea that you were like, I'm not really in if you're that person, don't watch the extended cuts.
Dude,
Those are Tolkien nerds. They don't understand normies.
Peter Jackson doesn't know the term cut.
He
does not know what that means.
Those movies are so fucking long that every single one of these individual movies extended cuts were on 2 different Blu-ray discs. So I'm downstairs and I told my wife, yes, exactly. I told my wife, I'm like, I got to watch these 3 Lord of the Rings movies. And so I watch Fellowship of the Ring, and then I go to put in the first disc of 2 Towers, and she goes, so this is the last one? And I go, no. I was so exhausted by the time I got through those that I had no gas left in the tank to give any fairness to the Hobbit trilogy. Yeah. So those really suffered. But
they suffered because they're the Hobbit trilogy.
That too.
But that's right. Like Lord of the Rings, Friday the 13th, Halloween. These movies are 90 minutes long. You can watch 3 of them.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, you watch like 7 of them in the length of one of these extended cut movies. Like the credits on those extended cuts are as long as some of these Hellraiser movies.
Yeah.
Why is there 47 minutes left? What the hell?
Yeah, there's literally credit scenes like 20 minutes of just people that like were joined a fan club or something like that. It's crazy.
Crowdfunded.
Good Lord. Yeah. So that was the hardest workload, but worst quality of movies is this one for sure. As far as best, it's either going to be between the action one or the director one that we did for me. The Monsters and Machines one were pretty good too. The little sci-fi one that we did there.
When it doesn't feel like work, I quite enjoy myself. Although when it doesn't feel like work, I can't really stretch my arms as far as gags and stuff. So it's like it's bittersweet, because if there's some shitty movies in there, it's like, ooh, I got a gag here. So it depends.
I think the one that that I just appreciated the most was actually the Unholy Terrors, because there were a number of first time watches that it was like, I'm glad I finally watched. I hadn't seen Poltergeist.
Yeah.
How would I have not seen Poltergeist? I don't know.
Me too.
But so some stuff like that it was just kind of like finally getting to watch them. So it was a good bit of work, but it was really fulfilling. So they're sometimes unpredictable. Like we did one. Some of them are too easy because you know them too well, and it's just like, okay, we did that. So ones that are just not so much of like work, but also not too distant. So that right blend in the middle, those are the ones that are normally really satisfying.
If we're still chewing on that idea in between, I think that one's going to be easy on the work. And
yes,
do you know what I'm talking about, Cody?
Yes, I do. And yes,
Cody
we're not
floated an idea to me that if that's the mid-year one.
Sorry, sir.
What? No, what?
I said sorry, sir.
Oh.
I might be wrong.
No, the idea that Rudy has no idea what we're talking about, but the idea that I floated to you for May, I also conveyed to Sean, and Sean was 2 thumbs up. It would be a lighter
experience.
Yeah. I'm just smiling.
So it was you said? Human Centipede.
Oh Jesus!
Catalog.
Yeah, it's the Who Would Like That 31.
Oh my God. Let me know.
I'll fuck with Rudy and be like, we got to watch all of the post 2010 Disney movies.
No.
Chris says, great stream, guys. Love this 31 on 31. While I haven't seen all the movies, I'm a big Saw and Hellraiser. Watching Saw X right now. Bought the 4K. I also got the 4K. That and Oppenheimer came in the mail right before I came upstairs. Hey guys, one of my favorite genres of movies are heist movies, so I would love a 31 on 31 on that. I would adore that as well. I don't know if there's enough movies to pull, but if we could head somewhere in that route, I would have a blast with that. Heat, The Town, things like that. Hell yeah. Conflict, fun show, guys. 31 and 31. Snyder, Cameron, Carpenter. I don't know if those 3 directors go together stylistically. It would be a fun bunch of movies.
Yeah. What's the theme?
Yeah, and look, it's unfortunate that the director showdown that we did previously with 3 directors that very much fit together was our worst performing one that we've ever done by a landslide. So there's also that, when you do this much work, watch this many movies, do a video the size of 31 on 31 plus a debrief and all the production that I have to do on side of that, you only really want to do it when you know there's going to be some value on the other end of it. And unfortunately, that one proved to us and to Brian that we can't continue down the road of favorite directors very often. But we'll see. We'll see what the
Hey,
future
that one
holds.
that one did good for me. I will
All right.
vote the other direction. So some of the other fun ones didn't. The Monsters and Machines looks like it didn't do very well for me. So that's interesting.
What haven't y'all done?
That was
You just got a sneak peek, you jerk.
We've
Not-
explored
not
we've
to-
explored a lot of horror.
Okay.
We've started to run out of horror to
Yeah.
where it's difficult to not start repeating franchises. And there's a number of films that we have repeated. I think CP said we've had Alien 3 in like 4 episodes.
Yeah.
We've done one action episode. We did those 3 directors together, which was a wide variety of movies. We did Marvel versus DC when there were 31 movies between the two of them. We've done fantasy. We have an idea for next year, which for a genre we haven't done yet. Somebody brought up some subgenres like heist films and everything. So we're
That is
venturing
a new
out
idea.
of horror. There's a lot of potential for things that we have
Okay.
not done yet. Horror, we're starting to run out of things to wring out of the rag.
Do that
What?
again. Do that again. Ring out what?
We're hitting a certain point where I'm curious to see if we were to do a greatest hits 31 of all of the movies we've covered,
Mhm.
like how that list would look, because it would be quite interesting.
Brian's kind of
No
already
Texas
done
Chainsaw Massacre.
Brian's already kind of given me a list of franchises that we've done so far, and we're pretty damn close to having 31 of them. So that possibility I do
Oh.
like.
Yeah.
Thoughts on
interesting.
Never Hike Alone 2? I'll start with you, Charles, because I know you've seen it.
Patrons on my channel can see me react to it in real time.
Non-patrons, fuck off.
Yeah. I have a letterboxed review, and whenever a month passes, it'll probably be up sometime when I get to the UK. But yeah, patrons get a little bit of exclusivity. But yeah, I think I gave it 3.5 or 4. It's, if you're a Friday 6 guy, that movie's for you, because it's basically just more going off of Friday the 13th Part 6, Jason Lives. It's going off of more of that. There's things in there that people may not jibe with. So, you know, it all depends on where your headspace is. I enjoyed it.
Rudy, did you see either of the Never Hike Alone movies? The Friday the 13th fan films?
I saw the first one and I enjoyed it. I haven't seen the second one.
Okay. Sean, I know you haven't seen them. Never Hike Alone 2. I didn't get a chance to review this. I had full intention to, but the time that I was talking to Vince about a screener landed at the time where I was going to Orlando to film all of the Halloween Horror Nights stuff, and then I was just balls deep in October, and so I've had no time to fit Never Hike Alone 2 in there. I liked it. I much prefer the first one, for the simple reason that I liked how unique and standalone the first one
Contained.
was, and it was a very different Friday the 13th movie, where this one is very much a fan service based film.
Yeah.
Where if you're a Part 6 fanatic, which Vince is, and that's the part of the story that he's trying to wrap up, it's fan service. It's Jason Lives love just for an hour.
Yeah.
I like Jason X. I do like Jason X, but I like Jason Part 6, but the I don't have the deep-seated love for it that people like Vince or like CP has for it. So some of the magic was lost on me a little bit. It's very well produced, very well made, as you would expect from that crew. And I think if you're a fan of 6, like Charles already said, then you're gonna be giddy with finally getting the end of that story. But it was just because the magic that he was going for, I'm not the target of that. That was the only thing that was the missed thing for me. Moving on, we have Daniel Skinner. Any thoughts on the Omen prequel coming to theaters April 5th of next year? Fun fact, I was born 4 years before 6606. I know nothing about it. I know absolutely nothing about it. Prequels do not interest me ever. Once in a while, you'll get a really good one, but when people say horror prequel, I immediately my brain shuts off because more time.
X was a horror prequel.
It was a
a
mid-cool.
mid-cool. Yeah.
Cody.
Well, there we go. There we go. Good call. It's a midquel.
There you go.
Changes everything.
There you go. How many franchises are going to start doing midquels? But no, I mean, it might be interesting, but I only really like the original Omen. So that franchise, much like Exorcist, is just like, why do we have a franchise of this? And until I know more about it, I just don't care. So anybody who's excited or intrigued about that?
I don't think it was on my radar until I read that question. So then I did a
Yeah.
little Google search and saw that it was a thing.
Maybe
So
one
that
of the
in and
actors will talk about Israel, and we could avoid it.
Let me see if there's anything about Castor.
Mikey, can't wait to see your full moon 31 on 31 Puppet Master and Puppet Master. Must be 31 by now. I don't
Bill
think
Nye's
I'll
in
ever.
it.
I don't think I will ever
Science guy?
watch that franchise.
The other one.
Bill Nighy
Oh.
from Underworld.
Yeah.
I
David
watched
Goyer
the.
produced.
Oh, okay, that's interesting.
Produced
No.
is
As
not
long as he
direct.
didn't direct it, yeah. I watched the first Puppet Master probably 5 or 6 years ago for a patron. Did not like it whatsoever. Took me years to finally watch the second one. I think like maybe a year or two ago, I watched the second one. Did not like it whatsoever. There's like 15 of those fucking things. So I don't think I'll ever be diving into that franchise unless I'm just desperate for something to talk about. And yeah, so that's my thoughts on that. I know you're joking, but just to give it a serious response, if I'm doing Puppet Master, you know I'm fucking hard up for material. Bo Gill, maybe a spy theme 31 on 31 with James Bond and Kingsman.
Isn't
There
there
are
like
31 Bond
27?
films?
Yeah, I was just gonna say Bond alone. That's
it's James Bond plus
it.
a little.
Excess.
It's just too dominated. Yeah.
Yeah. We run into this discussion a lot with Brian because Brian has brought up a couple of things where there was like 31 of something. The difficulty from a marketing standpoint, I know Sean will understand what I'm talking about a lot, is that when you do a 31 on 31 that is just basically one big franchise, it's disadvantageous to, or not advantageous. I don't think disadvantageous is the word. It's not advantageous to title it 31 on 31, whatever it is. You just put James Bond ranking because that's what everybody's going to search when they're looking for it.
Or do 007 ranking on July 7th.
Yeah. For instance, Brian's idea that I was referring to, he wanted us to do Ridley Scott because Ridley Scott was coming up on 31 films. Well, 31 on 31 Ridley Scott would not perform near as well as Ridley Scott movies ranked. And so 31 on 31,
Makes
the
sense.
beauty, the whole beauty of that is that we like bringing multiple things in. If it's relegated to just one category, one franchise, whatever, it kind of defeats the point a little bit. I would love to do a spy one at some point, but yeah, I don't know. James Bond kind of overtakes that entire thing. AJ, love your shirt, Cody. One of my favorite movies. Hey, one of my favorite movies too. And the final one, Chris, also just wanted to add a welcome to Rudy to 31 on 31. I was very happy when I saw your video, how much you had fun with it and dove into it and gave all the extra bells and whistles, because I was worried about you whenever you were insistent on wanting to join. I was like, oh, I hope this doesn't really fuck him up with the workload, because I know we've had conversations about how long it takes the creative process on your end, but I was pleasantly surprised when I watched yours. I was like, Rudy gets it.
I'm glad that you went the route you did too with the extras. It was very, very creative, the horror stuff you did.
Thank you.
And yes, me miming a masturbation thing is certainly horrific. But yeah, it's nice to have other types of creativity in this group, and it you know, again, it's stuff like that makes me frustrated when I try to bring my A game and can't for reasons beyond my control. So it's a very welcome surprise, or whatever.
Halloween just brings out a lot of creativity in me. And I made that Silent Hill movie a couple years back, and like I said, I was ready for the challenge. I think I've been my own worst enemy when it comes to procrastinating, and amongst other things, and just overthinking ideas. And I needed it. Again, doing 31 reviews, it helped me build a template, my own rhythmatic template, behavioral template, and that's why I've been doing more reviews as of late. It helped me. So it was a challenge I needed. And I'm grateful. Like I said, I used to watch these before, so it's pretty badass, man.
Thank you. Brian.
Still lingering. His ears were
I
burning.
thought he was asleep.
Brian loves. How about we do this? This is what happened. We could do this. We could do Bond, but if we take this, this, and this out, we could still include other stuff.
We'll talk, Brian. We'll talk. The last thing that I do want to bring up really quick before we sign off, because we're 4.5 hours. Did you guys see they're making a new Karate Kid movie? The Karate Kid remake is now canon. Yeah, the Ralph Macchio and Jackie Chan did a social media video where they're doing a new Karate Kid movie where they're both going to be in it. I didn't look into anything if there's any details beyond that. I would say as a post or as an announcement, if I had to wrap it up in one word, confusing. I think that they've done wonderful things with Cobra Kai, and it kind of feels like they're just trying to figure out any way to continue milking it past season 6 of Cobra Kai. And I don't know if bringing the remake into the Karate Kid world and doing a movie is something that interests me entirely.
Yeah, I don't know if Hollywood understands what global or like massive interest is. I don't think they've had their finger on the pulse in a while.
Yeah.
But,
Sean, any thoughts?
I just like, so they announced this movie over a year ago, but they didn't say what it was. And so that was the question of like, what is this? Like, you say you're doing a new Karate Kid movie. Cobra Kai's running. What is this? Is it another remake? Is it a continuation? And so then this announcement was the first like, oh, that is Ralph Macchio standing next to Jackie Chan saying they're doing a movie together. That's all they say. And then they say we're doing a talent search so you can be the next Karate Kid.
Mm-hmm.
And so the announcement is we're doing this together and we're trying to find the kid. That's it. And so there's so many questions. Like, does this mean Jackie Chan's going to show up in Cobra Kai season 6? Is it going to ignore Cobra Kai? Is it like picking up out? Like, what does this mean? What is this? Okay, now they're in canon together, but I don't know. It's interesting, but I don't know if it's good.
My concern is
Jackie
that
Chan fan, are you excited, Sean?
Like, I'm a Jackie Chan fan, but it's not like Jackie Chan's done anything in a long time that like hops out at me. Mm-hmm. Like, I'm excited that the idea of Jackie Chan potentially having something mainstream and like high profile again here in the colonies. But
I mean, you have the on location shot Rumble in the Bronx, which is very clearly the Bronx.
Right.
Sorry.
Not at all, with the mountains in the background and everything, just like in the Bronx. Duh.
My concern is that, like, I love the Cobra Kai series, and my issue last season, and why I was kind of relieved that they're saying we're doing one more, we're going to wrap this up, was that the show has already started to recycle storylines and themes and character arcs to where it just feels like we're doing the same batch of Karate Kid stuff a bit too much. And so wrapping up the show is like, okay, good. End it where it's still kind of running on a good steam without having to push it to like Dexter level of we're still doing this. But then you're going to follow it up with a movie that's going to be yet again another Karate Kid thing. So I don't know. It was just confusing for me.
Hey guys, I got to go. The woman and the baby are calling me upstairs, so I got.
Anything you want to promote, Rudy?
We're wrapping up.
Hey. Nothing at the moment. I'm actually doing a rankings. I came up with the idea of abducted alien ranking movies. I just wanted to try something different and revisit like The Fourth Kind and Communion with Christopher Walken, which is a trip, by the way. I don't know if you've seen that. It's a totally odd movie. So I'm working on that right now and going to see Thanksgiving tomorrow. Good. So
look forward to your thoughts.
Happy Thanksgiving to you, everybody here, everybody who's watching. Thank you so much for letting me be part of this. I had a blast. Love you all, except for CP. Good night.
That's true.
Good night, guys.
Mutual.
Bye, Rudy.
New blood.
All right, we'll get these last 2 super chats and then we'll cut it off. Would you guys ever consider 31 foreign films?
It's not a category. It's not a real category. It's not.
And
it means too much.
Foreign films are tough to watch a shitload of them because they're just very different experiences, and so I I would be very hesitant to do that one.
Plus, Bond is technically a foreign film.
Just do that.
Hostel,
See, it's
foreign
Bourne
film.
film.
Yeah.
and
Yeah, Bourne. Yeah.
Cheat.
Cheat.
Jade, I'm going to be that annoying person that reminds Cody to review Ozark so I can binge the review series for 6 months like I did with the Dexter and Breaking Bad. Maybe one day I'll get to it. There's a lot of shows I've missed. All right, guys, we're going to cut it off there. For the love of God, 4.5 hours. Whew. I told my wife, maybe 3. All right, so CP, anything
we got
you want to...
20 minutes into this, and we were still on movie 31. I was like, oh, dear, this is going to go on a long time.
I try my best to try to like speed it up, but
Yeah.
we all want to get our thoughts in, and so it just kind of goes the route that it goes. Brian's the only one that by the time we get to like 21, he's like, nope, next, no thoughts.
Yeah.
But he starts the
asleep.
first 10. He's very chatty at the
Yes.
beginning.
Yes.
And then his energy disappears.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then we get our second win, and we're like, fine, my turn to talk too much.
Exactly.
Yeah, just I'm prepping to go bring more of our stuff that got left behind to the missus. We'll see how much I get locked up for in England. Otherwise, a week from today, I'll be on my way there. You'll know by my backdrop whether or not I'm there. If you see the Child's Play 3 poster behind my shoulder, I'm with the missus at home in England, at home. Yeah, whatever. But Cody and I did a spoiler stream if you've seen Thanksgiving and want to watch us argue about what a 3 means. Go and check that out.
So much.
Uncle Sean, anything that you want to promote? I know we're landing the plane from the MCU.
Yeah, I mean,
Garage.
the big one, it was, I just did my annual MCU ranking, and I tried to, I've done it already 2,000 times and 8 times. So tried to really do something different with this one. So read several different books, tracked like every article that I read, tracked every interview that I watched. And so just tried to bring all of that into this one on the behind the scenes, and not just experientially, why didn't this work, but behind the scenes, what was going on with this movie that led to the film that we got. And so this is, I really liked how this one came out.
Good deal. Yeah, the only thing that I have planned for Thanksgiving Day, which is Thursday, is a top 10 holiday horror films, kind of piggybacking off of Thanksgiving. So things like Silent Night, Deadly Night, Black Christmas, things like that. So I haven't even put the list together yet. Hopefully there is 10 that I like, but that's my idea for Thanksgiving. I don't have any plans to review Hunger Games. I don't have any plans to review Napoleon. You will most likely see a review for Good Burger 2. I don't know what that says about me, but 90s kids.
How does
Solidarity.
$10 sound?
Welcome to Good Burger, home of the Good Burger.
There
Can I
we go.
take your order?
And then the last week of November, there's not really anything. So that, provided my house does not ignite in flames, which I'm not going to put out of the realm of possibility because this review series is cursed every time I stamp that I'm going to get back into it. We're going to get back into the John Carpenter review series. So we'll have Escape from, or not Escape from, we're going to have Big Trouble in Little China. The last time I said I was going to do this is when I ended up in the hospital. So, can only get worse.
Brian, I'm broken. I lose. I'm literally broken. You would just have to blow on me and I'd fall apart.
Wow.
Somebody requested that when I get over there, me and Brian do a boxing match, and he said he would do it for charity, and I wouldn't do it. Yeah, the charity would have to be my spinal surgery.
Just leave CP unattended for 20 minutes. He'll come back. He'll be asleep, and you can just, I win.
No, I quit. It's over. You win.
All right, guys. Well, that's going to be it for us. Thank you guys for joining us, and for those that maybe stuck with us for 4.5 hours. And we will see you on the next one. Good night.